The hazy rays of the morning sun shone upon a small little courtyard. The imposing and immovable figure stood upright like a statue. The only change happening was his shadow, shrinking as the sun rose. He had been standing there for 7 days, unmoving and silent. His thick, brutal aura kept anyone at bay, sending them shivering. A faint tune wafted over as some small-time elder passed over. The statue's ears twitched, and his eyelid trembled, turning his head. "Oh well, Elder Yuan, you're back." The statue wanted nothing else but to spew curses, but thought better of it, opting for a respectful reply. Elder Yuan started, then grinned, skipping over. "Ha ha ha, Sir Guihu. What would you need of me? Air." Guihu frowned, lost for words. Zhuofan and Kuei Lang did say this guy was more than it seemed, but he just couldn't figure out how. The old man was just that, old and average. He had always been subservient and flattering like any other nobody, and made it all the harder for the grand top inner sect disciple to bend a knee and ask for help. Zhuofan's words of respect for the old coot rang in his mind once again, and his discomfort faded. Throwing his little pride away meant nothing when Zhuofan got off his high horse to debate with this guy. Guihu stammered at long last. "Elder Yuan, Steward Zhua had sent me for advice in the way of the heart. Please enlighten me." Guihu flushed in an instant, dying of embarrassment for speaking like a 3-year-old. Elder Yuan raised an eyebrow, then smiled. "Ha ha ha. Very well done to have overcome your hubris in talking to little old me. This act alone marks great progress in your near future. Being next to Zhuofan for so long does have its perks." How come his mood changed? Guihu was dumbstruck, seeing the old Yuan losing his ingratiating air of a nobody and gaining an air of mystery. His eyes were so deep that Guihu felt like he was sinking into a bottomless well. Who the hell is this guy? What's with the labor office hiding so many freaks? Guihu's heart jumped. Elder Yuan's imposing aura left him feeling a majestic air that not even his master or venerable Shur could unleash. "Ha ha ha, Guihu. Come. I shall impart to you the way of the world." Elder Yuan smiled as he walked deeper into the labor office. Guihu was right behind him. Elder Yuan stopped before an ant mound, seeing those busy little critters carrying food. He said, "How would you go about killing these ants?" Guihu was baffled. "With a stomp, how else?" "Ha ha ha. Right you are. These little creatures can die just from that. Try it." Elder Yuan held his beard with a vague smile. Guihu did as he was told despite the increasing doubt about where this was going. When he lifted his foot, he saw tens of ants dead, but some crawled back up still, going about their way. Elder Yuan shook his head. "See that? Someone slipped through. This is your current state, having power but no means to use it, making fighting even someone in the radiant stage like you a challenge. You've had your way in the inner sect all this time, not because you're strong, but because there was no real expert around. You will see that Double Dragon Gathering will have only people with a firm heart, especially those from the middle and superior 3 sections. Being pushed, they'll be sure to push back harder." Guihu was flustered, urging Elder Yuan, What should I do?" We come back to the same question. How to kill the ants. Elder Yuan leaned over and picked an ant. "Your kick was casual because you took these ants for nothing. What if you were dying of hunger and these ants were the only thing around?" "Air. Elder Yuan, I'm a radiant stage. I don't get." Guihu blinked. Elder Yuan shook his head. "How thick-headed. I was only making an analogy. Or you can also take it as being a child and hungry. How would you have dealt with these ants?" Guihu stared at the scurrying little bugs, and his eyes turned red. "Yes, that's right, you'll eat them all or you'll die." Elder Yuan nodded, releasing a bloodthirst so thick it left Guihu shivering, feeling icy water dumped over him. He turned a dumbstruck look to Elder Yuan, putting that ant in his mouth and swallowing. But the shocking bloodthirst continued, and doubt came then. Who is this man? Elder Yuan held his beard with a smile. "See, even when dealing with an ant, you must give your all or starve. You must find your own reason to kill, or you'll never give your all in killing anything. Heaven is cruel to all living things, yet also fair. Thus demonic and righteous paths coexist. The righteous love life and the demonic pursue slaughter. But killing must be done for life to give it meaning. Or slaughtering all in your path would end up consumed by it, erring from the right path. To pursue the path one must become demonic, that is the only way. Tell me, when you killed any disciple you came upon, was that your true strength? You do not even know what that even is. You've seen Xuefan, his simple yet precise strikes. They all were meant to kill. Gue, who shuddered and respect, painted his always stern face for this old guy. Go, be a laborer like Xuefan said, and it will help your heart grow. Youth is arrogance, it is something every one of you has, and that goes double for talents. But the road is filled with twists and turns, and sometimes it pays to show restraint. When you learn to do it like Xuefan, you will have made progress. It will be of great help to you in future cultivation. Elder Yuan said. Gue, who gave a deep bow and left. His leaving was followed by a clap. Clap. Ha ha ha. Elder Yuan's words ring true and home as always. It's the first time I heard you need to be demonic to thread the right path. I'll have to analyze it further. Elder Yuan smiled, then shook his head. Steward Zhua, now don't make fun of these old bones. You're much better at it than me. How kind of you, Elder Yuan. I only wish to have a night chat with you. As Gue, who waited 7 days for you, so have I. It happens to be a wait in vain. It's best if you return. Elder Yuan shook his head. Xuefan raised an eyebrow. What purpose does this serve? That's my line. When did you get on Demon Soul Sect's bad side? They're at our door and asking for you. Elder Yuan shrugged. Xuefan said, Third young Master Han? Him too, but someone else as well. His second brother, second young Master Han, is here to challenge the elite area. But that should be no problem to you. Elder Yuan nodded. Xuefan mumbled, He's after my laborers? What man would come to poke in your labor office's affairs? Though sect leader had the labor office clean up the ring. It is your duty, but if you won't go, it'll have to be one of the elites. Xuefan rolled his eyes and cursed as he left. Xiaowue is forcing my hand. They came for the elite area, so why the hell are you dragging the labor office into this? It's not my fault. He's the sect leader paying attention to the sect's reputation. As the manager of the labor office, that's something you don't have to worry about. Elder Yuan chuckled. Bam! A youth got flung through the air in the great hall before hitting the ground with a crunch. Xia Wuyue and the rest watched in cold silence while the disciples felt their legs shaking. You call this an elite demon scheming sect? They can't take one hit. The old man with black hair sat in the guest seat with a cold eye and a snicker. The youth next to him bore the same condescending look. Third brother? Are you sure he was from the demon scheming sect? Beyond a shadow of a doubt, second brother. I heard those little shits even calling him Steward Zhua. A vicious youth in the center of the hall shouted. Where the hell is that punk? Stop hiding like a coward and fight my second brother. Venerable Shur held his nose. Elder Mo, you may be from a middle 3 sect, but that's no reason to force yourself in. I told you once and I'll say it again. This is a sect, not a clan to have stewards. Why don't you pick from our extensive range of elders and venerables? We came here for my disciples' spar and to promote our sect's friendship. How is that possible between elders? Some will take it as an act of war instead. All the elders and venerables there turned glum, with Xie Wuyue giving him a withering gaze. The Demon Soul sect might have status over them, but they were one of Tianyu's 3 guardian sects. Not some thug they can intimidate. Xie Wu barked at the trembling disciples. What are you standing around for, and get in already? You're elites for crying out loud. Act like it. Lose. And it's your life on the line. The disciples felt like crying. Oh, the humanity. What elites when the labor office stole all the good ones. We got nothing to fight Demon Soul Sect's third young master with how third young Master Han wiped the floor with them. There was no way even if they took turns they could beat second young Master Han. Third young Master Han sported a mocking smile. So these are the peak talents Demon Scheming Sect has to offer. No wonder you were so lame in the last Double Dragon gathering. I alone might even win it the next time around. Ha ha ha. Xiaoyu's anger reached a boiling point. Last Double Dragon gathering was the greatest pain for him, and now a damn punk was picking his scars. Elder Mo and second young Master Han only sneered. You think you got what it takes to challenge the whole elite area? 3 people in rough clothes and holding a broom walked in. Qi Changlong was in front, with Bai Lian and Wuxia at his sides. They were the best of the elite area, yet had to do menial tasks all the same after turning to the elite labor office. That included the work attire and tools. Third young Master Han turned a skeptical eye over, finding them to be nothing more than a sex nobodies that butted in his affairs. What was odd was how the elite area's other disciples here relaxed at their coming. Senior Brother Qi, you're here? Any later and we'd be goners. Yeah. They're just too savage, always going for the kill. The elite area's disciples complained in anger and fear. Qi Changlong grew enraged, while the third young Master Han was dumbstruck. The hell? Why are young masters pleading with beggars for help? What is demon scheming sect playing at? A single look at the slumped junior brother had Qi Changlong grasped the situation. The opponent was tough to even dispatch a 6th-layer Radiant Stage expert in one blow. He turned to third young Master Han and found him in the 8th layer and shouted, I've long since wanted to meet you, third young Master Han, if you would. Who? Third young Master Han squinted and said, 9th layer Radiant Stage? What is your name? Labor Office's Qi Changlong. He snorted. Third young Master Han turned to Elder Mo. Laborer. Since when do laborers achieve such cultivation? Demon scheming sect has no respect for talent to throw him into labor. But noticing the other 2 were of the same cultivation, he fell silent. Is that why the demon scheming sect always came last, because it ruins its talents? Not that he cared. Since they came to die, he was most accommodating. Third young Master Han snickered. 9th layer Radiant Stage, this should be fun. Not that having 1 layer over me will be any damn good. You'll see soon enough. Qi Changlong attacked. Third young Master Han replied with a palm strike. Bam! The 2 palms met, and third young Master Han trembled in his spot. Qi Changlong had to stagger 10 feet back. How could this be? Qi Changlong was incredulous. How am I the weaker one when I'm above him in cultivation? Third young Master Han mocked. Ha ha ha. Oh, I saw all right. While a layer above me, your meridians are smaller than mine, all because of treatment. Do you have any idea how many pills I had to eat? And I started small too. How about you, did you get any even? This is the gap between our sect. And with the coming of Double Dragon Gathering, we'll only get farther ahead. There's no way a lower 3 sect will ever topple a middle 3 sect. All of the demon scheming sect trembled in rage. Third young Master Han saw the hard and stubborn faces of the trio and grinned. Don't believe me? Then come at me, all of you. That should bring you down to earth. You asked for it, so don't come crying when you lose. Qi Changlong knew he was the weaker one from that exchange and agreed. Third young Master Han snickered. You 3 aren't enough, even for a warm-up. Bastard! Qi Changlong snapped and the trio shot for him. They exploded with power and unleashed devastating attacks that made all other elites hopeful. There's no way third young Master Han can take the combined attack of all of them. Second young Master Han and Elder Mo were calm as ever. Third young Master Han even smirked. Fetid flood. Meteor shower. Earth shatter. Green, white and yellow shone ever brighter, combining and bearing down on third young Master Han. His reply was to shimmer black and make a sign. Quasi-Earth ranked martial art, ghost chasing shadow. Eerie black figures loomed around third young Master Han, wailing and shrieking as they lunged for the trio's attack. PFF. The 3 were sent flying, yet the shadows pressed the advantage, grabbing their heads. It was their turn to howl in pain from the agony. Third young Master Han grinned in pride. He wants to crush their souls. Venerable Bai cried out in worry. Venerable Qi was the same. Elder Mo saw them and chuckled in a most annoying way. Should elders and venerable be interfering in a disciple's fight? Or does the demon scheming sect not understand this most basic rule? Sect leader. The two venerables pleaded to Xiaowu with their eyes, but he was silent. He took the sect's reputation above anyone's fate, even the disciples. The venerables were in pain seeing their kin about to lose their souls. Their nails cut into their palms and drew blood. The more demonic the sect, the more strict the rules. Any violation would be met with swift demise. No one would save their kin now, not when both choices meant death all the same. Who? A strong wind blew just then, scattering the shadows from creeping any deeper into the three's souls. And it kept going still, forcing third young Master Han on the defensive. Boom! The crushing force pushed him dozens of meters back, leaving cracked tiles in his wake. When he did stop, his feet were knee-deep in the floor. Who did that? Third young Master Han broke into a cold sweat, lowering his trembling arms to see. Second young Master Han and Elder Mo frowned, their gazes fixed on the thin youth coming in bearing a cold face and a broom. And by the feel of him, he was just a fresh radiant stage disciple. Third young Master Han was in shock, turning to his brother. Second brother. That's him. You got nerve, kid. Coming here again. Was last time not enough for you? Zhuofan spared him a single glance before tending the trio. You aren't dead yet. Now scram. A laborer's only job is to sweep, not be a pain in the ass seeking the limelight. What's their challenge on the elite area got to do with us? Zhuofan had no restraint, but at least the trio was saved. They rubbed their aching heads and gave Zhuofan a nod and a look of dread to third young Master Han before leaving without complaint. They knew all too well they were just too weak, even in a 3-on-1 exchange. Venerable Qi and by breathed easier. Zhuofan spun on his heel and was already walking away. You think you can just come in here and leave after interfering? And who are you, an elder or venerable of the demon scheming sect? Zhuofan threw over his shoulder at the youth resembling third young Master Han. Second young Master Han mocked. I am Demon Soul Sect's second young Master Han. I heard the demon scheming sect had a presentable disciple and came to be enlightened. May I be honored to know your name? Demon scheming sect's labor office's Hancho, Zhuofan. But everyone calls me Steward Zhua. Swishing the broom, Zhuofan scoffed. Since you're no elder of mine, I don't have time to waste on you. I got work to do, bye. Hold it right there. Is this how you treat an honored guest? Second young Master Han shouted again at the gross lack of disrespect. Zhuofan's mouth worked as he walked. An honored guest needs honored elders and venerables to look after. What are you doing, going after this little old laborer for? We're here to sweep the floors, not tend to guests. It's not in our job description. Sect leader Xia. Didn't you say I can challenge anyone in the sect? Second young Master Han turned to Xiaowu seeing he was talking to a wall. Xiaowu gave a mocking nod. As long as you want to, second young Master. Oh, I will. With red eyes and a sneer, second young Master Han jumped, ready to strike with his 2 fingers. Zhuofan. Let's see you get away now. Pseudo-Earth ranked martial art, underworld blade. Whoosh. An eerie energy shot from those fingers for Zhuofan's head. The air shimmered as it passed, releasing creepy howls and sucking the warmth out of the hall. Venerable Shur cried, Demon Soul Sect's patron art. The mystical soul art, underworld blade. I hear low ethereal stage experts will die all the same from a peak radiant stage cultivator using this art. It's an art focused on killing. Xiaowu frowned and sighed. The Han clan's 3 young masters are all true talents. A shame the second one had to meet such a monster. All the oldies snickered alongside. Elder Mo had full confidence in second young Master Han, but soon found the demon scheming sect's higher-ups were sporting grins. You're telling me an attack to kill an ethereal stage expert isn't enough to crush a radiant stage cultivator? Not like anyone told him Zhuofan just a few days back killed 2 elders like nothing. Second young Master Han could only kill early ones too. making the whole of demon scheming sect's echelon find him sorely lacking. As the blade came for Zhuofan's head, he brushed with his broom behind him. Roar! The draconic roar crushed the blade like a hammer smashing a needle and then went for second young Master Han himself. The young master got flung way up high and left a trail of blood in his wake, though he gnashed his teeth to bear through the pain as his body shook all over. Second young master, Elder Mo started. Second young Master Han signaled him back, watching the smug sweeper with shock and fear. Third young Master Han got his trembling feet under him and sported the same look of dread as his brother. Is he even human? How can a fresh radiant stage cultivator take down second brother in a single strike? Body strength aside, is his soul that freakish too? How are we supposed to compete with such perfection? The added mockery of Zhuofan only amplified the fear. Zhuofan snickered. Now the hall is clean. Don't make it dirty. Second young Master Han was outraged, but he was choking on blood and couldn't retort. Zhuofan sported the same condescending smile as he left with a snort. Xia Wuyue was overjoyed. Never had he been made to look so good. Elder Mo, sorry, he's just too rude. That's why I left him in the labor office. I hope you can forgive the offense. Oh, so sect leader Xie is in the hobby of demoting strong disciples. Elder Mo snorted. Are you going to have them join the Double Dragon gathering? What do you think? Xia Wuyue smirked. Elder Mo nodded with a small bow. Then we shall disturb you no further and will meet again at Double Dragon gathering. Farewell. Farewell. Xia Wuyue showed him the door. Elder Mo flicked his sleeve and took his disciples. The oldies cracked up when they were gone. Ha ha ha, look at them. They're in the middle three sects yet never saw them so wretched. Don't get too happy. There's still no pushovers. Xia Wuyue sneered. They came to probe us. Zhuofan must have messed with third young Master Han, and they came to assess the threat. They just accomplished their objective. Won't that mean we're exposed? Venerable Bai frowned. Xia Wuyue waved his hand. Such a flimsy cover wouldn't have lasted anyway. It's best to reveal it spectacularly like today. To tell them my sect aims for a middle three sect position. Brilliant sect leader. The elders bowed. A disciple burst in shouting. Beast taming sect's elders and disciples request an audience. Beast taming sect now? The elders looked baffled. What is with today? Sect encroachment. Xia Wuyue mocked. Just another scouting party. Last time we took 3 of their elders in Tianyu, so they want to do us in at the Double Dragon gathering. What's there to fear of another lower 3 sect like us? One elder cursed. Just sick Zhuofan on them and that's that. Fool. Xia Wuyue showed a nasty smile. We need to show off to the middle 3 sects so that they don't kick us around. But for the lower 3 sects, the secret weapon, Zhuofan, is not to be divulged. They'll bite more than they can chew when he shows himself in the Double Dragon gathering. They all exclaimed and admired him. Brilliant! Bam! A figure in fine clothes and bright colors got flung out of the hall with a bang. Again. Blood flowed and the body banged up and rolled 3 times on the ground, yes, but he was still alive at least. What faced him was a buffed man in gray robes with a snickering look sent at the rest of the disciples around. Is demon scheming sect's elite area that shorthanded to have only your waists? The disciples watched the 8th layer radiant stage thug with anger. But the sight of sect leader's cold face had them bury it deep. For crying out loud. The elite area isn't shorthanded. It's that damn labor office taking everyone good from us. First was third young Master Han and now this cocky bastard. The only reason you're still standing is because the sect leader doesn't let us get Zhuofan. Or even Qi Chonglong could waste you, you pompous prick. Regardless of their thoughts, Xia Wuyue's glare let them know not to do that. A grizzled old man looked smug. Sect leader Xia. I hear the elite area has many fine geniuses. How come I don't see them? Elder Lu is too kind. What you see here is all my sect has in terms of elites for your disciple to spar with. Are you not satisfied? Xia Wuyue faked anger. The old guy admitted, Sure you're not hiding some? My great sect has nothing to hide. Or is Elder Lu doubting my words? Xia Wuyue slammed the table. The elder's eyes darted to and fro then nodded. Ha ha ha, with sect leader Xia's prestige. Such a lie is beneath you. I of course believe you. Xia Wuya spoke with a dark face. Then I shall no longer disturb you. Please forgive my presumptuous tone. Elder Lu eyed Xia Wuya one last time as he bowed and left. He said to the thug on his way, Hui Xiong, let's go. We best not overstay our welcome. Thank you, sect leader Xia, for accommodating us and the sparring. Thank you, sect leader Xia, for reading these punching bags. While useless, they did get me worked up. You've been far too kind. Hui Xiong cupped his hand with a snicker. Xia Wuyua's face was ghastly though no word slipped. Elder Lu grinned, throwing more biting remarks. Hui Xiong, that's no way to treat sect leader Xia. You can't be so blunt about it no matter how true it is. They are going to fight in the Double Dragon Gathering and hold some flimsy hopes still. Good. Bye. Having enough theatrics for one day, Xia Wuyua shouted. Elder Lu waved dismissively as he left with his grinning disciple. They just cut the corner and Xia Wuyua in the hall showed a devious grin. A bunch of ignorant fools. We'll see who laughs last at the Double Dragon Gathering. The oldies joined him in rambunctious laughter. They were dying to see Zhuo Fan wiping that ridiculous grin off their faces, preferably with blood. That got them giddy. Ha, ha. A mile off demon scheming sect. Second young Master Han spat blood again, his face blanching. Second brother, I told you we should have asked big brother. But you just wanted to show off. Now look at what became of you. Both of us suffered from the same prick. Third young Master Han lamented his brother's fate. Second young Master Han glared. Quit it. How was I supposed to know that a nobody lower 3 sect would have such a sicko? Based on his strength, no one in the Radiant stage can take him on. Our only hope against him lies with the eldest young master in the ethereal stage. Elder Mo's eyes flashed. At least we made some use of this time. Probing demon scheming sect. Is definitely aiming for middle 3 sect status. We have to keep our own position at all costs, come what may. The Han brothers nodded. 2 figures walked over. He master. Now we can rest easy. The demon scheming sect has nothing but punching bags. I'll run through them in the Double Dragon Gathering to pay them back for the humiliation in Tianyu. I'll make them stay in the lower 3 sects forever. Ha ha ha. What brash talk. We, Demon Soul sect, are stressed out from that freak and you want to run him through? What are you, a superior 3 sect? The Han brothers turned glum and Elder Mo flashed before the 2 figures peeked. Who's there? Elder Lu and Hui Xiong jerked back, startled at the figure's eerie vibe. A demonic cultivator? I come from Demon Soul sect. Elder Mo nodded. Who are you? And did you come from the demon scheming sect? Elder Lu rushed to reply. I am but an elder in the beast taming sect. Here is Hui Xiong. As you said, we come from the demon scheming sect. Why did you go there? Elder. I took my disciple to spar. Spar. Elder Mo sized Hui Xiong up and found him only in the 8th layer radiant stage, period. Nothing else special. Did it go that easy? Master and disciple shared a most egotistical grin if the elder ever saw one. Hui Xiong even puffed up his chest in absolute pride. Demon scheming sect is nothing. In less than 10 moves, I wiped the floor with them. The demon scheming sect is not worth the trouble in the Double Dragon Gathering. Our real opponent is Mystical Heaven sect. Everyone? In 10 moves? You? Second young Master Han glared. I ended up sucking pavement from 1 hit and you think you can take that guy on? Third young Master Han was puzzled. Is this guy an even freakier monster? And asked, which disciples did you defeat? The strongest. The elites. Hui Xiong stuck out his chest harder, if possible. The Han brothers found one profound truth in his words. Did you meet any laborer? Laborer? Whatever for. What do the lowest of the low have to match my greatness? Hui Xiong snorted. The trio shared a knowing smile. They're the fools, all right. What's wrong? Elder Lu bowed. Elder Mo deflected. Nothing at all. Just thinking how such a genius from the beast taming sect dealt with all elites from the demon scheming sect. You truly are worthy of becoming the best among the lower three sects in the Double Dragon Gathering. Naturally, among the lower three sects, we are the best. Hui Xiong hit his chest, feeling more pride swelling in his bloated head. Elder Mo's side laughed harder. Hui Xiong took it as if they were laughing with him, while Elder Lu found it off. Why does it sound condescending? Elder Mo gave a wave and they left, leaving the other elder stumped with his disciple. Third young Master Han mocked. Those two are the biggest idiots I've ever seen. The demon scheming sect left nothing out. They will suffer the most in the Double Dragon Gathering. Xia Wuyue played them like a fiddle. No one will ever expect the strongest disciple of the demon scheming sect to be coming from their lowest rung. The only reason we didn't fall for it as well is because of forcing them to call Zhuofan over. The more reserved Xia Wuyue is, the more it shows his great ambition for the Double Dragon Gathering. Elder Mo scratched his beard in thought. The Han brothers nodded. The demon scheming sect's aim was clear, the middle three sect position. And the one to fall would be the lowest in the middle three sects. Who? In a quaint room, Zhuofan sat on his stone bed with his eyes closed and a raging azure flame on his forehead. Deep in his mind, a prismatic dragon with the same azure flame on its forehead rested with its eyes closed, its majestic figure brimming with more power with every flicker of the flame. Zhuofan flashed his eyes open and shook all over as his aura exploded. The dragon's soul did the same and roared, the azure flame covering it and turning the dragon into a flaming dragon, spreading the flames in every corner of his mind. Roar! Zhuofan howled at the heavens for a full 15 minutes. Zhuofan took a deep breath and took a feel of his boosted power. 3 months was all it took to reach the second layer. Training the soul with Azure Flame is way faster than any cultivation method out there. And with Azure Flame and Dragon Soul combined, his soul achieved perfection, making his soul attacks even deadlier. Steward Zhua, may these old bones come in? An aged voice had Zhuofan quick an eyebrow. Venerable Bai, please. A flick of the hand had the array torn down, and with a point, the crude wooden door opened. Venerable Bai smiled, and his eyes brightened at his advance with a cup of his hands. Ha ha ha. Congratulations, Steward Zhua. Oh my, you're moving up in the world in just 3 months. Steward Zhua is a true gem in this cultivation world. So many so-called geniuses would be dying of envy. You're too kind, Venerable Bai. I'm just putting in a little bit more effort than the rest. I always tell these youngsters my success came from slow and steady progress, devoted day and night to one goal. But all they want are my pills. Such feisty children. Zhuofan shook his head. Venerable Bai's cheek twitched at his touch of the dramatic. Good frickin' actor. The world is saturated with those going at it harder than you, but do you see any other freak around? While having talent is innate, it gives you no right dangling before others. Zhuofan smiled. Venerable Bai, to what do I owe this visit? Why aren't you speaking? Why do you think so? Venerable Bai shook his head. Steward Zhua, sect leader and the 3 coaching venerables have asked for you, but with you being in seclusion, they haven't disturbed you. Judging from the sound the array gave, they figured you advanced and sent word. Oh, thank you for waiting for me, Venerable Bai. Zhuofan bowed most respectfully. Venerable Bai smiled. It's my duty. Why does sect leader need me? Well, Venerable Bai gathered his thoughts. Sect leader and the coaching venerables are asking, so it must be related to Double Dragon Gathering. Zhuofan nodded. Xia Wuyue treated the event with such importance he never told him anything. For him to ask about my situation, he must be ready to set off. Zhuofan squinted. Leaving Venerable Bai, Zhuofan went for the hall to find Xia Wuyue and the fiends waiting. Xia Wuyue smiled. Finally showed up? What can I say? I needed a few days to enter the second layer of the Radiant stage. Zhuofan shrugged. Xia Wuyue nodded. I know that. Venerable Bai told me. Why else do you think you're not punished for denying my summons? Zhuofan remained silent, taking a random seat. Xia Wuyue's face sank. The prick still has no respect after all this time, not even for me. Let's calm down, he still has his uses. Xia Wuyue gnashed his teeth. Fiend Yang laughed. Zhuo Fan, you're advancing so fast. A true talent. We aren't ones to nitpick slights from such geniuses. Rules are made for the strong, after all, right, Wuyue? You're one to talk, having the same attitude decades ago. I thought I told you it's sect leader. Xia Wuyue glared. Fiend Yang chuckled. Xia Wuyue went down to business. Zhuo Fan, Double Dragon Gathering is just around the corner, and there are some things you should know about it. Figured as much. Zhuo Fan nodded. Fiend Yang continued. Zhuo Fan, to talk about Double Dragon Gathering we need to start with the world situation. Have you ever heard of a sacred spirit stone mine? I have one on my finger. However, he was curious how the mortal domain even heard of a sacred mine. But to avoid suspicion, what is that? Ha ha ha. Coming from a backward place like Tianyu, of course you'd not know. The four chuckled, with Fiend Yang explaining. Sacred Spirit Stone Mine is the place where an even greater spiritual energy gathers, greater than any spirit stone can hold. The mining is harsh, but it has great applications in arrays, soon making it the target of every sect and empire on these lands. And this world has 5. You're serious? Zhuo Fan gasped. Sacred spirit mines made sacred stones, a rarity even in the sacred domain such that every grand clan monopolized them to the point not even a demonic emperor like him could get one. Yet here he was in the mortal domain with 5 of them. Wonder if the clans there would be invading it en masse at the news. Though it got him thinking from another angle. For the land to give birth to sacred mines, it had to have thick spiritual energy. Why was the mortal domain so thin instead? While the 4 had an even greater reaction to his reaction. Didn't he just say he doesn't know? Why so jumpy? Zhuo Fan gave a strained laugh. For the sacred spirit mine to be so precious it must be quite rare. Yet there are 5 of them? One can hardly be divided, while 5 makes it even easier. Zhuo Fan, you're no fool. You call 5 mines for the entire world many. Zhuo Fan eyed him. Plus, sacred spirit mines are in a different class from common spirit mines. A spirit mine assists one's cultivation, and even without it, a cultivator can just take the spiritual energy from the air. He can go anywhere with a bit of talent. While a sacred spirit mine assists your cultivation and improves your constitution. It's the best ingredient to grow experts. That's what makes it invaluable. Why else do you think middle 3 sects and superior 3 sects are so powerful? Zhuo Fan turned solemn. They use sacred stones for cultivation? Right you are. This is the basis behind Double Dragon Gathering. Fiend Yang nodded. The 5 mines are split between Eastern lands, Western lands, Southern lands, Northern lands, and Central area. To defend their sacred mine, each area's power formed a union. We belong to the 10-sect alliance of the Western lands, with Double Dragon Manor as our head. While it might be like a sect, it is not, because it has no disciples. It is more of a group formed of strong people, our strongest force in Western lands. They guard the mine against any invaders. To raise the power of Western lands, Double Dragon Gathering holds a Double Dragon Gathering every 3 centuries, selecting the best seeds to groom in the Double Dragon Gathering. Xia Wuyue picked up. However, they do not take these disciples for themselves, returning them after a decade or 2. But even a decade under their teachings and sacred stone cultivation will earn one more progress than simple cultivating for centuries. It will be of great benefit for the future. While the chosen disciples sect will be greatly rewarded as well. Zhuo Fan's eyes jumped. The sole purpose of Double Dragon Gathering is to protect Western lands, to prepare for war. While the 9 sects to raise themselves participated in it, wishing their disciples were chosen, raised for free into experts, while also earning a big profit for themselves. That explains their almost fanatic desire for growth. No one knew more about sacred stones than him. Take a plain OL spiritual gathering array and supply it with sacred stone, and you'd have a sect with the same environment as those in the sacred domain. To raise dozens of talents. Who could possibly resist the allure? Certainly no man, and without a doubt no sect. If it's just to raise experts, Why aren't the sacred mines divided among the sects and give everyone a share? Shuafan asked. Won't it make defending Western lands easier? The four had bitter smiles, with Fiend Yang sighing. I wish it were that easy. The mines are oddities of nature to such a degree that it makes mining them hard and slow, and that is only at the fringe. Not even the strongest man in these lands can pierce that tough wall. It forces us to wait for a few centuries before we can mine just a bit of it. Someone planted it. Shuafan nodded. Be it your average spirit mine or sacred mine, all had their quintessence focused in the center. And the crucial part of these 5 sacred mines was behind a barrier someone placed beforehand, leaving the sacred stones outside of it for the others. In other words, the sacred mines have an owner, no native of the mortal domain, that's for sure. Shuafan understood everything. I see what makes Double Dragon Gathering so important. When do we set off? In a week. Wuxia said. You have 7 days to pick your team from among the disciples to fight in the Double Dragon Gathering for our sect. The higher you rank, the more we will earn. I hope, with your strength, that the demon scheming sect will become a middle 3 sect. Shuafan nodded. We're going alone? The fiends will take you. Just 3 venerables? Shuafan raised an eyebrow at the trio. Aren't we the future of the sect? Fiend Yang shrugged and laughed. Shuafan, leave it to us. Every sect does the same, sending a couple venerables at most. Not even sect leaders can come, afraid too many experts join and affect the meeting. This is a rule of Double Dragon Manor. Oh! Shuafan nodded. This way at least the disciples can fight to their heart's content. Too many old coots glaring at you from the side will only put bigger pressure on the disciples. How can one conduct a normal match when you have to mine some old guy's thirst for revenge? Double Dragon Manor's rule made perfect sense. You're free to go. You'll be going in a week. Wuxia waved him off. The 3 fiends of hell bowed and left. Shuafan was doing the same but paused. Wuxia. We need to talk. That sect leader. Wuxia's face twitched, but all he could do was sigh. What is it then? Shuafan said flatly. Sect leader. Our agreement was to enter the demon scheming sect in exchange for the 9th grade pill. I have done my part and only left Double Dragon Gathering to finish. Afterward, I want to know if you'll return my freedom. What's so bad about the demon scheming sect that you want to leave? You're practically a star here and may even go higher in rank sooner or later, at the peak of your career. Even my position isn't out of your reach. Patting his throne, Wuxia snickered. Shuafan shook his head. Home is where your heart is. Without some sort of promise from sect leader, my mind will be affected and will harm my performance at Double Dragon Gathering. You're threatening me? Wuxia scoffed, though only giving a stink eye. Fine, since you don't like it here, I won't force you to stay. You can go to the Luo clan, but make damn sure few people are going to Double Dragon Manor. Everyone will laugh if you leave and I'll have no successor. Shuafan was in a tight spot. You saw it yourself. The top 3 elites are no match against 3rd Young Master Han even combined, while I alone can deal with middle 3 sex people, getting the others in Double Dragon Manor. Is that a no? Wuxia mocked. Then why are you wasting time talking to me? Once you leave, I'll be left with weaklings. Even if we get to be a middle 3 sect, are these disciples supposed to be representing us? To be blunt, your strength is worth shit. If you can't take those brats along, don't ever think about leaving. You'll stay here, leading. Ugh. Shuafan jerked and Wuxia grinned. Is that too hard, perchance? Didn't you raise Yuer and Kue Gang quite fast? The 2 kids are good, yes, but it was done with resolve, harshness, and peril. Those wastrels won't. Shuafan's eyes darted everywhere. Well, bro? Give me the word, the kind of word that'll threaten the oldies' power, just how one might kill their grandkids. Eyeing him, Wuxia snickered. I know where you're going. Fine, you have free rein. Just make sure those brats don't drag you down. Wuxia threw him a jade token. Shuafan saw the Xia character on it. That is my symbol of authority containing a trace of my soul. Every elder and venerable of the sect will treat any holder of it as me. The fate of the sect is at your whims. Holy shit! Why the hell didn't you give me earlier? This bauble would have saved me heaps of time. Zhuofan giggled. Xiaoyue shook his head. When you just arrived you had nothing to your name and would only cause more trouble with the elders and venerables. While now you have strength and renown. And with this they will respect you more. While some might fight it, they can't do much against my authority. If you had used this from the start to piss them off, Venerable sure would have used it as an excuse to get to me. Oh, wise and brilliant sect leader, I shall be going now. With this baby here, I'll put those brats in their place, Zhuofan had a positively killer grin as he left. Unaware of the cold eyes Xiaoyue had as he watched him go. Zhuofan, you're growing beyond my expectations. Perhaps it would be for the best if you leave after Double Dragon Gathering. Ha ha ha. On the morrow, Zhuofan called for the coaching venerables and picked the disciples for Double Dragon Gathering. Qi Changlong's group of 3, the strongest elites, was the obvious choice. The rest came from the labor office. Gui Hu, Tai Ying, Yu Ling, and Kue Lang. Yuer and Kue Gang came as well with some other presentable disciples. The sect's barrier cracked open, and Zhuofan took a deep breath as he stepped outside after so many years. The rest were excited to see the great outdoors as well. They finally got to sightsee after being stuck in the sect for most of their lives. The fiends had bitter smiles. Hey Zhuofan, sect leader gave you a week to decide. Aren't you rushing things too soon? Fiend Yang worried. Zhuofan shrugged. What's wrong with now? I know their strength and have already made up my mind about who comes or stays. Fiend Yang nodded glumly, pointing at Kue Gang and Yuer. I get the others, but why are these fresh radiant stage disciples needing demonic treasures to fight opponents along as well? They're my disciples. I'm only bringing them to see the world. Ugh. The fiends' faces twitched at Zhuofan, finding logical explanations for everything. Dude, you're too pig-headed. We're gonna fight to the death with other sects, yet you're bringing along your disciples for some sightseeing? What are you, tourists? Kue Gang and Yuer chuckled. They knew by now Zhuofan's character. He'd do whatever he wanted and whenever. I won't have it. I'm telling sect leader about this. This is not a joke. Fiend Yang flicked his sleeve, turning to rat him out. Zhuofan revealed the token and its pressure on the 3. Sect leader's token. Go ahead and say your piece. To it or him is the same thing. Zhuofan dangled the token. You know what this thing does, no? So go back and report if you want. Humph. While I'll report your defiance for authority. See whose head will fall first. The 3 fiends' faces sank and lamented on the inside. Xiaoyue, why did you give it to him? What kind of venerables would they be if they had to listen to Zhuofan now? PFF. The girls there giggled seeing the grand coaching venerables of the elite area so deflated. Some of the usually tough guys there trembled, and even the 3 ex-elites found it hard to stop laughing. What are you laughing at? We're discussing important matters here. Fiend Yang glared at the lot. Though it had the opposite effect, the fiends felt utterly stripped of respect. Zhuofan chuckled along, chiding, You think sect leader's token's a joke? Go ahead and laugh it up. Any more disrespect out of you, and you'll be crying next. Come. Have a pill to lift your spirits. Zhuofan presented a vial with a soothing smell as everyone came over and their faces brightened. Master, another 7th grade pill? Kue Gang cheered, turning to the others in pride. See that? Stick with Master and you'll have nothing to worry about. I've taken more pills these days than in the last decade. And not one of them was below 7th grade. The rest were excited. Having gone to the labor office which was being prepped for Double Dragon Gathering, they came to know what true heaven on earth was. It used to be only the elite area having such privilege, making inner and outer sects feel like hell. Gulping it down, everyone looked smug. The fiends were red in the face and jittery. Coming over, they poked his shoulder. What's this? Give us some too, and we won't tell on you. Nope, none for you. Zhuofan had a vague smile. Fiend Yang was getting more annoyed by the second. Zhuofan, Where's that generous bribing style you used on sect leader gone too? You now have the prime opportunity to give us one as well. We're venerables for crying out loud. You're missing the point. The fact is, Zhuo Fan's trademark evil smile was back in business. If you take it, who'll protect them? I certainly can't. Protect. Ah! The scream came from Kuei Gang. His face froze, his body shivered, and his movement looked robotic, accompanied by trembling. Only his eyes moved freely, and his tongue. Son, what, ugh! Kuei Lang was the next victim, feeling his own body not listening to his commands. Soon came everyone's turn. Everyone going to Double Dragon Gathering, crying and freezing on the spot. The venerables jerked in fright, turning to the culprit. Zhuo Fan, what is going on? Zhuo Fan beamed, dangling the empty vial. This is no mere 7th grade pill, but a poison. Eh? Everyone had the same dumbfounded look. Zombie pill, it would stiffen your body and turn you to stone a month later. You're not serious. The poor saps were panicking with Kuei Gang crying, Master, why? Didn't I tell you? One must be intent on killing but never without his guard up. Why does no one listen to their master? Who ever told you a master will only give you nice things? Zhuo Fan sneered. Their faces sank, looking at Zhuo Fan like kicked puppies. He had such a homey look too, to invite them deeper into the trap of course. Compared to the glares they got from the venerables, Steward Zhuo's insidious nature was much worse. Sharing poison with a smile, and they even thanked him for it. There were no dumber fools out there, that was for sure. Fiend Yang grabbed Zhuo Fan's chest. Why did you do it? Who will go to Double Dragon Gathering with them dead? Are you going to fight by yourself? Zhuo Fan dangled the token with utmost seriousness. Double Dragon Gathering is fraught with perils. You know that. Going as they are will only increase their chance of dying. It's best to have them die here at my hand instead. You call that logic? Can't we live a day longer? All had bitter looks in their eyes. Though it is not without hope. The zombie pill made you stiff and sapped your cultivation, but all you have to do is keep moving to delay the process. Hold on till Double Dragon Gathering and I'll cure you. As for the rest, tough luck. Zhuo Fan snickered. See this token? Sect leader appointed me as his representative. Your death will be for nothing and your big connections wasted. No one will touch me and I can do anything. You might as well give up begging now. I won't bat an eye even if you all die. Hi. Demon. They were all distressed and heartbroken while the fiends were stumped. If Zhuo Fan gave them a more deadly poison, they wouldn't let this one slide and might even take him from another sect's spy. By using slow-acting poison, Zhuo Fan was giving them a lesson, albeit cruel. Zhuo Fan sent a warning to the three. They're like newborns and will need your constant monitoring. The trio nodded. Zhuo Fan ran over to the other side and slapped his big perky, but I'll be waiting for you a mile out. Do your best not to die just as you got out of the sect. Ha. He was gone the next second, leaving red tomatoes behind, gnashing their teeth as they made a jerky step forward. It was like having the whole world on their shoulders, moving at snail pace. But nothing compared to the rage. Steward Zhuo, you'll have another thing coming if you think we'll just drop dead. Tough talk for sure. But their body hardened so much that they only moved 1 meter in 15 minutes. The venerables felt like crying. I get that you want to train them, but couldn't you have picked a faster method? Even infants stumbled around faster than them. Just when are we supposed to get there? In decades. Zhuo Fan was chilling in his spot though. He fed them the zombie pill to petrify their flesh and force them into overcoming their limits. Once overcoming it, they'd move, then stiffen again and would have to go further still. On and on it went, toughening their bodies and veins in months that would take decades for others. Zhuo Fan thought of giving it a shot as well, though it came with a biggie. He needed a guardian angel in this moment of weakness. In their states, being weaker than an infant would get them to drop dead from anything. He, a lone operator, had no way of taking the same route. Meanwhile, the other sects got ready for Double Dragon Gathering. The back mountain of Mystical Heaven sect was a towering hunk of rock, covered in biting winds and eternal snow. It was here a woman walked at leisure with a white sword towards a cave. She bowed. "Senior sister, I am going to Double Dragon Gathering. Thank you for everything you have done for me in the past few years." The wind fluttered her dress, the snow pricking her cheeks. The time for Double Dragon Gathering came at long last. "I wonder if he will come as well." A sigh came from the cave. "Xianxia, you represent me by wielding permafrost. Can I ask something of you?" "Anything, senior sister." Xianxia bowed. Another sigh followed. "If you meet any from the demon scheming sect, please go easy on them. I'd hate to see him hurt from my blade. Although the blade is now with you." "He." "Yes, he. He brought me to this state, yet also made me let go of all regrets." A pleasant voice came. Bang. In a damp and dark hall, lit only by a few torches on the sides, the shrieks of specters sent chills on one's spine. In the center of it all sat a table, 2 meters long and 1 meter wide, shaking and creaking as a middle-aged man slammed hard. "Say that again. You just got trashed around by a mere laborer." The buffed man stared at the trio. "This is an outrage, an insult." Third young Master Han and second young Master Han's eyes met. But it was the former who spoke. "Father, Laborer Zhuofan is far more than he seems. I even doubt if there's anyone that can oppose him among his peers." Sect leader, "I can attest to this, having bore witness to second young master's crushing defeat." Elder Mo bowed. The big man flicked his sleeve and roared. "All I'm hearing are excuses. You lost, and not just to anyone, but a lower 3 sects disciple. You threw away all my honor. Tell me, son, how should you be dealt with?" "I trust father's judgment." Second young Master Han lowered his pained face. The hard man said, "Since you can't take a single hit, that makes one of your hands useless. Should I relieve you of it?" "Father, please, don't make second brother handicapped." Third young Master Han was nervous. The man eyed him with an icy glare. For those about to enter the ethereal stage, the body has lost its use. A mere arm will be nothing more than decoration. While I can let you keep it, you will have to endure 49 days on the burning pillar. You decide. Third young Master Han was ashen, looking at his second brother in worry. 49 days under scorching heat. It was akin to being burned alive. Third young Master Han cupped his hands to plead some more, but second young Master Han stepped in. "Father, I choose the burning pillar." Second young Master Han bowed. The man nodded, appeased. "That's how my son should act. A man must take responsibility for his failures." "Wait!" A glum-faced youth entered. Elder Mo bowed at once. "Eldest young master." The youth nodded and addressed the tough man. "Father, brother failed because the gap between them was too great. It's not his fault. But he lost to a lower 3 sects disciple. Even lower than that, a laborer. What of it?" The youth showed no fear in face of his father's mask of rage. A hero can come from anywhere. Strength is all that matters, not status. Losing to the strong is no dishonor, and with the approaching Double Dragon Gathering, punishing second brother will harm his performance. We will then become the last among the middle 3 sects and the demon scheming sect's target. Elder Mo was clear on his strength, and father knows he has the qualities of a middle 3 sects genius. Status isn't everything. The towering man relinquished a nod. In view of Double Dragon Gathering fast approaching, the punishment shall be postponed. Further evaluation will be given in light of your performance at the gathering. Thank you, father. Second young Master Han cupped his hands. The man nodded and left through a side door, pausing just before leaving. Eldest, what is your opinion of this sudden laborer from the demon scheming sect? A worthy opponent turning the boring Double Dragon Gathering into something interesting. Ha ha ha. The youth snickered. The man nodded and left. I have no hope of you getting us in the superior 3 sects, but the least you can do is maintain our position. In case the demon scheming sect does have the power to rise above its station, we'd better let others take the fall. Father is clearer than anyone on what this laborer signifies. The youth grinned and turned to his brothers. In a valley, a youth flashed in the open. He wore a blue robe, his eyes delicate and his aura strong. Taking a deep breath to collect himself, he laughed before the stone door. "Junior brother, I'm out of seclusion. What are you waiting for? Double dragon gathering waits for no man. Senior brother, you're a fine talent coming out so soon. You aren't called the best talent in Western lands for nothing." A sigh came from beyond. "Senior brother, I just need a little more time, and I will catch up." The senior brother chuckled. "Is that how a junior brother acts? Teasing your senior brother? I'm not that shameless to call myself the best talent in Western lands with you around. Why, senior brother has been in the ethereal stage for years while little old me just entered. Senior brother, please don't jest." A chuckle replied. The senior brother shook his head and waited. 6 hours later, senior brother's patience was running thin when rumbling came from beyond the door. Waves upon waves of energy shot out, spiking the temperature in the valley. The grass and trees dried up and then ignited. Even senior brother felt tense from the sense of his innards boiling. He set his eyes on the closed stone door and sweated. Junior brother's innate flame? He finally fused it with his soul, yet it holds such power. This freak. Ha ha ha. I bet he just stole my best talent in Western lands title. Senior brother was sullen from a sense of loss. Meanwhile, in a deep and eerie forest, around 20 riders rested beneath the shade of a large tree, their mighty auras scaring animals away. Whoosh! Something black flashed and a vicious-looking man barked. "Where's Yenmo? Where'd he run off to?" "Oh, Elder Xianxia," a lovely woman mocked. "Senior brother Yenmo found it so boring here, so he wanders about. He'll meet us at the Double Dragon gathering." "He's at it again. Running away by himself?" The elder was outraged. "His goddamned rash behavior will get him killed one of these days. What if he comes after the Double Dragon gathering ends? What then?" The woman shrugged. "It's fine. Senior brother Yenmo will never miss it. He's not a child." "Who'd believe that with his track record?" The elder spat. "Every damn time we have to visit other sects, he slips away. We meet some trouble, he slips away. He's got not one honorable streak in him. But this is Double Dragon gathering once every few centuries. It affects the future of the sect, yet he slips anyway." The elder held his aching head. The woman grinned. Then, a cold voice came. "Elder Xianxia, Brother Yen won't be late." "How do you know?" "I just do." The man continued. "Because Brother Yen won't let the chance of meeting the best talent in Western lands go. He will come." Ha ha ha. The men looked at each other and nodded. In the meantime, Mystical Heaven Sect's group reached a bustling town with many trinkets on display. The lively mood had these disciples gawking from being stuck in the sect all their lives. But in a noisy tavern, a red-haired youth with a creepy smile set his eyes on the charming group of beauties on the street. 1212. On a bright day on a wide road, a group of people had taken to a particular type of walking. They twisted with every movement, giving their all as they undertook the sheer ordeal that was walking. From how stiff they were, they looked like polio patients. They were none other than demon-scheming sex disciples whom Zhuofan cheated by making them take the zombie pill. What started off as a dozen disciples on this journey was now less than 10. Though their stiff faces showed unprecedented resolve. They saw with their own eyes how their teammates turned into solid rock and how the wind carried away their ashes. None wanted the same horrid fate to happen to them. For God's sake, Zhuofan is savage. Once you stop moving, you're dead. Kuei Lang took another step, practically hearing his bones and muscles creaking. He turned a worried look behind. "Ganger, how are you holding up?" Kuei Gang was overwhelmed. "Dad, it's been 10 days without my cultivation. I can hardly hold on. I just want to rest. Now I know what they say about a life worse than death." The rest nodded their sorrowful faces, cursing Zhuofan's lineage as far as they could take it. Kuei Lang gnashed his teeth. "Ganger, keep going. Any break will kill you. You saw it yourself what happens to those that stop." "I know, Dad. Master is so vicious." He expects us to go like this to the double dragon gathering before curing us. Kuei Gang gulped, his eyes tearing. Kuei Lang sighed. He only held on so far for his son, or he'd be long since scattered among the clouds. Zhuo Fan and the Venerables watched over them from a cliff with ease of mind. Fiend Yang frowned though. Isn't this enough? So many died already, and if this keeps up, there'll be no point in going. I'll just go alone then. Besides, my word is gold. I'll stay by it to the end and let them endure it until we get there. All those who die are just too weak. Zhuo Fan snorted. Look at them. Aren't they getting a steady pace by now? Just like plain walking. Now that's progress. You call a habit progress? The trio shook their heads, worried at the disciples' weary and sweaty brows. They're nothing but mortals now, and having gone through such an ordeal for so long they're at their limit. A break will do them good. Are you sure? Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow, his smile creepy. The day of Double Dragon gathering draws near. The trio eyed him and were puzzled. It was like staring at a whitewashed wall but without all the emotion. Fiend Yang thought Zhuo Fan was being particularly vague. What's wrong with it? Taking a half-day break won't be a problem. All right then, we'll do it your way. Zhuo Fan beamed and looked at the far-off town. How about we rest there? The trio nodded skeptically. Why is he so kind all of a sudden? Zhuo Fan flashed before the tormented souls, shouting. Seeing your great progress these days, the Venerables pleaded for you, and I relented in letting you rest in the town just up ahead. Truly. They all lit up. The harsh 10-day-long journey took its toll on their bodies, teetering on the edge of collapse. Steward Zhuo's words were music to their ears. Don't dally then, chop chop. They sped up on the spot. The dangling carrot was too enticing to give up. While still stiff as wood, they were now resembling humans at least. An hour passed and they arrived at the town, though it was desolate. There was not a person in sight nor any signs that they were there. The stillness from even the lack of animals was eerie. A ghost town. The Venerables sensed something and frowned. Zhuo Fan, this is no place to tarry. We better leave soon. Take it easy. We're only gonna rest our legs. Zhuo Fan looked around. Let's look for a tavern and leave these now mortals to rest their laurels. The others nodded. Steward Zhuo, you're finally showing some compassion. All they got from him was a wide smile as he led them to a tavern. The inside was just as desolate as the town, with dust settled on the chairs. There's no one here. We'll help ourselves then. Zhuo Fan smiled. The rest sighed. They were too stiff to even twitch. It took so long for them to get here, yet not a single servant was there to serve them. Oh, the humanity! Unfortunately, they just had to make do with doing these things themselves, or were they about to ask Steward Zhuo and the Venerables? The disciples dragged their weary bodies into the role of laborers once more. Doing it in the sect or outside was the same as being fated for this job. Everyone shared a forced smile. Zhuo Fan and the Venerables took a table, releasing their discerning field only to find it devoid of any movement still. This place is strange. By the looks of it, it feels like a demonic cultivator's handiwork. It must have been recent too, going by the furniture state. Half a month at most. Zhuo Fan knocked on the table. The Venerables nodded. Fiend Yang said, I can only hope he's no longer here. He doesn't stick his nose in our matters, and neither will we. Let him try and then he'll get it, humph. Zhuo Fan cut in. The others snickered. The demonic cultivator must be a rogue one that steals others' cultivation. Without resources, all he can do is resort to these despicable and revolting acts. Unlike them, who had a backer, stopping them from wiping out towns whenever they felt like it. It would only get worse as they'd be hunted down by righteous cultivators. Unlike rogues, demonic cultivators from a sect had discipline and self-restraint. They were less fearful from the moment they knew they were dealing with a rogue cultivator. How strong could he be when he lacked resources? All he could do was pick on mortals. He stood no chance against these sectarians. Though there were exceptions, like the really talented rogue cultivators, they were an extreme minority. Cheers! We have overcome the first training. With the cups filled and food served, Shuafan sported an extra-wide grin as he toasted. The others replied in kind, cheering and enjoying the respite. After the meal, Shuafan slapped the table. Time to go! Whoosh! Tried as they might to get up, they couldn't. They were back to where they started, stiff as a rock. What's going on? Fiend Yang asked. Shuafan grinned all-knowingly. Didn't I tell you? Once you take the zombie pill, you have to keep moving or you'll freeze in place. Now that you rested your legs, you're back where you started. You've got to be joking. The victims looked sullen and crushed. They just got walking figured out and now they were back to square one. The agony and the cruelty of it all waiting to be relished again had them all wish for a swift and easy death. Steward Zhua, you duped us. Kuei Lang howled. Shuafan's grin widened. When, pray tell? It's the venerables who wanted you to rest. I warned you, but did you listen? Hey, don't shift blame. You didn't try to stop it either. Yeah, you said we could stop, but we didn't think we'd bounce back to the starting line. How can... Kuei Lang complained. Shuafan scratched his nose like a damn rogue as he admitted it. Yep. I did it on purpose. What are you going to do about it? They all fell speechless. How damn rotten and vile can you be? If we could hold a sword, we'd have run you through by now and hanged your head. Every single one of them held Shuafan in absolute hatred. Then, a red blade flashed straight for Shuafan's throat. We were only thinking of doing it, right? Whoosh. The burning red sword was right at Shuafan's throat. The crippling bloodlust made everyone's skin crawl. Shuafan's heart tightened, raising his right hand to catch it as it screeched to a halt. He noticed the other end of the sword was held by a 20-year-old dainty girl with big eyes. She unleashed a sharper and deadlier blow than her fifth-layer radiant stage cultivation led one to believe. Not that it was of any damn use against Shuafan. Squinting, Shuafan's hand shook, and the girl was sent flying into a table. Shuafan held the sword proper, his icy eyes staring at the attacker. The three fiends of hell snickered from behind, drinking as if nothing happened. No radiant stage cultivator, even a sneaky one, would get the better of Shuafan. The trio was enjoying the unexpected attack like a good act, commenting on how the lass was weak, arrogant, and overconfident. Clang. Knocking on the red blade, Shuafan sized it up, his mouth grinning in an evil way. 6th grade spiritual weapon and made quite well too. A shame the owner fails to wield it. Why you? The lass glared with hatred. Shuafan had a smile for her instead. Missy, what on earth are you doing attacking me out of the blue? Especially weak as you are? Ha ha ha. The audience laughed at the comedy, even the stiff disciples, mocking the girl's stubborn streak. The lass spared no hatred for anyone other than Shuafan. That's my line. Who the hell are you? Why did you take our young master? Hand him over. Took your young master? Shuafan and the venerables shared a glance. We just got here 2 hours ago. We don't even know who you are, and you say we took someone. The lass wasn't buying. Liar. Do you see anyone else around? If not you, then who? Despicable demonic cultivators. You all are beyond saving for not even admitting your faults. That touched a nerve in the rest, and it was now their turn to glare at her. Kuei Lang's side would have been tearing her to pieces by now. Except for one tiny detail, they were frozen stiff. Shuafan shrugged, pointing at the lass. See that? That's a righteous cultivator for you, self-righteous and cocky. What would you guys do if a mere lass would spout such rubbish? Kill her, waste her, torture her, peel her flesh, force on. Yeah, but save it in your condition, all right? Seeing them so gung-ho, Shuafan cooled them off with a grin. Don't you worry about anything. I have my ways. Why not have her join your club? The kids' eyes glittered, their smiles widening. Steward Zhua is the best. Yeah. Let her get stiff like us then die as a rock. Kuei Lang snickered. Sharing one's suffering with another always makes one happier. Though in this case it was just plain mean since it dragged her into this torture. Shuafan turned to the girl, his smile widening. She shivered for no apparent reason and panicked. What are you doing? Me? Just giving you a taste of a demonic cultivator's handiwork. Hi hi hi. Shuafan loomed over the lass, his smile disturbing. The wee girl shivered in fear, losing her tough front the instant she noticed the twinkle in his eyes. Gulping, her eyes darted around for an out, and she bolted outside the tavern. Shuafan bamfed in her face and made her gasp. To make double sure, he also clamped down on her shoulder, the cracking sound earning a cry and a grimace. Evil smiles were a trend today, as everyone bore it, wallowing in others' misfortune. Shuafan held a pill with the other hand and grinned, inching it closer to the lass's dainty mouth. Girl, take it and you won't feel pain, since dumb people are too stiff in the head to feel it to begin with. Be nice and big bro here will take good care of you. Hi hi hi. What the hell was that? Did you do the same to the young master? The lass saw the pill with fear. Shuafan didn't bother explaining and just laughed. Ha ha ha. You'll know soon enough the meaning of hell on earth. The girl shuddered and cried. Help! Senior sister, help me! Go ahead, scream. No one's gonna save you now. Ha ha ha. The pack of wild beasts being under Shuafan's thumb for so long could only find joy in seeing others suffer the same treatment. 3 fiends of hell were beaming as well. They hadn't been this happy in weeks. It's just a pit stop anyway to liven the mood before we resume our journey. Stop! However, just as Shuafan was about to stuff the zombie pill into the girl's mouth, a cold shout rang out. In a flutter of white clothes and long fine hair dancing in the wind, the view of a perfect woman laid before them in the doorway. They all gasped, with the fiend's cups slipping from their hands. Such a perfect and amazing woman. How come I never knew she existed? Quit your yapping. I'll be with you, Shuafan sensed the 8th layer radiant stage cultivation behind him but didn't care. Though when he took a look, he stared speechless. Q-ching-ching. Crack. The thunder ring flickered, as did Chu-ching-ching's. Sister Ching-ching. The girl took advantage of the demon's lapse of judgment and slipped away to get to her side with a victimized look. Shuafan let her go as he came to while the girl went to cry in Chu-ching-ching's embrace. Sister, he is mean. They must have taken young master and sister. Danner, you're wrong here. While he is a meanie, he isn't one so despicable. I know his style all too well. Believe me, they didn't do it. Rubbing the girl's shoulder, Chu-ching-chang soothed her, then gave Shuafan a coy smile. I see Steward Zhua's style hasn't changed at all, still picking on girls. They know each other. They all were slack-jawed, moving back and forth between them. Danner was stunned. The perfect and elegant Sister Ching-ching knows such a nasty demon? Shuafan scratched his nose, not meeting her gaze. I'm not sorry for the girl when she was the one insisting on casting blame. I was only giving her a lesson. That's all. Everyone was bug-eyed. What the hell? Is the world coming to an end? Steward Zhua always moves with purpose and savagery yet is now coming clean. They always had to be careful when talking around Shuafan, lest he snapped. This was the first time seeing this side of him. They looked at him like a stranger. They also turned to Chu-ching-ching with the same shocked expression. Who could she be to make the great Steward Zhua turn meek? Are the rumors true? Behind every strong man is an even stronger woman. Chu-ching-chang stared at Shuafan's uneasy figure with a rare smile. Danner was speechless, having never seen her reveal such a beautiful smile. Shuafan, are you saying it's all her fault? Chu-ching-ching questioned. Shuafan flicked his head away. Of course, she came casting blame. Is that what a grown man does? Nitpicking with weak little girls? That's me. What about me? Well. The audience was lost for words. What the hell are they doing? The absurdity of it all made the situation fly right past them. But all in all, it looked like lovers flirting. Hey, Steward Zhua, what are you doing flirting with a woman? Didn't you say there's only the weak and the strong in this world? They sighed, resigned. With Chu-ching-chang, the only one questioning him, and Shuafan stuck up in his own stubborn ways. Spill it, old man. Where are you keeping our people? Shui Ruohua sat on a bench in an inn, with a woman in blue and 10 more people next to her. She was glaring at a tied-up, red-nosed old man. The grandpa had no care, his head swooning and wearing a silly smile. "Gee, give me wine." "Screw you." Shui Ruohua snapped. "It's been 5 days, damn drunkard. No matter how much you have drunk, you should be sober by now. Quit your faking, or I'll have to get serious." The threat went right over the old man, swaying all the same and saying wine again and again. Rolling her eyes, Shui Ruohua raised her hand. She was going to slap some sense into the drunkard, one to break bones. It was then that she heard something from outside. 1, 2. 1, 2. Shui Ruohua tensed and glanced at the woman in blue. "Go see what it is," Shui Ruohua said. The woman looked out the window to see a bunch of zombies taking one painful step after another their way. In the lead were 4 totally average people, while at the side were the ever-familiar Chu Qingcheng and Danner leading them and chatting. The woman in blue jerked as she witnessed junior sister Qingqing's bright smile. She reported, "Senior sister Ruohua. It's junior sister Qingcheng returning, though she brought a bunch of weirdos. They're all so stiff. She must have caught someone suspicious. Open the barrier and let them in." Shui Ruohua brightened. The drunkard shook his head. "More innocent people are dragged into this. Such a heavy sin. So you can listen now, stop faking. Once they come in, I'll deal with you." Shui Ruohua sent one last glare and had the rest watch him as he and the woman in blue went outside. The drunkard chuckled as his head swayed. "How unbearably naive. Any longer, and the kid would have played me to death. The inn's barrier opened, and the girls walked toward the stiff guys and said, "Junior sister Qingcheng, did you find the bastard's lair? You got so many captives and even went so hard on them. They're barely alive. Who are you calling a dead captive? They may be crippled a tiny bit, sure, but you are not to mock them. Talk about discrimination." Shuafan growled. Thanks to Shui Ruohua's words, the zombies were in lower spirits, if possible, looking at Shuafan with dejection and bitterness. "Steward Shua, you're one to talk. You did this to us." Shuafan shrugged, while Shui Ruohua froze. "Why you're—" "Oh, senior sister Ruohua. I forgot to make the introductions." Chu Qingqing flowed next to Shuafan and grabbed his hand, presenting with utmost joy. "He is Shuafan, an old friend from Tianyu. He now represents the demon scheming sect in Double Dragon Gathering. You met once. He heard of our troubles and came to help." Shuafan snatched his hand back with an odd face, blurting, yes. Right? We just stumbled into each other while resting here. We don't care about your business. You guys, keep moving and go in, or any slowpoke will be stiff for life." Shuafan went next to his victims and instructed. Kuei Lang mourned his plight. "Steward Shua, we'll never rest again in our lives. You'll go in either way. With how unnatural this place is, you'll be sitting ducks outside, especially in your weak states. Let's just go then." Wuxia sighed. Shuafan turned frosty. "That's for me to decide. I'm the boss here." Wuxia was outraged. "Fool, Steward Shua hardly cares about women. And now that he found one that took his fancy, he'll never leave. You can't even see this." Qi Changlong glared. Wuxia was stubborn. "The sect rule says you can dual cultivate but not sprout feelings. Did you forget? The rules are made for the strong. You have seen it and know it all too well." Qi Changlong snorted. Wuxia sighed and the others nodded. Feeling the malcontent in their voices, Shuafan was at an impasse on what to do. Not that he gave a hoot for demon scheming sex rules, but they did have one he agreed on. Feelings were a deadly poison to a demonic cultivator. Chu Qingcheng saw the sullen Shuafan and chuckled, whether from loss or disappointment. She kept her face straight though. "He doesn't like meeting new people." Chu Qingcheng went inside, ignoring Shuafan. Shui Ruohua was stumped by her bright yet painful smile. They all soon went inside, and the barrier was restored. The fiends rolled their eyes. They didn't give a damn about this, but since Shuafan did, they had to oblige. The mystical heaven sect must be relaxed to send the disciples without elders. Fiend Yang noticed the cultivations around and smirked. Shui Ruohua sighed. We had 3 elders with us, but the demonic cultivator captured them, leaving us alone. My, how the mighty mystical heaven sect has fallen. To even have its elders captured, ha ha ha. The fiends mocked. The zombies joined in. Mystical heaven sect's group was furious. Have you demons come to help or kick us when we're down? You were better off not coming at all. Shuafan said. Now, you might be captured next as well. Ugh. Fiend Yang groaned. Shuafan, what are you doing helping outsiders? Don't you know girls are like clothes while brothers are your hands and feet? Shuafan's face fell, while the people from Mystical Heaven sect looked startled. How tough is he? While we fawn over elders, he has venerables fawn over him. An unnatural and disturbing reversal. Ha ha ha. Demonic cultivators are always funny. Running your mouth, then contradicting yourselves. Since girls are clothes, you might as well sell your brothers out to get some. Why all the hesitation? The fiends were annoyed. The dumb speaker was none other than a drunkard wearing a taunting smile. Old fool, say that again. Fiend Yang pointed at him. The old man belched and mocked. Am I wrong? Sure. Girls are like clothes and brothers your hands. But look around you. There are plenty of guys without hands. Yet have you ever seen someone skipping around buck naked? PFF. Shui Ruohua's side giggled. It was the first time since they captured the old man that he defended their dignity. Fiend Yang's forehead sported an extra thick vein. Shuafan interfered though. And he is? Seeing the town suspicious, we investigated and only found him around. So we captured him for interrogation. But he never talked. Having helped her once, Shui Ruohua found it natural to explain. Fiend Yang grinned and glared at the old guy, having found the excuse to get back at him. Leave him to me. I'll loosen his mouth. Soon he'll be begging to talk. Hi. The others chilled at his tone. Shuafan blocked him and stared, before speaking with respect towards the old man. Senior, we have been most rude. Please forgive our transgression. The rest were dumbfounded. Does he know him? The old man jerked. What's the kid playing at? You know him? Chu Qingcheng turned her soft eyes to Shuafan. Shuafan shook his head. Never seen him in my life. Why then do you show such respect? It's not like you. Chu Qingcheng asked. Demon scheming sex gang was most intrigued. If Steward Zhua never cursed an old man openly, it was already showing respect. Shuafan shrugged, looking around before fixing his gaze on Mystical Heaven sect's side. You said everyone in this town was captured, and only he remained, right? Yes, when we arrived, it was bustling, but over a few days it became like this. After much searching, we only found him, Shui Ruohua said. Shuafan sighed and pointed. Tell me, what is his cultivation? None whatsoever. Isn't he just an average old man? Everyone shook their heads. Shuafan grinned. Is it that he has no cultivation that you're mocking? Or maybe he's so high up the realms you can't even sense it. What? All he got was gasps of disbelief. There were even ethereal stage experts here, yet they still couldn't tell. Just how strong was this old coot? You can tell then? Shui Ruohua asked. Nope. Shuafan shook his head. And that's what makes it frightening. Everyone rolled their eyes and eased up with Shui Ruohua glaring. Then stopped spouting bullshit. You got us scared for a second there. We messed with an expert. Ha ha ha, messing or not. It depends on your fortune and the old man's mood. Shuafan sported a vague grin. You said it yourself. Everyone in the town was gone except for this elderly man. That means 2 things. Either this elder escaped, and the culprits disdained going after him, or the elder is so powerful the culprits had no way of dealing with him. Yet you jumped right to accusing him without so much as a clue how it happened. This offense, I fear. Mystical Heaven sect's side hearts tightened. But he's so plain. How is he supposed to be a world expert? Does that mean we're dead? From the pearly white smile the old guy was giving, Shui Ruohua's side was panicking. Then Shuafan gave another bow. His tone so annoying he got Mystical Heaven sect's side fuming. Elder, see that? We've only met by chance here. We don't know them. Sir needs to be clear about the guilty parties here. If you have any gripes, take it out on them without any restraint. We'll just stay on the sideline, cheering you on. If you find us an eyesore, then we would gladly leave. Shui Ruohua's side had dark faces. Did you come to help or dig us a bigger hole? Demon Scheming Sec's side laughed it up. Shuafan, get lost already, and stop spinning wild tales and making it worse for us. Damn vile demon spawns, they're all evil. None will help us for real. Shui Ruohua spat and Danner followed. Demon Scheming Sec's gang showed a nasty smile, like second nature to them. Shuafan huffed. Think I want to butt in? He peeked at Chu Qingqing only to see her looking at him with lovely eyes. He swished his head away at once, his heart a mess. Ha ha ha. The OL drunkard laughed, nodding. Nice one, boy, you got me. Unlike these softies, let me give you a warning as a reward. Go now while you're not involved. They have set the trap and are about to reap the joys of the hunt soon enough. You have no chance against his sharp mind. Leave while you can. The rest were startled. Shuafan was right. As if to cement his theory, the drunkard flexed, and the ropes binding him fell to pieces just like that. Even Shuafan shuddered. Just the fact the rope was dealt with without the single sign of Yuan Qi leaking showed he had reached a godly level in raw power. Such precise control pointed at high cultivation and heart. The old man was far worse than he thought, and Shuafan was stern. Stretching about, the old man chuckled. Where's the wine? How can this be an inn without a drink? Venerable Fiend Yang, take out the wine you took from the tavern and offer it to Senior, Shuafan said. Fiend Yang complied, his brow soaked. He realized, at last, the old man was a monster, so much that his skills looked like parlor tricks by comparison. Then came the crushing regret. What's wrong with me? Why had I been taunting the old guy? He just has to be petty, and my poor life would be gone. Shui Ruohua's side was struck by abject fear. They were the ones who messed with the monster most. The old guy chuckled. It's far too late for regrets though. Do you know how all who messed with me ended up? Ha ha ha. He scared the kids, though Shuafan didn't buy it. Sir shouldn't scare the kids. They did it out of ignorance. If Sir were to nitpick, they'd be goners ages ago. I can see Sir doesn't stoop to their level, seeing their naive nature. I must say, I admire Sir's jovial nature in playing with people's feelings. Ha ha ha, nice one, kid. You turned it around so it'll make me look bad if I do strike them. The old man's eyes glittered. Since you gave me some wine, I'll give this one for free. Leave now, you won't stand a chance if you stay. The old man then walked out of the inn and everyone jumped out of his way. Creak. The brilliant sun shone through the open door and the old man sighed. So late. There's no escape now. Kid, you're on your own. This had nothing to do with you, alas. This is fate. The old man went through the barrier like nothing. The rest gasped. They captured a monster who could cross barriers without a sign, meaning his cultivation must have reached the pinnacle. See that? If not for our steward Zhua reminding you of your offense, you'd be dead. Thank him already. Kuei Lang shouted at the girls from Mystical Heaven sect. They all stood dumbfounded, then thanked Shuafan with their eyes. Fiend Yang held Shuafan's shoulder, reproaching, I told you not to get involved. You were this close to getting instantly killed by a worldly expert. I almost peed my pants from fear. Got that, muddled kid? Shoo! Shuafan gestured and pointed outside. Fog is coming. The others saw the sun covered in thick fog and the world darkening. Fiend Yang asked, What's odd about evening mist? True. But have you ever seen a fog that blocks divine sense? They all released their discerning field to find nothing in its range. The fog was eerie, stopping everyone's discerning field dead in its tracks. Shuafan's mood was heavy. The old man was right. We're stuck here now. What do we do now? Shui Ruohua turned to Shuafan, as did the others. All that happened cemented their trust in Shuafan, even Mystical Heaven Sect's group. Shuafan answered, Know thyself and your enemy, and you shall be ever victorious. So before we try tackling the problem, we must know what we're dealing with. I sensed something wasn't right about this place but didn't have the details. We clear this up, and then we can act. Zhuofan went back inside with the rest. While the barrier grew smaller from the thick fog sizzling, "It's like this." In the glum inn, they all sat around a table with a single candle. Kuei Lang's gang was not included, warming up at the side to keep the blood flowing and the stiffness at bay. They added the musical element to the situation, by the cracking of bones and snapping of muscles. An eerie vibe all in all. Shui Ruohua felt a shiver on her back, doing her utmost not to watch those creepy things crackling. We set off for Double Dragon Gathering a fortnight ago. As we passed through here, we stopped at a tavern, where we met a red-haired youth with sinister eyes, a demonic cultivator no doubt. It's definitely the work of demonic cultivators. Zhuofan and the fiends shared a glance. The youth was pushy with our sisters, so young master shouted at him, which made him angry. Unable to do anything since we had 3 elders with us, he left. What we took as fear turned out to be a plan for the next morning. Everyone in town was gone without a trace. The elders urged us to leave, but young master was gone as well? Zhuofan asked. Shui Ruohua grieved. Yes, young master is weak from illness, and now that he's gone, we're worried sick. We looked everywhere but found nothing, while the elders vanished one after the other as well. Every time we went searching we got fewer and fewer. All we could do was set up a barrier and search only during the day. Playing cat and mouse. Zhuofan called out what the fiends were thinking. Shui Ruohua asked, "What's that?" It's a game. A cat plays with the mouse once it catches it rather than eating it right away, relishing in its victim's every expression of agony. Zhuofan grinned. Why would the culprits pick you out a couple a day when they had no trouble taking every townsfolk and your elders? Taking you all prisoners would be far too easy. But instead, they let you experience dread like no other, living in fear day after day. That's playing cat and mouse. Mystical Heavensek's heart sank and nodded. Zhuofan sighed. I used to play this game when I got bored, but now it lost its thrill. Ha ha ha, heroes do the same. We used to mess around as well, but ever since becoming venerables, we didn't have the time and lost interest. Fiend Yang laughed. To be frank, back in the day I'd find myself an eyesore and mess around with him for kicks. The 4 nodded and laughed. Shui Ruohua's side was sullen. Sickos. Humph, no demonic cultivator is any good. You're all vile for toying with someone's life. Danner reproached. While the 4 stayed silent, Kuei Lang felt the need to answer, crying next to the lass. Damn right, you are all so evil, doing this to us. I can't take it anymore. Oh, there's someone wise among demonic cultivators? Danner looked shocked and amazed, but then felt the need to strangle him by what she heard. Can you stop with the peeling, flaying, and whatnot? How fun is that anyway? Is it fun wasting time over nothing? I just knew you're all lost causes. Danner wailed. Zhuofan's side laughed. He sure liked poking fun at the lass. Girly, even demonic cultivators have gentlemen and thugs. Kuei Lang here is in the latter category. Unlike us men of culture and refinement, savoring the person's prolonged agony, relishing their every cry, ha ha ha. Zhuofan's group laughed along with each other, making Danner feel worse as she hugged Chu Qingcheng for comfort. Sister, how can humans be like this? Ha ha ha. Didn't I tell you they were bad? Learn to accept it. Chu Qingcheng snapped a glare Zhuofan's way. Zhuofan quibbled with an arched eyebrow. Why are you looking at me? I'm only helping some panicky sister's young master on account of the happy times back then. Though I reckon he's dead by now. So you admit it now? Chu Qingcheng beamed at him with a warm gaze. Skipping over the life of a poor man on the line here, she went straight to the 2's comings and goings. Zhuofan spoke with pride. Of course. First things first, the kid loves playing around, with a calm mind and sharp intuition. Or he'd have snuffed you all out the minute you butted into his play instead of taking one a night. He took your crippled young master to trap you here and let him have his fun at your expense. You are not to talk bad about young master. He is only ill. You said it yourself, he's in poor health. So what's it to me? Zhuofan's voice cut Danner's sharp reprimand on the spot, letting her choke on her words. Danner turned a pleading look to Chu Qingcheng, but she giggled. Steward Zhua is so wise and experienced in the ways of the world. As a senior, I can tell with ease what his damn game is. Just how many times have we done it in our days? Fiend Yang replied to Zhua Fan in pride. So true, and the kid sure feels like an expert in his games. Having no setbacks so far, his heart must be brimming with pride and confidence. We've gone through too many hellish matters to keep our inner child naive and playful. That's why I've been saying we no longer play these games. We're better off cultivating our strength. Zhua Fan nodded sagely. The kid is green at heart, making his pride leave holes in his grand plan. Shui Ruohua watched in absent shock how these devilish people unraveled everything. She had to admit, against some toying demonic cultivators, these old veterans right here were the best men for the job. Unlike them, losing their heads the instant young master was gone and playing further in the enemy's hand. Fiends aside, why was it the young Zhua Fan who gave her the feeling he was more shrewd and sharp than these oldies? It gave Zhua Fan an air of mystery, deadly for young maidens such as herself. Zhua Fan was like a throne buried under the sea, she just had to uncover. That settles it. Zhua Fan eyed everyone. The guy must have pushed you close to insanity these 2 weeks. He cleared the town to set the mood and give him an edge in achieving his goal. It was just then we walked in, and an ignorant lass saw my stiffies and jumped to conclusions in fear that I was the culprit. So she ran at me like a crazy broad with pointy metal. You're the crazy one. Danner bit back. Zhua Fan smiled. No one crazy would have seen the 3 ethereal stage experts around me. Yet you just came on stab bin. Are your eyes for decoration, fool? Sister Qingcheng, he's mocking me. Danner whined and Chu Qingcheng smiled, patting her shoulder. She then eyed Zhua Fan. I'm curious though, what's up with them? Just like you, disobedient. And now their punishment is my joy. Zhua Fan showed his pearly whites. Mystical heaven sects gang shuddered, looking at the stiff group. All demonic cultivators are vile and cruel. This was worse than them being toyed with. Chu Qingcheng gave him a long look and smiled. I know your style, so save it. You've been in the Luo clan for so many years, and not once have you used your evil tendencies on them. Zhua Fan, she has you down pat. Now that she mentions it, you never were mean to your people in the sect either. I can see why you are with her. Ha ha ha. So you must be close. Fiend Yang looked from Chu Qingcheng to Zhua Fan with a knowing smile. Zhua Fan's face fell, glared at Fiend Yang, and then said, Desperate times call for desperate measures. Staying any longer will lead to our doom. It's better we leave at once. What about young master and the elders? We can't just leave them. Shui Ruohua cried. Fiend Yang mocked her for the idiot she was. Stay here and let the guy play you like a fiddle. While leaving will make him sour and force his hand. We'll draw him out, turning the tables. If you can't see, even this logic, mystical heaven sect is hopeless. Shui Ruohua lowered her flushed face. Fight fire with fire, in this case, demonic cultivators against demonic cultivators. They have more experience and should listen to them. Shui Ruohua cupped her hands. I leave it all to you. Then let's. Success. Sizzling cut off Zhua Fan's words as the fog slipped in through the cracks everywhere he looked. Like a demon's claw, ready to maim. Everyone flustered and jumped back, looking apprehensive. What about the barrier? How did the fog slip in? Shui Ruohua turned to Zhua Fan. She found this man the only one reliable here, despite being a stranger. Zhua Fan explained. Didn't the rest get taken at night? Yes, Shui Ruohua replied. Zhua Fan sighed. The guy wants to take initiative, taking us all before leaving. What? Why then? Is it in the evening? It's not the right time. Zhua Fan mulled. Have any of your disciples been captured lately? Shui Ruohua frowned and shook her head. No, not since we set up the barrier. Ha ha ha, the guy is brilliant. You saw it yourself, your barrier is useless. He had his own reasons for staying his hands so far. Zhua Fan's eyes sharpened. Did any disciples vanish while you had the elder tied up? Shui Ruohua pondered. You're right. There were none. Does that mean it's the old man's doing and not the youth's? What utter nonsense. The elder could have snapped your necks at any time. Shuofan sighed. The guy must have been afraid of the elder, but that variable is now gone and he's free to act. Shui Ruohua and the rest were speechless. Never for the life of them would have concluded the same guy they had tied up was their lucky charm, and now the charm just flew out the door. If only we knew, we'd have treated the mister with respect. How can we be so blind? Shui Ruohua's gang was wallowing in self-pity. Shuofan picked up on it at a glance. He turned to the encroaching fog with a frown. What's done is done. Stop feeling sorry for yourselves and get upstairs. We need to put some distance from the fog. Shuofan pulled Chu Qingqing's exquisitely soft hand and was first to go. Chu Qingqing gave him a look and let him take her fine hand with a brilliant smile. He's always cold to me, but at least he has me in his heart. Steward Zhua. What about us? The rest followed after him. Almost all, since Kuei Lang's gang was stiff as a board, they had a pretty tough time moving with any grace. He watched the incoming fog like a beast's maw, ready to tear into him. Kuei gang and Yuer pleaded, Master, can you release our poison until this is over? The fiends nodded. The situation was grave and they had no time to dally with training. Shuofan thought, scoffed, ha ha ha, release you? My word is golden, and nothing in the world will ever change that. So you better put that energy into running and not waste words. Eh? The victims were in tears. There was no way they could escape in their stiff predisposition. All felt like death was better off. At least they wouldn't suffer as much. As the fog crept over, they gnashed their teeth and pushed on faster. When the going gets tough, the tough get going. Spurred on by the imminent threat looming behind them, they gained speed, though hardly much, but faster than your average human. Shuofan raised an eyebrow. Well done. I think I didn't give them the proper incentive to work hard till now. Shuofan, this is no time for training. Who knows what the fog is hiding? I don't want to end up with only you at Double Dragon Gathering. At the incoming fog on the stiffies, the fiends were further on edge. Shuofan waved their worry away. All the more reason to let them test the waters. Success. Even mystical heaven sex gang gasped at his cruelty. Is he human or devil? He's throwing his fellow comrades to the wolves. Won't they die? Such a savage demonic cultivator is a rarity. Fiend Yang eyed him. Why, you're crazy. What about Double Dragon Gathering? What if it fails? Lighten up. Didn't we guess the guy's intentions? He's only playing. I believe he'll only capture them. Though I'm all a-quiver on how he'll take them away. No matter how strong, wiping a town clean of its residents is harder than it looks. It's easier to kill them all. Shuofan's eyes glinted. This is the only way for us to leave through the fog. All switched to looks of adorations. His mind is so sharp, his heart steeled, able to keep calm in the most serious danger like this. Demon scheming sect has brought up a true talent. So that's why the venerables defer to him. Fiend Yang wiped his brow. You're right. They'll be fine for a while. This tactic is so much better. I just forgot myself there. Ack. Save me. On cue, the wails of the first victim echoed through the inn. Kuei gang, the slowest slowpoke, got caught, letting out one single cry before vanishing. Shuofan's eyes took in everything with deadly calm. Ganger! Kuei Lang wailed at his son's misfortune, even charging right into the fog after him. His cry snuffed out the instant he touched the fog. The fog pressed on after the rest, swallowing the fearful prey as they shouted. The scene drove an even more desperate fear in the survivors, trembling as the fog went up the stairs. Only Shuofan watched with a twitchy ear. Peculiar. The taken don't look like dead nor captives, so why can't we sense them? Success. The eerie fog swallowed the stiffies and their cries in a jiffy, now creeping in higher. The others were panicky, looking at Shuofan for a solution. Fiend Yang was sweating. I just can't tell what this thing is. Even ethereal stage experts will have a hard time passing through it. The people's hearts thumped in their chests. Where does that leave us, dead? Calm down and watch. Zhuofan pulled Chu Qingqing higher. She followed him with a carefree smile, her eyes only seeing her man. The fiends were annoyed. Zhuofan, you threw 10 disciples to the fog, yet you want more? We'll all soon end up dead. Take it easy, we didn't hear anything when the fog took them because they're caught. I'll save you as soon as I figure out this process. Zhuofan waved his hand. The fiends were stumped. Us? What's that supposed to mean? Since I can't tell what's happening right now, I'll need more live subjects until I do. You decide who gets to go. I'll soon save you anyway. Zhuofan raised an eyebrow. The fiends' faces twitched, cursing. Why the hell don't you try it yourself? I could die, rushing into the unknown. Zhuofan taunted. You take me for a fool? You should die first, humph. PFF. Chu Qingqing giggled at the side. You don't want to go, so you're making others do it. Just like old times, you haven't changed one bit. The fiends were dumbstruck. And you're saying we are the fools? Of course not, just that among everyone here, I am the one with sharper eyes and can refine pills and raise barriers. What can you do? Only alive can I save you. While with me gone you'll soon follow. That leaves the crucial mission of testing the fog to you. While I wait behind in safety. Zhuofan showed his trademark evil smile with an exasperating raise of the eyebrow. The trio nodded in the end. The damn kid is a pain. But why must he be so bloody, right? Leaving this place alive would only be possible through him and his expansive wisdom. The trio resigned themselves. But they'd be damned if they'd be the first to take this retarded option of dying. Their eyes swiveled to mystical heaven sect. With the fog creeping in and cutting our space, who'll go first? They all gulped, shaking their heads like their lives depended on it. It made one wonder which was worse, the fog or the three venerables' threat. Humph, you started this. Our disciples just fell victims and now you're freaking grasping at straws? Get out there and test the fog. Fiend Yang shouted. Either you do it or I make you. Fiend Yang's aura exploded, flexing his fourth layer ethereal stage cultivation on these hapless profound heaven disciples. Is this demon taking his anger on us? They shook there in their corner, inching back as the fog grew closer while watching the venerables in fear. They were stuck as to the right course of action. Please don't force them, seniors. I will go. Shui Ruohua stepped out with dignity, glancing at Zhuofan with a plea. We got into this mess and I thank you for coming to our rescue. I only hope my sacrifice will be of help to you and my fellow disciples in leaving here alive. Zhuofan nodded and gave a cold wave of his hand to get to it already. Quit dawdling and die already. I'll be sure to watch every second of it. Shui Ruohua lamented and sighed. He's so cold. A sinking feeling took hold of her heart. Chu Qingqing muttered. Senior sister, should I go instead? Whatever for? Zhuofan frowned his grip harder on her hand. Sensing his care, Chu Qingqing's heart grew fuzzy. I've been under senior sister's care ever since I came to mystical heaven sect. Now it's my turn to help. Junior sister, it is my duty as the leader of mystical heaven sect's group. I have to do this. Shui Ruohua spoke with conviction and pride. Zhuofan's eyes darted from her to Chu Qingqing and pointed at Fiend Yang. Neither, you will go. Screw you, you infatuated sap. Why should I go? Fiend Yang exploded. Zhuofan shrugged. You're the ethereal stage expert here. I feel like wanting to see the fog's effect on one. Will it be the same as the rest or you'll put up a fight? Is it toxic fumes or an array? Letting those weaklings go won't get me any answers. Fiend Yang's heart beat out of his chest. His face miserable, yet no way to retort. Turning to Fiend Gui and Fiend Yin, they found the walls much more interesting than him. MHM, the kid makes sense. You go. Fiend Yang, your sacrifice is much needed to show us brothers the way. The two sold him out and Fiend Yang was fuming. You rotten piece of, you side with him and leave me to die? This is what I get for having you brothers for centuries. Venerable Fiend Yang, you won't be dying. Don't you trust me? Zhuofan beamed. Fiend Yang sighed. Rather be safe than sorry, though it hardly makes a difference. If you can't get anything out of my going, you'll be following soon enough anyway. Besides, I survived Double Dragon Gathering, so I can survive anything. Fiend Yang walked on with conviction. The rest admired him. These demonic cultivators are foul beyond reason, yet quite heroic when the need arises. Not like mystical heaven sex disciples, all shying from danger, more scared than a woman. It was the least respect they could give these foul miscreants. Whoosh! Fiend Yang struck the fog with a palm attack. The mighty blow boomed into the fog yet had no effect whatsoever. Fiend Yang's heart tensed, giving the fog enough time to grab him. Just a touch was all it needed, and Fiend Yang cried, "Shua Fan! This is..." Whoosh! His voice was cut off, and his body was engulfed in front of the shocked audience. Fiend Yang! The other two fiends shouted. A powerful expert like Fiend Yang fell just like nothing. What the hell is this thing? Shua Fan's brows were tight in thought. This fog is not deadly by far, or it wouldn't leave its victim to even make a peep. By the looks of it, Fiend Yang found something. Maybe this thing prevents any sounds from escaping, holding them in place for the mastermind to tie them up. It's certain that no one inside is dead, just frozen and unable to speak. What matters is how to go in and save them. Fiend Yin continued. The others rejoiced to learn the fog didn't take lives, though vexed as to how to deal with it. It all came down to how to cross it without falling prey. Shua Fan's gaze drifted. Just what is this odd thing? The creepy fog drifted closer, making those that were too close turn slack and then swallow their saliva without so much as a peep. Every time it inched closer, it buried a deeper dread in the hearts of these people, making them scurry and shuffle further away even when they had no place to go. The only exception was Shua Fan, staring with a frown and ever hopeful for the tiniest hint that would help unravel this mystery. The fog's devouring continued unabated. Its struggling and erratic prey would halt all movements. Even their eyes glazed the instant they got close before sinking into the great white beyond. Shua Fan caught every minute expression and muttered, "It's so obvious now. The kid almost played me. Did you find a way?" From Shua Fan's cocky outburst, Chu Qingcheng smiled. The rest looked with hope, Fiendine asking, "You know what this is?" "Sure. This thing's looks got us all fooled. This is no fog, nor is there any poison inside. Better yet, it doesn't exist," Shua Fan explained. Shua Fan snickered. "Recall our analysis of the guy? Ha ha, he is truly just playing around. He set up the fog to scare and confuse us before it swallowed us all up. When in fact, it's nothing but an expanding barrier, that of a bewildering array. Once inside it, you'll be taken by illusions and won't be able to escape regardless of being swallowed by it. So that's why Fiend Yang's attack had no effect, because it was empty to begin with. He must have come to the same conclusion when he shouted. But the illusion took hold just as he started. Fiend Gue figured it out as well. The same happened to all those who were taken. Their eyes dulled and didn't even cry as they were overcome by the illusions. But it sure is an impressive array for not even an ethereal stage expert to escape it. Despite being harmless, the fear still remained in the hearts of all remaining, since the array could deal with ethereal stage experts. They turned to Shua Fan with a pleading and tearful look. "What did we ever do to deserve this fate?" Shua Fan squinted at the fog still, muttering, "Not to worry. The guy ain't so tough. This array is definitely above 7th grade and quite intricate, but even that's not enough to take hold of an ethereal stage expert so fast." "I bet." "What?" Shui Ruhua asked. Shua Fan had a nasty grin. He used a special way to raise its effect. "The most logical explanation is using sacred stones." "What?" everyone cried. "But that's quite..." Shua Fan raised an eyebrow. "Of the entire Western lands, only the middle and superior 3 sects can have them. The middle 3 sects would get too little to waste like this. No elder in their right mind would throw them away on something as wasteful as an array. It only goes to shew it's a demonic sect from the superior 3 sects, the number 1 demonic sect in Western lands, Hellion Flame sect." "Ha ha ha. Quite the head you have on your shoulder." despite the low cultivation. You guessed it. A cackle echoed from the fog, startling the average disciple. Shuafan grinned. I was wondering what trick you used to take all townsfolk without a sound when it's just a mere illusion to make them leave by themselves. Humph, punk, you're not bad, the first to have seen through my little game. Though what good will that do against a 7th grade array set up with sacred stones? Nothing, that's what. Ha ha ha. While he mocked, the rest turned to Shuafan, having given them a trickle of hope. Yet now he only had a cold smile. They took Shuafan for being scared and their hearts sank. Only Chu Qingqing had endless faith and a cute smile for her man. Aren't you scared? Shuafan smiled at her. Chu Qingqing shook her head, her eyes only for him. I'll never be scared with you around. Shuafan's heart twitched and his mouth widened into a smile as his hand touched her back and let a red glow enter her. No matter what happens, I'll never leave you. The two fiends were speechless. Dude, we're your teammates here. Shouldn't you tell us how to deal with the danger? Fiend Yang and company are awaiting rescue. Yet here you are flirting with women? The sect rules are right. Any demonic cultivator taken by love will lose themselves in it. Shui Ruohua and the others had an odd taste in their mouth. Any sect forbids men and women from getting too close. While not as strict as demonic cultivators, righteous cultivators deny it on account of messing with their cultivation. These women were in the prime of their womanhood. Sure, they indulged in some hanky-panky now and then, but they still cultivated the rest of the time. But seeing these two in a world of their own, making stirred something in their lonely hearts, a longing and desire they never knew existed. Danner went beet red. Sister Qingqing is like a fairy, with all in the sect adoring her. Yet why did she fall for a demon? She had no answer. That senior sister of hers was punished for the same reason. Danner began to worry about Chu Qingqing's shaky future. Go die, you rotten couple. Let her go, you prick, I got dibs first. Do it now or die. The hatred-fueled howl came from beyond the fog. While scared out of their minds still, the others had to admit that these two lovebirds showing off in public needed to be talked down. Dude, we're on different sides, but we got your back. Shuafan smiled, irking him on purpose, raising their connected hands. I'm just that charming. What are you gonna do about it? Hi. Getting you separated is nothing to me. Overconfident punk. The cackle was followed by the billowing fog rushing for them. It took the rest in its wake like all the countless victims before. I will have you suffer in the 7th grade soul-rotting moon array for 49 days. When I get my fill of her, I'll drop by to tell you how she fared. Hi. All wanted to run away. But where? It took little time for the fog to take them, leaving but the cute couple. The two stepped back for as long as they could, but alas, the fog was on them. Chu Qingqing's mind hazed over and Shuafan shouted, Qingqing. His cries died out as well with his eyes glazing over. The cackle came once again. Fool. No matter how sharp your mind is, you're too weak. It's a waste of time toying with a puny second-layer radiant stage cultivator. Hi. Pa. Shuafan's hand on Chu Qingqing got thrown off, and then a burst of distant laughter echoed. Too bad the guy didn't notice Shua's eyes sporting an extra bright azure flame. Roar. The prismatic dragon roamed within his mind, surrounded by the fog yet never approaching. The prismatic shield protected it from anything. The dragon's eyes snapped open and howled as a torrent of azure flame exploded from within it into an inferno, burning away any trace of the fog. Shuafan opened his eyes, the azure flame flicking on his forehead, clearing his mind. Ha. The guy played for so long he got cocky. He has no clue of the meaning of who laughs last. Shuafan snickered. With the azure flame, no method will ever harm my soul. Now then, time to follow him to his lair. Shuafan then gave his white surroundings a once-over and sighed. Almost forgot. I'm still stuck in his array. If you can set one, can't I as well? I have sacred stones too. If there's one thing I don't lack, it's sacred stones. Hi. With a cackle, Shuafan waved his hands, and the lights released formed an intricate array, then formed a hand sign and shouted, Array on array! Boom! With a large quake, Xuefan at the center, a dazzling light flashed, expanding in all directions. The inexplicable fog had met its match, scattering on the spot. The empty town was now clear and regained its quiet nature. Except for being empty. Ah, no! In a deep cave, a shriek bounced off the solid bedrock. Shui Ruohua and the newly captured prey opened their eyes to witness a most blushing scene. They saw a blushing man with red hair and a creepy smile, the same youth they met 2 weeks back, as well as a most familiar woman, howling under that vile spawn of a human being. Junior sister! Shui Ruohua cried. You bastard! Let her go! She felt powerless to come to her rescue, finding her cultivation sapped. The redhead snickered. Hi, lassie, are you that excited? Don't worry, your number will come up soon. Rotten piece of filth. Shui Ruohua's eyes were red at the agony her dear junior sister was subjected to. Chu Qingcheng and Danner woke up as well to see the same revolting image. While of the demon scheming sex gang, only the women snorted something, as the rest were quite eager learners of this ritual the beasts used every now and then. Fiend Yang was drooling. Hey, pilgrim, we don't know them. Just bumped into each other. Do what you want with the girls, but let us go. I saw you trying to help them. Don't think your act will fool anyone. The redhead mocked. Fiend Yang sighed. Our leader is an old friend of that woman, so he wanted to help. We're different. Who cares? You're in my cave, so that makes you my prey at my whim. The redhead cackled as he put more effort into his actions, making the miss under him cry one last time before slumping. She dried up under the naked eye, becoming a husk in seconds. Sucking in. Fiend Yang eased up. Since the guy trains in such an art, we guys should be safe, ha ha ha. Whoosh. The redhead, however, stood up and flicked for a youth to fall into his hand. He then absorbed the red lights emanating from the kid, his essence. The youth ended up dried up like the lass. Now it's Yang. Fiend Yang's face twitched, looking at the redhead with pitiful eyes. Dude, are you a man or woman? Can't you just pick one? Let some of us have a shot at life at least. Hi. I'm taking both Yin and Yang. Don't you worry. I'll be tending to pluck an ethereal stage expert's Yang soon. It must be a treat for sure. Ha ha ha. Fiend Yang's face sank and looked at his fellow comrades sporting the same bitter face. Here I am, a mighty ethereal stage expert, finding my end at the hands of a kid, by having my Yang taken no less. Oh, the shame. Curse you, Xuefan. You said you'd save us. Where the hell are you? Every victim here echoed his thoughts. As they gave their lives, also Xuefan would come up with a solution. Ignoring the old guys, the redhead pulled his pants with a happy grin and turned to the ladies present. Yuer in particular. Hi. Girly. How ripe you are. Want to chat with yours truly. The redhead went to break both her arms and legs. Except for a creak. Nothing gave and the guy looked baffled. Hey, are you sure you're a woman? How are you so hard? Come on, break already. The redhead snarled. What the hell is your body made of? Yuer mocked. Sorry, but master gave us all zombie pills that harden our bodies. So stop wasting your breath. There's actually such a bastard master out there? I get punishing one's disciples. But to do it all so I can't enjoy you. The redhead was outraged. Who here is your damn master? Come out and cure her. Stop yelling, he's not here. Kuei Lang sighed. Dude, let us move around a bit or we'll soon be too stiff to even talk. We'll just turn to stone and die. Glossing over the plea, the redhead frowned and exclaimed, It's that punk. Just how is he your master when you have higher cultivation? That's how he has us under control. Kuei Gang lamented, coming up with an excuse. The redhead nodded, slapping his chest. Not to worry. The punk is stuck in my array. In a couple of days, I'll get the cure from his corpse, and then the fun will start. Hi. His lusty grin fell on Yuer and Bai Lian before leaving. The two glared in reply, then eased a breath. The zombie pill truly is a blessing in disguise. Contrary to popular belief, not all demonic cultivator women were like Hu Meier, not caring about her reputation and dignity. The redhead went to mystical heaven-sex side, patting Shui Ruo's soft cheeks, then Danner and the other women. How smooth, how soft. Now that's what I call a woman, not a rock. Now break. Stop, you fiend. Don't touch them. It was I that insulted you. Take it out on me if you must. Someone shouted. The girls turned around in glee. Young master. However, the sight of him left them stunned. Xianxiao's hair was a mess, his eyes red, his face pale, and it bore a crazed look. His mind drifted off somewhat, his gaze nasty. Bastard, what did you do to young master? Shui Ruohua cursed. The redhead snickered. Nothing. Just let him enjoy the show. Lucky bastard. Yet look what that did to him. His poor heart couldn't take it. How is it my fault? There's no way our refined young master would. Shui Ruohua's face was red from anger. The redhead shook his head. Refined? Hee, you righteous pompous cultivators just love slapping each other with fancy words all for appearance's sake. I only said he looks refined normally while when crazy he's anything but human, quite the demon like me in fact. Did you know this same nice young master of yours had a taste of your junior sister's Zine? What? Shui Ruohua and the girls watched Xianxiao with questioning gazes. All he could do was hang his head in shame. He went demonic, just as filthy as this demon. Shut up, demonic vermin. Young master will never fall for your schemes. He'd never make such a mistake, an elder shouted. Shui Ruohua and the others cried. Elder Yun, you're all right? There were 3 elders at Xianxiao's side, 2 in the 4th layer of the ethereal stage, and the other in the 5th. They all looked calm with their eyes closed. Elder Yun was the leader, reprimanding despite not looking. The redhead walked over with a smile. Old coot. I had tried so many times to tempt you old guys, yet only he fell each time. With all of us having a demon inside, sooner or later it will come out. Since mystical heaven sex young master is now a demonic cultivator, would that make mystical heaven sect a future demonic sect? Ha ha ha. Preposterous. Young master is still too young and naive. While he may make mistakes, there is no way he will walk the same path to hell as you demons. He will not shame mystical heaven sect. Elder Yun cussed. The redhead shrugged. It's all the same since mystical heaven sect's tiniest stain will make it a laughing stock to the other sections, a righteous cultivator learning how to pluck een. His sex sisters, in fact. Tell me if that ain't funny. Ha ha ha. The elders' beards shook in rage while Xianxiao just hung his head. Shui Ruohua looked at this young kid in pity and sighed. I've wasted enough time on some old buzzards. I'd rather enjoy my spring around lovely ladies. Ha ha ha. Flicking his sleeve, the redhead sported his same old lustful smile. Now, who's the next pretty? Ha ha ha. The women were fuming mad, their hearts in their throats. The target of this sicko would lose her life and her innocence. The redhead's eyes slobbered all over Chu Qingqing's refined casing. It's the first time I, Yenemo, saw such a pure woman. I can't help myself and can't wait to enjoy it. Chu Qingqing had only a cold glare for him. A special woman, indeed, to not feel fear. Yenemo said. She shook her head. How can I when I know he'll save me? Who, that nobody? Just a second-layer radiant stage cultivator trapped in a dream? Give it up, ha ha ha. Yenemo laughed. Chu Qingqing had the same smile on her lips. You don't know him like I do. He never goes back on his word. Watching her pure smile from the heart mesmerized all present. Not even women could escape her charm. Xianxiao's heart stirred. Who is she talking about? Yenemo licked her lips. Angel face, you're really amazing. I just can't wait to have you. No, I won't turn you into a husk like those other nobodies. I will have you forever at my side. How dare you sully junior sister Qingqing with your mouth? Pa! Yenemo smacked Xianxiao in his place and into the wall. He crashed to the floor, bleeding from the mouth. Young master, the women cried. Yanemo sneered. Kid, I let you in on the fun, and now you grow an attitude to look at my woman? You can have anyone here except her. You just don't cut it. Xianxia glared back. Yanemo ignored him and turned to Xianxia with the same sickening smile. Darling, I won't force you, though I bet you'll be begging me soon for it. Hi hi hi. Yanmo's finger had a tongue of flame hovering on the tip, with cyan and scarlet intertwining within. The women shuddered as their bodies warmed up and their eyes softened. Elder Yun shut his eyes. Meditate on your inner peace. Don't let the flame control you. That's the rarest demonic flame, yin-yang union flame. It can control yin and yang, harmonize Tao and instill desire in one's heart. He used this flame on young master to make him become demonic. The others shuddered and closed their eyes, though the pained expressions and the heavy sweat told a different story. Yanemo cackled at Xianxia. Darling, see that? They're so far yet can't help themselves. Yet you are right in front of the flame, your heart must be overwhelmed. Soon you will turn from a virtuous woman into a nympho. That's our cue for a night of good time in perfect bliss. Ha ha ha. A shame that's not gonna happen. Xianxia mocked him, sitting just as calm as before. Yanemo took back the flame and cried, Why, you have the empty spirit body. Xianxia gave him a cold smile. The empty spirit body is said to be rarer than once 100,000 years. Can take all energies and null them. It is the best cauldron on earth. It can help others in practicing the most difficult dual cultivation arts by adjusting the yin and yang. A godlike dual Tao companion. Yanmo's heart shook, then cackled. I struck gold. I was only looking for a bit of fun and found the motherlode. I'll dual cultivate with you my entire life. You will help me improve my control of yin-yang union flame to new heights, and I can then fight Wuxia. Yanemo threw himself at her. Xianxia cried, Damn vile swine. Didn't you say you won't force me? Times changed. I wanted your heart before, but now I only want your body. Yanmo's mouth split into a nasty grin. Mystical heaven sex people were powerless to help, only watching in anger. Xianxia was worried as well. What the hell is taking that bastard Xuefan so long? Whoosh! A sharp red glow shot for the deranged Yanemo, pouncing on Xianxia's exquisite forms like a guillotine, throwing him into the wall. Yanmo's chest hurt, looking at Xianxia in shock. Such a strong soul. It hurt my own, but I clearly sealed all your power. How did you muster so much strength still? Sorry, that was me. You got to give credit to who it's due. An easy voice came from behind Yanemo. Yanemo jumped around to face Xuefan 100 meters away. He bore a smile of naked contempt and endless hatred. Xuefan. Steward Xue. Brother Xue. Took you long enough. All of them were overjoyed. Shui Ruohua and mystical heaven sex disciples were happy as well. A ray of hope shone down on them. Our Lord Savior is here. Only the elder and Xianxia looked on in doubt. Who's he supposed to be? Why do they take him as their savior? Then they saw Xianxia's eyes filled with love. Xianxia gnashed his teeth. So it's him. A flick of his finger called back the red glow from Xianxia, and Blood Infant was back in his home. Ha ha ha. Letting Blood Infant in Xianxia and using her as bait paid off. Oh! Did our lovey-dovey scene get on your nerves? Xuefan mocked Yanemo. Yanemo squinted. You did it just to spite me and force me into separating you, so you could use your demonic creature in her to find me out and save them. As everyone I bring has their cultivation sealed. Ha ha ha, we got a winner. We knew ages ago you liked to mess around, so we laid a trap for you in the form of a play. I figured you don't like killing much, but instead toying with others, especially with lovers, and then killing them. Great minds think alike, I see. No wonder you're a demonic cultivator. Yanemo smiled. How did you know I'll take the bait? Xuefan rolled his eyes. Are you stupid or blind? A glance at Xianxia and all will be made clear. That lovely and beautiful complexion. Who can resist it? Every man on this God's green earth would blow a gasket seeing us. It goes double to a playful imp like you. Xianxia blushed and rolled her eyes. Yet her heart was all warm and fuzzy. Yenemo gnashed his teeth. Ha ha ha, nicely done. You're among the rare few that got me. I admit it. Though one more thing I don't understand. How did you escape the array? Setting a 7th grade array's nothing to it and using sacred stones on it is the same. Zhuofan showed a stone practically oozing spiritual energy. Fiddling with it and throwing it around. I can even set 10th grade arrays. As for sacred stones, let's just say you're not the only moneybag. What's so hard on using an array on array? Pop. It was the sound of eyeballs falling on the ground. The audience watched the sacred stone in Zhuofan's hand with stupefaction, especially the demon scheming sex group. They all knew Zhuofan was loaded, but this was ridiculous even for him. Now here he was flaunting the stuff on their way to Double Dragon gathering to fight for it. Talk about cruel irony. Yenemo showed a creepy grin. Ha ha ha, marvelous. There's actually a demonic cultivator from the lower 3 sects with a good head on his shoulders. Foiled at every turn, my game in shambles, and even expert in arrays. You'd be a rarity even in the superior 3 sects. Then again, Yenemo mocked. You can have all the brains in the world, the sharpest wit, the cleverest ploys, yet none will help you without the strength to back them all up. The best you could do with your puny cultivation is running away, yet you came for me? Your demonic creature might be somewhat special, even against an ethereal stage expert, but it's nothing to me. You came here to die, moron. Mystical Heaven Sex Gang's heart was in their throat in worry for Zhuofan. He held their last and only hope of getting out of here alive. Now no one would get the word out of their sufferings. The 3 elders sized the new guy up with a sigh. A 2nd layer radiant stage cultivator won't stand a chance. He came to get killed. Funny how the only ones chilling were demon scheming sex side, even sporting a cold smile. None actually got to see the full extent of Steward Zhuo's mighty power coming to bear. Even killing Grand Elder's lackeys, he still held back. Oh, there was one other person who had blind trust in the man, Xianxia, despite not knowing anything about him in the past few years. Ha ha ha. Oh, right. You never saw my real strength, so you thought you could take me, reckless fool. Yenemo cackled. Feast your eyes on real power. Yenmo's energy exploded like a flood. The ghastly aura sent shivers into the rest, even the venerables. A 5th layer ethereal stage expert. The fiends and elders paled. The first were overwhelmed. Someone so young could be so strong. The latter were depressed, finding he was no average cultivator at all to be coming from a superior 3 sect. Elder Yun of the same cultivation would bet anything he wouldn't stand 10 blows. On Yenmo's back, 2 flames appeared, red and blue, turning into pythons that bit each other's tails as they spun around and released a strange vibe. Zhuofan's eyes flashed azure. Oh, a demonic flame. Yin-Yang Union Flame. So that's your crutch to all the arrogance. You can withstand its effect? Phased, Yenemo frowned in worry. Instinct told him this 2nd layer radiant stage cultivator's unnatural calmness hid something far worse. It also baffled him how he could feel like that from an ant. Like how a lion met a viper. Despite how clear the difference was, the first was on guard since the latter's venom could spell doom. The perplexity he found himself in left Yenmo's heart quivering. I refuse to believe a radiant stage cultivator can threaten me. It's preposterous. Yenemo took a deep breath to steel himself and roared. Punk! It's too late for regrets now that you've seen such might, ha ha ha. Showing all your cards before a fight is the dumbest thing in the world. Man, you're naive. As a senior demonic cultivator, it is only decent of me to teach the younglings and steer them on the right demonic path. Zhuofan mocked. Yenemo was fuming mad. You dare patronize me when you're the junior? Yenemo shot a savage fire attack like a meteor shower, straight for him. Elder Yun sighed. This attack contains his soul. No radiant stage cultivator can withstand it. The kid is doomed. The women panicked. Even as Fiend Yang's side laid back to enjoy the show. Bam! The fire scattered to nothing, revealing Zhuofan's light brushing and evil smile. How could this be? Yenemo was on the verge of a meltdown. Elder Yun gasped in disbelief while the women froze in abject shock. Since when could a radiant stage cultivator take an ethereal stage expert's blow and live? Who the hell is this guy? Even Danner was slack-jawed at the sheer absurdity of it all. Ha ha ha, underestimating an enemy before battle is the worst fault a demonic cultivator can have. Did I mention you're naive? Making sure to point out with a wide grin, Zhuofan mocked Yenmo. Yenmo's brow shook, his teeth clenched. That was just a casual strike. Whoosh. Zhuofan flashed in Yenmo's face as his right eye flashed golden once. How, when? Yenmo's heart was beating out of his chest, having not caught the slightest sign of how Zhuofan did it. Zhuofan made sure to stop any thoughts of elucidating as his punch came down hard and fast. Right for the noggin. Bam! Yenmo put his hand up in reflex and felt a pain like no other searing deep into his bone, even as it still came for his forehead. Left with little choice, he put his other arm up. Much good did that do, still incapable of stopping this unrelenting force. This guy's body is a freak of nature. With no time to make use of his soul power, his body flashed with spiritual armor. Zhuofan's mere flick of the Qilin arm sent Yenmo bouncing through the air and smack into the cave wall. The cave now sported an extra breathing hole as the wall crumbled, 100 meters deep, through which the bright rays of the sun graced this eerie hellhole. Not that the others had a mind to even register the implication, to out of it to even twitch. A singular strike sent an ethereal stage expert careening through the air. Who the hell is this freak? Not even the superior 3 sects have someone like this. The elders were stumped. This is the disciple the demon scheming sect is taking to Double Dragon Gathering. This is too friggin' much. How are we supposed to beat that? Underestimating your enemy, yet still making up excuses for yourself. If that's not naive, I don't know what is. Flicking his right, Zhuofan smiled. Fiend Yang. Just like we guessed. This guy's spoiled rotten, having always gotten his way. Just your average rotten, albeit talented, apple. As the true devil here, you should let the imp know what setback means. Hi hi hi. Fiend Yang snickered. Hi hi hi. The demon scheming sect's disciples laughed along. The bang cut their joy short though, as the rubble turned to ashes and revealed Yenmo covered in a flaming armor glaring at Zhuofan. He lost his mocking air, replaced by hatred. Zhuofan smiled. He's finally showing what he has. This should be fun. Whoosh. Yenmo jumped right at Zhuofan without preamble, packing a fiery fist just for his face. The immense power behind it and the burning sensation left Zhuofan understanding just how deadly Yin-Yang Union Flame was. So he blocked with his Qilin arm. While the fire punch was halted, Zhuofan staggered 10 feet. Yenmo's fiery fist took on another layer of flames, this time blue. The two flames combined and the power multiplied. Caught off guard, it was now Zhuofan's time to barrel through the air and splatter against the back cave wall, creating another 100-meter deep hole. The added rays brought more light into this now somewhat lit cavern. Yenmo watched the burning rubble with a cold eye. What was it you said, naive? The eyes of everyone twitched. Yenmo was like a stranger, calculative and fierce, without any openings. This is Hellion Flame's first genius, Yenmo. Elder Yun sighed in disappointment. He barely used a third of his power when he was playing around, but now he will hold nothing back in displaying his 5th layer ethereal stage cultivation. There's no way that guy can take him on, no matter how much of a freak he is. We're done for. The women cried, mirroring Elder Yun's despair. Their hopes of keeping themselves intact were crushed with the fall of the rubble. Danner watched the expanding fire. Of the two demons, Zhuofan is a bit better. I hope he wins. The rest all hoped the same, despite the sheer discrepancy. They sighed at Yenmo's unnatural change, their faith in Zhuofan hitting rock bottom. Only the demon scheming sex side kept a straight face. They were living testament to Zhuofan's power and savagery. Rumble. Zhuofan crawled out of the burning rubble, shaking his numb hand with a smile. Yin-Yang Union Flame, fusing Yin and Yang resulting in explosive power. My Qilin arm almost couldn't take it. Young and childish, but he has some mentality. He flipped the switch to having a fight to the death and lost his tantrums on the spot. He is from a superior 3 sect for a reason. Guess I'd get serious myself. I won't live down being defeated by the same thing I preached. The shame would kill me, and he is far stronger than those trash elders too. Shuofan squinted and an eerie aura surrounded him. Yen Mo's heart tensed, ready for anything. Despite the gap in cultivation, the feeling he got from him was nothing like any other fight he had. It was dangerous. I now consider you my equal, just like Wu Qingqiu. Yen Mo spoke. Whoosh. Shuofan flashed in front of him and used his Qilin arm to claw his chest. Wraith style. Second move. Ghostly dragon claw. Roar. The draconic roar split ears and the flames on the armor were flickering before the strike even came. Yen Mo was startled. Not even an 8th grade demonic treasure can take his raw strength? Just what treasures does he have? He chose to trust his intuition still, no matter what doubts he had. Putting all his trust in the armor on the off chance that the kid would break it would mean certain death. Yen Mo jumped back while throwing red and blue flames. They combined with a bang and clashed with the claw. Boom! Shuofan got swallowed by the towering flames. Yen Mo grinned, though unable to laugh as the claw ran the fire through and came right at him. He reacted on the spot by taking out 2 halberds. Clang! The screeching sound jarred his ears as he was barely holding his own from the eerie burning claw. Next thing he knew, he saw the towering flames dissipate, revealing a grinning Shuofan. Yen Mo's only logical reaction, freak! He then jumped 100 meters back. To put some distance between them, high profound ranked martial art, twin dragon devour. Red and blue flashed from the halberd as they combined into 2 yin-yang union flame-made flood dragons charging for Shuofan. The same ranked martial art would show different effects depending on cultivation, and with Yen Mo's ethereal stage level the attack was backed by his soul power. However, there was no reason for Shuofan with his heaven dragon soul to be scared. Devouring dragon? As if. Shuofan scoffed, his body releasing black energy and turning into a dragon. Wraith Style's first move. Soaring demonic dragon. Roar. Shuofan's body clashed with the 2 flood dragons, resulting in a spectacular explosion. Shuofan pressed the advantage. Going at Yen Mo shook, finding it hard to believe Shuofan was so tough no attack could harm him. He had no time to even make a sign as Shuofan pushed him back, using only his halberds to block the resounding blows. The cave flashed black and red all over as the 2 sources shifted throughout the cavern. Yen Mo relied on his yin-yang union flame while Shuofan used raw power as the 2 wrestled for supremacy using arts or even plain blows. As the spectacle was ongoing, the spectators' minds were blown. How is the kid on the same foot as Yen Mo? Actually, he's on the advantage, coming to bear on Yen Mo. Elder Yun shook, his eyes wide as dinner plates for seeing something incomprehensible despite having lived so long while the women's hopes were rekindled. As for the demon-scheming sex gang, they treat it as natural, even mocking the rest's ignorance. Quit your oohing. This is nothing. Say what? Elder Yun turned to them. Fiend Yang cackled in pride. Disciple leader Shuofan is always modest and withdrawn. This is nothing. You ought to be praising Yen Mo for lasting so long. Guess he isn't just another gutter rat. Elder Yun was perplexed and snorted. Don't get carried away. The kid may be somewhat great, but he's just in the radiant stage. I don't know how he can block the soul attacks, but he can't keep this up. Ha ha ha. The women were even more perplexed. Elder Yun, Shuofan is fighting for us. If he loses, we die. Shui Ruohua pointed out like a good disciple. Ugh. Elder Yun flushed. He always looked down on the demon-scheming sect, bickering at every chance he got. A shame his mouth got the better of him this time when both sides were in dire straits, and picking faults with the demon-scheming sect now was the same as picking faults with himself when he ought to cheer the kid on. Crack. Meanwhile, the jarring noises stopped and the rest cried at the scene. Bam! With chips flying every which way, Yan Mo watched his hands holding a halberd and a stick. Across from him was Zhuo Fan's red, glowing right and a ridiculing smile. For God's sake! What is that bloody body made of to shatter a high-rated demonic treasure? Zhuo Fan's belligerent display of unbridled power had left everyone in awe. Even ethereal stage body cultivators could pull off what he did. My 9th-grade demonic treasure, my twin halberds. Yan Mo's morning got cut short as he heard whistling. Zhuo Fan's savage claw was relentless, scaring him into throwing the other halberd at it. After a clank, Yan Mo put much-needed distance between them, for his safety and his nerves. So that's why my armor shook before. It was warning me that this freak's freaky arm is ridiculous. What kind of body can even smash 9th-grade demonic treasures? Letting the claw land on my body will run me through armor and all. Zhuo Fan was coming again. His only way of flipping the tables was by using such a move that overcame the body. A soul attack. Not like Zhuo Fan would let him go through the motions of unleashing an art of such magnitude with how close he stuck. That leaves only one choice. Yan Mo chuckled. Sigh, as the best talent in Hellion Flame, I'm now reduced to using cheap tricks. It's all his fault for being so much of a weirdo. Yan Mo turned his back and flew down, his halberd aiming straight for Chu Qingcheng. All were by themselves with worry. Qingcheng. Chu Qingcheng couldn't move for her life. She, however, had no fear, judging by that smile directed at the pursuing Zhuo Fan hot on his tail. Divine Eye of the Void's first stage. Shift. His right eye flashed golden and bam-fed right in front of her. Clang. Zhuo Fan flicked the halberd away and watched the ever-smug Yan Mo with a cold eye. Hi. I just knew it. You care about her. I bet the show you put on in the inn was more real than fake. Yan Mo snickered. Zhuo Fan said, as if, this is between me and you, not a fight for another to interfere. And I came here to save them. Where's all my respect go if I just let you harm them? Is that so? Yan Mo gave a taunting smile and gave his weapon a flick sideways. The wind blade struck home and a mystical heaven sex disciple wailed as he burned to ashes. Yan Mo mocked. You call this helping? Zhuo Fan's face was cold as ice. Hi. The more you explain, the deeper you bury yourself. Do you think I can't tell you care about this one? When I threw myself at her, you could have bid your time and used the demonic creature to kill me in one strike. So why then did you choose to miss it? And don't tell me a mastermind like you would make such an elementary mistake. Have some self-respect. Yan Mo grinned. Zhuo Fan found silence to be golden. Chu Qingcheng's eyes looked upon him with the sweetest gaze she could muster and a bright smile. Whoosh! The halberd swung, targeting Chu Qingcheng behind Zhuo Fan, who squinted as he acted. It only worked to prove Yan Mo's theory. Ha. She's your weakness for sure. Now you're done for, as you've committed the greatest sin for a demonic cultivator. Love. While I like her, there's no way I'd let her drag me down. Whoosh! All his attacks targeted Chu Qingcheng and Zhuo Fan blocked some, while others struck him. Chu Qingcheng saw the dozens of wounds on him with pain, though she knew from his firm eyes that any urge to leave her would go unanswered. Nothing could change Zhuo Fan's mind. Yan Mo snickered in childish glee, using her to strike at him. It was now Zhuo Fan's turn to be pressed. The women were touched to the core. What a man! Even a demon, he still remains to protect her with his life. How many righteous Tao companions are there who would do the same? Even the feisty Danner looked at him with different eyes. The fiends were panicking and cursing. Screw the broad and get your head back in the game by killing that prick. Free us! Damn it! Zhuo Fan knew this was bad and his right flashed red. A relentless force came at Yan Mo, who sidestepped. Zhuo Fan used this chance to grab Chu Qingcheng's waist and fly away to a safer place. Yan Mo wasn't going to sit by and let it happen. He came at him again, while Zhuo Fan deflected the best he could. Yan Mo hid feints and strikes among his moves so that a third would go for Zhuo Fan and the rest for Chu Qingcheng. Yet he blocked every one of them. The rest watched in worry and shock. Zhuo Fan was holding his own in a fight while having someone in his arms. He wasn't backing down one bit. Mystical heaven sex elders admired him. Even more so as Chu Qingqing never had a scratch on her. Yan Mo was pissed though. He was using a woman to put Zhuo Fan into a corner. But the guy just wouldn't fall. Zhuo Fan could fight him despite all the chains around his neck. It went as far as making him look bad. That's the same as saying I'm useless. Sure, all demonic cultivators were devious and despicable. While the shame of losing was one thing, losing even as you tricked your opponent was even worse. The fact he was some big-shot talent only amplified the shame. Blast it all to hell. I was saving it for Wu Qingqiu, not this bastard. You're really getting on my nerves here. Yan Mo fell back and Zhuo Fan did the same, placing Chu Qingqiang behind a barrier. Just as two flames came at him, Zhuo Fan dodged one and met the other with his ghostly dragon claw. As the light show died down, Yan Mo was found floating above, with the blue and red snakes biting their tails and spinning behind him, feeding on each other. The cave itself turned blue and red, growing hotter and hotter. Soul domain? The fiends and the elders jerked. They figured Yan Mo was using Yin Yang Union Flame and thus had a fire soul, or the snake circle behind was his soul. When in fact it was the worst move to take on a soul domain. Just like Impermanence 5's vicissitude domain. In this domain, one was God. Anyone caught within its range was at the whims of the user. Zhuo Fan's frown deepened at last. Even with the Heaven Dragon Soul, he was fighting it out with an expert in the 5th layer ethereal stage. He had never tackled a domain to know if he'd come out on top. And to make it worse, Zhuo Fan glanced at Chu Qingqing. He wanted her safe, which became moot the instant the domain was activated. His worry for her mounting. Ha ha ha. Didn't see this one coming. Did you? My soul is the strongest soul domain. An ethereal stage expert's true power comes to bear only when his soul is revealed. And that is the soul domain. Yan Mo cackled with unrestrained pride. Everyone's lives are at my whims. You'll never keep her safe and fight me alone ever. You have no chance of winning. This is the difference between our stages. This is a gulf you can never surpass no matter how freaky you are. Zhuo Fan squinted, looking deep into Chu Qingqing's eyes as she did the same. All the captives here gave in to despair. Fiend Yang even shouted, "Can you leave with your soul?" Zhuo Fan's calm made Fiend Yang even more crestfallen. For even the cocky Zhuo Fan to be lost for words, it only showed how doomed we are. The others sighed in their sorrowful fate. It only fueled Yan Mo's ecstatic joy. The punk has no way of getting out. Yan Mo snickered, finding it his turn to mess with his opponent. Making a sign, Yan Mo taunted Zhuo Fan with a look, yet Zhuo Fan only had eyes for Chu Qingqing. Hi hi hi, that woman will be the death of you. You could have been attacked and stopped from making signs. But now, Yan Mo snickered. Time to taste a pseudo-earth-ranked martial art? Yin Yang Inferno. Zhuo Fan held Chu Qingqing close as the ground exploded from under them, with blue and red interwoven flames, swallowing Zhuo Fan in its torrent as rumbling explosions sounded off. Steward Zhuo. Sister Qingqing. Everyone cried out, powerless to do anything. The two colored fires were like a forge, chipping at their target. All were wallowing in despair their fate might be the same. Yan Mo was having a blast. Ha ha ha. Idiot. Think I'd meet you head-on? This is my world and I can strike you from anywhere. Feel honored to be the first to die in this move I saved for the best talent in Western lands. Wu Qingqiu. Guess thanks are in order for such fine treatment, no? Yan Mo watched incredulously. The other's eyes lit up. To that steward Zhuo's voice. The inferno dispersed and Zhuo Fan holding Chu Qingqing stood there like nothing happened. With a grin on his face and 4 golden halos in his right eye. 100 meters around him the space rippled and hummed, annihilating anything and everything, even fire. Divine Eye of the Void's 4th stage, Space Crusher. Yan Mo twitched in disbelief. Impossible! There's no such thing. While you have a soul domain, I have my own absolute domain as well of 100 meters. Nothing can touch me here. Ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan mocked. Yan Mo gnashed his teeth in rage at the unexpected plot twist. He never heard of such a domain. The captive audience swung back from the pits of despair into the warm arms of jubilation. They were saved. Ah! Zhuofan jerked and found Chu Qingcheng furrowing her brows in pain. Zhuofan saw her ankle bruised. The flames came out of nowhere and Chu Qingcheng had to suffer for his late reaction. Zhuofan's bloodlust surged. No parlor tricks will save you from my domain. How will you fight me with a dead weight on your back? I'll kill you even if I have to exhaust you for dash. Crash. While Yan Mo was either showing himself off or giving Zhuofan credit was anyone's guess. Zhuofan princess carried Chu Qingcheng. Yan Mo blanked. Isn't it harder to fight me without his hands? While Chu Qingcheng flushed. Zhuofan snickered, his eyes taking a crazed look seething with undying flames of wrath. You're wrong about something. While there's heaven and earth between us from the gap in stages, who's the heaven and who's the earth is far from clear. I can take your life anytime I want. The only reason you're still kicking is because you have all the advantages. As Zhuofan walked with Chu Qingcheng in his arms, the space crusher moved with him. The flames parted ways, making way for the king on his mission. I didn't attack you in the inn so that I can find the captives. While in your array, moving was also complicated. And finally, there are too many people around to act as I want. Up till now, I was doing Hellion Flame a favor by sparing you, wishing to avoid a feud. And with so many around us, it was easy to implicate others. But now you've crossed the line. So you've been holding out on me? Yan Mo mocked. The way he saw it, Zhuofan was bluffing all the way. Who the hell is he kidding? Barely defending while protecting a woman. He never believed it. Zhuofan shook his head. It's not holding back, but making it into a death match. I had no intent to kill you until now. What's the difference? Yan Mo mocked. Zhuofan's nasty grin resurfaced. I can waste you without lifting a finger. The prismatic dragon in his mind opened its eyes and roared. Zhuofan's power surged, releasing an undeniable draconic power upon the world. Everyone there gasped, with the ethereal stage experts sensing their very souls trembling. While Yan Mo's soul domain shuddered and threatened to collapse. This can't be. It was the unanimous reaction. Never had there been a situation for any of them in which their souls would bore such pressure. This radiant stage kid formed his soul. How did he do it to be so frightening? Zhuofan, with a stone-cold face, shot for Yan Mo while holding Chu Qingcheng still. Yan Mo was outraged. You dare mock me? With a sign, the snakes behind him spun faster, blending the yin and yang fires that sent at Zhuofan like a tidal wave. Pseudo-earth-ranked martial art, bipolar conflagration. Zhuofan squinted as he charged on, his hands making a sign despite holding Chu Qingcheng. Wraith Style's third move, Heaven Dragon Soul, Necro Dragon Screech. Zhuofan's surroundings exploded in a prismatic light, accompanied by a roar. The sound slammed into the firestorm, scattering it, before coming down on Yan Mo. Yan Mo couldn't believe his soul was so strong that even his martial arts collapsed. He rushed out of the way, just as the sound wave brushed him. It slammed into the wall and threw it towards the sky. This was also the moment the soul domain fell. Yan Mo shook like a leaf. He really wants to kill me. He wouldn't have gone this far if he knew. Zhuofan was before him now. Despite that great skill he used just now, it didn't stop his assault one iota. Zhuofan was a beast intent on tearing him apart. Yan Mo's eyes tightened on Zhuofan's ever-nearing form. While his hands were busy holding a beauty, the threat wasn't any less as Zhuofan's furious retaliation was still fresh in his mind. A freak among freaks, even with his hands tied. He's right. We really are worlds apart. This grand talent in Hellion Flame, for the first time ever, admitted he was beneath someone. Something he could never do before the best genius in Western lands, Wu Qingxiu. But against this storm of rage before him, he felt like a bug. There was only one thought that took over his mind. Escape. The farther the better. Yan Mo turned his eyes on Chu Qingcheng. His only weakness. His eyes flashed and pulled a dirk, throwing it at Chu Qingcheng while he made a run for it. Figuring Zhuofan had to use his limbs to save her, buying him enough time. Zhuofan's anger soared, his right eye shining golden. Divine Eye of the Void second stage, Void Annihilation. Whoosh! Clang. Something shot from him to the dagger and went on for Yen Mo. The danger woke Yen Mo up from his delusion, shifting to the sight by instinct. The attack brushed his skin, taking it away and making him grimace. Zhuofan didn't let him enjoy the pain, still hugging Chu Qingcheng and still coming at him. A prismatic draconic tail up and sprouted from his back, sweeping at Yen Mo. What the hell is his soul form? Why so big? Yen Mo felt like swearing. Zhuofan was so enraged he wouldn't give Yen Mo a moment to catch his breath. He wouldn't have picked on the broads if he knew there was such a crazed beast among them. Yen Mo felt like crying, with no choice but to use the two snakes to block the incoming tail. The yin and yang flames united and formed a shield. Bam! The huge draconic tail slammed into the flaming snakes, erasing them from this world. Next came the howls. These two snakes didn't even last a second and the tail smashed into its intended target. Yen Mo. The splitting headache resulted from his injured soul, spitting blood. Zhuofan was only getting started. Flicking around, the tail scraped the cave wall before it came for Yen Mo buried in the wall. He howled in pain as the tail left him in tatters. With another swish of the tail, the cave top blew away 10 miles, mountain and all, before coming down crumbling. The hot sun above spilled its glorious warmth on the frozen faces of every captive. He can blow up mountains if angry enough. They all witnessed how a deep mountain cave turned into a valley with the slightest gesture. But the savagery on Zhuofan's face, hovering there above them, left them gulping. He's worse than Yen Mo. How is he from a lower 3 sect when he's as strong as Double Dragon Manor? All saw Zhuofan as nothing more than a godly beast sent from the heavens above, demon scheming sect included. Is this his true power? This is no longer abnormal, but godlike. Zhuofan had no mind to care about extras. Still as cold, as furious, and as determined. He put the tail away and landed gently before letting Chu Qingcheng down. Then the azure flame circled her head 3 times and Chu Qingcheng found she could move. She gave him the sweetest smile, finding him the same man no matter how atrocious he was. The kid seal was complicated and needed time to deal with it. No wonder he's from a superior 3 sect. At Chu Qingcheng's soft gaze, his chilly face deflated, though awkward. Chu Qingcheng nodded, smiling. True. Then she changed topics. The others are sealed as well. We should help them. She rushed forward only to wince at the next step, forgetting about her injured ankle. Zhuofan helped her down, holding her soft calf in his hand as a sizzling azure glow healed her wound. Zhuofan used the Heaven Dragon Soul again. Since it was made of 10 Earth Dragon Souls, the power of the returning dragon's roar was within it. You should look after yourself before thinking of rescuing others. Zhuofan looked down as his hand held the dainty foot and the azure glow healed it. Chu Qingcheng was very happy inside, nodding. I know. I won't make you worry again. That's not it. I was just... You don't have to say anything, I understand. We each have our paths that sometimes bump into each other. Chu Qingcheng smiled. Zhuofan kept healing her with utmost care. Yet for some odd reason he took his time doing it. The shocked masses around the lovely couple were now speechless about how the duo sank into their own little world. Rolling his eyes, Fiend Yang snapped. It's just a flesh wound. A pill will do. While we got our cultivation sealed and can't even more. You should be helping us first. Yeah, master. If we can't move soon, we might never get the chance again. Kuei Gang laughed. The rest laughed with him, even mystical heaven sex girls. Even those with a bad disposition for demonic cultivators found Zhuofan in high regard. All because of his devotion to Chu Qingcheng in keeping her safe from any harm. He was the living wet dream of every girl. Zhuofan shrugged, awkward, and Chu Qingcheng giggled. Only Xian Xiaoyu gnashed his teeth at the lovey-dovey couple. I'm fine. With her delicate foot safely down, Shuafan smiled and went to unseal Fiend Yang and Co. Stretching about, they had odd smiles for Shuafan. Next came Mystical Heaven Sec's turn, who was just as grateful. Shui Ruohua's opinion of him soared, while the elders looked at him like he sprouted a new head. The thanks never came. Not when they dreaded the Double Dragon gathering, where they'd be meeting this same monster on stage. They even thought of getting rid of him once and for all, though they didn't act on it, recalling his savage fight with Yenmo. Who are we kidding? They couldn't beat Yenmo yet wanted to take on a monster far worse than their kidnapper? Elder Yun jumped. What of Yenmo? I reckon he should be in the rubble 10 miles out. The attack of mine must have sent him there with the mountain and everything. Shuafan blurted. He acts like it was nothing. Elder Yun ordered. Someone get Yenmo back here. If he gets away, he'll give us revenge we can't handle. Yes. Shui Ruohua gave a deep bow and took some disciples to the Ruble. 6 hours later they came in a panic. Elder, there's no sign of him. What? Elder Yun's countenance changed for the worse. You only care about girls, and now look. We are here stuck with our sealed cultivation while you play the hero, not caring what happens to us. How are we supposed to trust you? The fiends glared at Shuafan, while the rest opted for silence. Shuafan rolled his shoulders. Why are you complaining when I just saved you? Fiend Yang snickered. You think that settles it? You brought this mess upon us. Now we are filled with fear. These youths will be so scared they can't even sleep. Shouldn't you do something about it? Please, as elders coming to Double Dragon Gathering, you're no scared children. You're just trying to extort me. You think I'm gonna fall for it? Shuafan mocked. The trio jerked yet saw Shuafan wasn't pushing it and signaled Fiend Yang to continue. Kid. A leader does not cheat his fellow disciples, does not draw trouble. Bah! When did I draw trouble? What do you think Yenmo was? Fiend Yang shouted. This was Mystical Heaven Sec's problem, not ours. Yet, for some broad. What makes you so sure it was unrelated? Shuafan cut him off with a heavy expression. Hellion Flame is joining the Double Dragon Gathering, no? Don't you know about knowing your enemy and yourself? Using this matter to find more about our enemies couldn't be better. But they're a superior 3 sect. All the more reason. Shuafan spoke from his moral high ground. Don't tell me you knew everything about their disciples when you fought with them, about their cultivation methods, skills, and whatnot. If so, why the hell did I have to fish for info? You should feel ashamed for neglecting your disciples instead of preaching reason with me. The trio was speechless. The hell? How is it our fault? Scratching their beards, the trio's mind was mush by Shuafan's twisted logic. Fiend Yang yelled, Hold on. They're the superior 3 sects and have nothing to do with us. Why should we scout them out? We should be focusing on the middle 3 sects instead, to target the weakest and take its place. Humph! How narrow-minded. You're content with just being a middle 3 sect. Shuafan snorted. The trio was stunned. Why you mean? When I do something, I do it all the way. Shuafan was filled with pride and arrogance. I will challenge the superior 3 sections. Those in the middle are too easy. Success. All gasped at Shuafan's declaration. Being in the middle 3 sects had been Demon Scheming Sect's life dream, not even considering the superior 3 sects. These Double Dragon Gathering veterans felt small before Shuafan's great ambition. Truly, the young surpass the old. Shuafan, you have a wider view and greater goals than we ever could. Fiend Gue patted his shoulder. How confident are you? Shuafan shook his head. Their disciples are abnormal. Taking Yenmo as an example, I had to use 2/3 of my strength to test him out. If the Double Dragon Gathering has someone much stronger, I may have no chance. But no worries. I'll give my all either way. The trio's faces twitched. Yenmo was like the representative of Hellion Flame with how insane his talent was. Among the very best of Western lands. They knew the guy even if only by name. And the only one who could best him was the Western land's best talent, Xianxia. Yet, even so, this dude of ours still had a third to spare. While not even the 3 of them could deal with one disciple. But this guy might pull off his ambition. He was the best that ever happened to the demon scheming sect. The trio chuckled. Let's leave it at that then. As long as it's for the sect, we'll follow you along, ha ha ha. The trio clapped in glee as they walked away, then perplexed just a few feet away. Since when did we start being like this? Not looking into this whole mess was more like using an excuse to get something out of Zhuofan. What though? The trio exclaimed after some deep thinking. Sacred stones. The three were regretting it inside. They wanted to use this chance to put some fear in him and get him to cough some sacred stones to keep them quiet. Only to have the punk make it like he was challenging Superior 3 Sex all along, thus testing out Hellion Flame. They were about to extort Zhuofan, yet the ship sailed in the end. The trio cursed their damn mouths, and more so the punk's smooth style in getting them to earn jack squat from him. Steward Zhua is as cunning as a weasel. Zhuofan's regret was way bigger though. He picked up on their intent from the start, so he faked being nice while saying whatever, only to end up challenging the Superior 3 Sex. His mission was easy peasy, taking down a middle 3 sect and putting the demon scheming sect instead. Now though he had to work harder. Based on Yenmo, he knew the Superior 3 sects were no easy targets, needing to use half of Dragon Soul's power to beat the punk. On the off chance the Superior 3 sects had someone worse than Yenmo, then he'd have hell to pay. The final fight could go either way. Me and my goddamned mouth. Zhuofan rubbed his mouth in regret. Shui Ruohua came to him all tense. Young Master Zhao, what do you mean? Toothache. Zhuofan deflected. Looking at him oddly, she wondered. We've been cultivating for years now, so how can we get something so benign? Shui Ruohua chuckled at his gloomy look. Zhuofan asked, what do you want? Have you come to mock my toothache? I only found out now. Shui Ruohua forced a smile. Young Master Zhao, thank you for all you have done. Mystical Heaven Sect will remember this. Since we are all off for Double Dragon Gathering, and since your sect's disciples are in a bit of a bind, why don't we look after them on the way, to repay you for what you've done? We have our own plans, so we don't need your interference. Zhuofan shot her down. Shui Ruohua started. Young Master Zhua, please, you are our savior. It's only natural to look after those disciples that can barely move. Zhuofan eyed her. I'm no believer in free meals and never counted on others to repay me. Missy, your actions are off. What's your angle? Zhuofan's cold eyes pierced her very core and tensed. Xianxia shouted. Now we have to go along with some thieving demonic cultivators? There's no way a righteous sect like Mystical Heaven Sect will let ourselves be smeared by their foul deeds. Young Master, with Yenmo's whereabouts unknown and a demonic cultivator, he is bound to take revenge and will be involved in it. This disciple of the demon scheming sect is the only one that can stop him. We have to go with him if we want to get to Double Dragon Gathering safely. We will part ways when we get there anyway. I understand the young master is noble and I respect that. However, this matter is too important. Please think of all of us and accept this. Having enough of Xianxia's stubbornness, one elder shouted, echoing through the cave. Demon scheming sex gang had a mocking smile. All they know is how to burn bridges. Shui Ruohua blushed from shame, lowering her head. I see. Yenmo ran away and you fear revenge. A shame you have such a moron for a teammate. Not that your elder isn't strange either. You'll all end up last even if you go to Double Dragon Gathering. So you might as well save yourself the trouble and go home. Ha ha ha. Zhuofan laughed as he went to his sect's side. Shui Ruohua shouted, Sir Zhua, please. Oh, I'm not angry. No way a bunch of fools can get a rise out of me. Zhuofan waved dismissively. He glanced at Chu Qingqing. We're slow to get there, but you're welcome to stay if you don't mind it. Shui Ruohua's eyes lit up and shouted, Thank you, Sir Zhua. But he was out of earshot, leaving Shui Ruohua watching him with a deep smile. 1-2-1-2. Under the glorious rays of the morning sun, announcing the beginning of a beautiful day, Kuei Lang and the Stiffs were fighting a bitter battle with their own bodies, trudging through the flat and open road with every toiling step. Zhuofan and the fiends were on a scenic tour, a sharp contrast to the tortured souls behind them. The only difference this morning brought was they got company. Mystical Heaven sect was dragging itself 100 meters off like some but beetles. What should have been a smooth flight, free and refreshing, became a slow and boring pace on the ground, that of the stiffs. Xianxia was fuming. If anyone sees us, a great righteous sect, stuck behind the demon scheming sect, will never hear the end of the humiliation. Elder Yun sighed. Young sect leader has changed so much, his temper has gotten worse. Everyone got sick of explaining the obvious to him for the umpteenth time. They had to stick to the demon scheming sect for their safety. Though in through one ear, and out through the other. The elders gave up in the end, taking the disciples and lagging behind the demon scheming sect while ignoring the brats' blatant discontent. Elder Yun was still worried seeing Xianxia's sinister look. Yan-mo has pushed the young master deep down the demonic path. I fear he might be in a demonic abyss, with no way of coming back. Little brother, enough with your complaining. It's hard enough to find someone to help us. And now they'll even protect us. Always criticizing them will only mean we bite the hands that feed us. This will be the greatest dishonor to our sect. Shui Ruohua advised with a smile. Xianxia wouldn't hear it, his eyes becoming twisted, holding Zhuo Fan's back in his vile sight. Demonic cultivators are miscreants, evil, vile, sinister, and they're only helping us for their own gain. Tagging along will at any time get us in a danger we can never overcome. Young master, such potshots are unfounded. We have nothing they could ever want. Danner turned a smile to Chu Qingcheng. If there ever was some hidden plan, that'd be Sister Qingcheng. Everyone laughed, their gazes on her teasing. Blushing, Chu Qingcheng glared back, then shook her head. If he was after me, that'd be a wish come true. Doesn't he care about you? Defending you with his very life is the best proof. Shui Ruohua eyed her oddly. Chu Qingcheng shook her head. One-sided. He is ruthless and cold, powerful and bold in his actions. I'd be happy for even a small fraction of time in his life. The women were perplexed. Aren't they close? Why is she so sad? Xianxia's face grew twisted, his nails digging in his palms and watching Zhuo Fan like a hawk. Sisters. Let's help Sister Qingcheng, Danner proposed. The girls lit up and nodded while Shui Ruohua hesitated. An angry rebuke welcomed them. Ignorant girls should stop gossiping and not do something so ridiculous and easily misunderstood. Have you all forgotten your senior sister's fate? Take the lessons of others to heart. The women turned a cautious look to Elder Yun's heavy face. Elder Yun said to Chu Qingcheng, keep yourself strong against that playboy, or you'll be thrown deep down the demonic path from which you'll never return. If only he was a playboy. Chu Qingcheng nodded. I understand. Back to the front. Fiend Yang snickered behind him. You call them righteous cultivators? But beetles are more like it. Now they're dragging behind us, needing our protection, yet still cuss us. Ridiculous. All gave a firm nod. Zhuo Fan, you aren't one to have anyone follow you around. Why the change? Fiend Yang growled. Zhuo Fan shrugged. The road is meant to be walked. They can follow all they want. Besides, they aren't interfering with us. A bunch of but beetles. Pisses me off. Fiend Yang snorted. Kid, are you after keeping that woman safe? The sect has a rule against love. This won't do at all. Fiend Yang rubbed his wretched fingers in front of him, in the universal sign of pay or I snitch. What are you doing? Zhuo Fan had a dumb look. Fiend Yang snickered. Brother, come now, show a little appreciation. We won't make a peep. Give each of us 1,000 sacred stones and we'll turn a blind eye. 1,000 sacred stones? Go rob Double Dragon Manor. Bro, you're wrong. We've seen the extent of your wealth, and so much in the hand of a single man would only bring danger to you. It's your Paul's duty to look after it. Fiend Yang saw his first attempt fail. He used the carrot and the stick this time. Zhuo Fan shrugged. Bro, sacred stones are the rarest in the world. Do you think I am that rich? I did have a few, planning to use them in Double Dragon Gathering to save me from danger, but now I had to use them all, leaving me just 2 poor stones. Here. Take them. Shuafan took out 2 glittering rocks and threw them at them like he was the victim. The fiends were dumbstruck. Is the punk holding out on us or not? They just didn't want to believe he was out. Though thinking how rare sacred stones were compared with spiritual herbs. It's not like the punk can take out a pile. The trio sighed, lamenting their misfortune. Shuafan snickered inside. He was no pushover to let others walk all over him. In this case, balking under the first threat would mean balking at the second and third. On and on it went. He would not let anyone get anything out of him, no matter how many sacred stones he had. The fiends would have cussed and blustered to high heaven if they heard him. Dude, just how filthy rich are you? You make yourself so inconspicuous. It'd be a miracle if anyone doesn't fall for you and get milked instead. In this way, the 2 sects, keeping their distance of course, walked this wide road. Blissfully unaware just a way away, a pair of sinister eyes glared at them. Covered in blood and nasty wounds, he was more like a walking corpse than a human. Elder Yun was right on the money when he said demonic cultivators were spiteful. Yan Mo itched for that sweet revenge even before he got healed. Since the demon scheming sect possessed a monster, he let them slide, turning to mystical heaven sect as the victim of his tantrum. Though he just caught up only to feel like crying. This blasted mystical heaven sect is on the demon scheming sect's tail. His hope at revenge was shot dead. Watching Shuafan's carefree walk, Yan Mo's fists tightened. Ha ha ha, a nobody from a lower 3 sect made a fool out of a disciple from a superior 3 sect. The best in Western lands is sure to have a laugh at your expense. Ha ha ha. An old man laughed. Yan Mo barked. Who's there? Just a drunkard. A shadow came into view, revealing the same guy Shuafan showed such respect back in the inn. Yan Mo's heart sank. Why you? This old guy was the only one unaffected by his array when he took hold of all the townfolk. He got closer to look into the old man, only to be flung a mile away by his aura. He knew then and there the old guy was a freak he couldn't ever touch. He only lived because the old man allowed it, so he treated him with respect. When Shui Ruohua caught the drunkard, he didn't make a move until the old man left. With the double dragon gathering getting closer, he had to move fast. Yet this same old guy was back. Greetings, senior. I am Yan Mo of Hellion Flame. He cupped his hands and bowed in respect and fear as much as his shaky knees could hold him. The drunkard took a swing out of his flask, his hazy eyes holding a particular sharpness. Hellion Flame? Ha ha ha. Thinking of using it to scare me? I would never. Yan Mo's eyes darted all over. It is my honor to meet Senior, and a blessing to talk to you, sir. Hellion Flame will do its utmost to look after such a guest. With the old guy's intent unknown, showing off his credential would help Yan Mo scare him. But wouldn't the old man know by now from his toying with the town just a while back? Funny how he first mentioned it to threaten and now to make himself amiable. Be nice and the sect will be nice as well. Or you can do anything to me and have the whole sect on your tail. The drunkard chuckled at his attempt. Kiddo, you're too young if you think you can beat me. In my day, I climbed on top of all the sects in Western lands. No one can stop me whether they like it or not. What? Yan Mo trembled in disbelief. Does that mean a senior is? The drunkard sighed. Kid, you have quite the head on your shoulders, but it's best you don't say it. I came to Western lands on different matters, yet saw quite the show. There are talents in every generation, leading the way for hundreds of years. He sighed and watched Shuafan below with an eerie gaze. It's been 1,000 years and someone formed a heaven dragon soul, and from a lower 3 sect too. The double dragon gathering this time will be intense? Ha ha ha. The bowing Yan Mo's heart shuddered. He already guessed the old man's identity. Someone not even the superior 3 sects could touch. What are you still doing here? Go on. Settle your grudges at Double Dragon Gathering. You will have the advantage there with the superior 3 sects setting the stage with your strong brothers. Why waste time here, alone, when you can't even beat him? The drunkard laughed. Yan Mo's heart was in chaos, but he had no choice but to listen. He's right, with the kid there I can't do anything. Better to gang up on him with everyone at Double Dragon Gathering. What can a lower 3 sects disciple do alone anyway? The potential of a sect stands in a group. Yenemo cupped his hands. Thank you for the reminder, Senior. Yenemo left in a flash of fire, leaving the drunkard to watch Zhuofan and giggle between gulps from his flask. A month later, a group was resting in a thick forest with sinister faces. Demonic cultivators. Get up. We'll be there in just one more day. A fierce voice from an elder got them to walk again. But then he snapped. Where's Yenemo? We're almost there. And the brat is still gone. Doesn't he want to fight the best talent in Western lands? How spineless. Got my hopes up for nothing. Once I get my hands on him, he'll be sorry. A curvy and enticing woman giggled. Elder Xianxia, Senior Brother isn't one to forget his duties. He will be here. Don't we have a day left? It doesn't matter with who he's wasting time. But Brother Yen will never let Wu Qingqiu get scot-free. Defeating Wu Qingqiu will make him the best talent in Western lands. Grinning, a lanky man snickered. Brother Yen had been waiting years for the chance to take it. Elder Xianxia nodded after a pause. I hope he comes back on time. The rotten punk always fooling around. I will teach him a lesson he won't soon forget. The rest chuckled. Yenemo was the apple of every Hellion Flames elder's eyes. At the slightest violence from a no-name elder, and the sect leader with venerables would be on his case. As for teaching him, it all came down to some angry words. That was all the authority this elder had. Elder Xianxia saw the disdain in their eyes and grew angrier at the truth. If he really did tear the kid a new one, he wouldn't be long for this world. Not with those overprotective old guys. Whoosh! A flash of red came before them and revealed Yenemo. Everyone cheered. Didn't I tell you? Brother Yen will come to fight Wu Qingqiu for sure. Yeah, you know Senior Brother Yen the best. Hi hi hi. They came around Yenemo, followed by Elder Xianxia's barking and a heavy slap over the head. Brat, you stood me up again. Any later, and you'd miss Double Dragon Gathering. Oh! Yenemo shuddered and gasped in pain. Blood leaked from his head and on his clothes. A woman pointed at the elder, shrieking, You're finished, elder. You hurt Senior Brother Yen. His loss in Double Dragon Gathering will be on you. And now, hold on, I didn't do that. I barely touched him. The elder shivered. It was just a light slap. He isn't that weak to not take it. Elder, now you've done it. You called him weak and hurt him. The woman snickered. You always fuss about Senior Brother Yenemo, and now you act on your grudges. Next will come revenge, and it's curtains for you. Being high-handed for your own gain, you disregard the sect's future. If word got to the sect, Elder Xianxia glared at her with all the fury he had. You sure know how to dump crimes on someone. Which, you may, leave the elder alone. He's got nothing to do with this, and you know it. If a slap would kill me, I'd be dead ages ago. Yenemo sighed. Yume giggled, turning a strange gaze on him. What happened to you to end up like this, Senior Brother? Who indeed in the Western lands could make such a mess of Yenemo? His eyes sparked with unrestrained hatred. Don't remind me. Went out to hunt. Only to have someone prey on me instead. Elder Xianxia rushed. Who's the old bastard that did it? What galls must they have to touch Hellion Flame? No old bastard, just one man. Yenemo shook his head in shame. Never mind. There's something more important I have to tell you. We need to lay low and not provoke anyone. Especially an old drunkard. Everyone was speechless. Yenemo sighed. The legendary man is back. We know the whole 10 sects are better off not tangling with him, lest it would recreate the cruel bloodshed from 800 years ago. You mean? Elder Xianxia gasped. I heard of him, but to think he's still alive. The rest recalled the sect's warnings and their hearts trembled. All got used to doing whatever the hell they wanted. But if they made a wrong move, it'd be curtains for them and no one to save them, not even their sect. Everyone felt danger looming overhead, with Yenmo's heavy injuries forgotten. They set out towards Double Dragon Manor. 3 months later, Zhuofan's gang passed through here as well. We're here, The Double Dragon Manor. Before a quaint courtyard, Elder Yun shouted. Mystical Heaven Sect's group grew lively, itching to go in. The demon scheming sect turned a blind eye to the excited looks, even mocking them. This is the thanks we get tucking you in from danger all the way here? Nothing but a bunch of ungrateful swines. And proceeded to turn their stiff bodies, taking one painful step at a time. Chu Qingcheng came to Zhuofan, her smile slipping. We will now part ways. Once inside, we are enemies. Zhuofan didn't look her in the eye. Chu Qingcheng nodded with a sad smile. I may sound overconfident when I say this, but I won't hold back. Nor I. Zhuofan spoke flatly. Chu Qingcheng walked past him, avoiding looking at him in fear of never leaving. Zhuofan looked unfazed, not showing any trace of emotion. They'd been like this the whole trip, yet content knowing they were by each other's side. The two had different paths ahead of them with but a rare crossing. Xianxia snickered inside. We're finally done with those demons. Shui Ruohua took the disciples to Zhuofan. We are grateful for you looking after us on our way here, young Master Zhua. I won't forget it. It's fine. We were going the same way anyway. Zhuofan waved her off. Shui Ruohua smiled. Chu Qingcheng and Zhuofan were evasive all the trip, needing Shui Ruohua to be the go-betweener. It didn't take her long to figure out Zhuofan's character. He sounds harsh but doesn't mean it, while being truly evil would mean a wide smile, like that of a tiger. Danner giggled. Young Master Zhua, will you let us off in the Double Dragon gathering? Ha ha ha. What do you think? Zhuofan snickered. Danner stuck out her cute tongue. Flustered. Don't smile, or I'll really run out of luck. Everyone knows your smile means you're about to jump them. I don't want to live through that fear. Everyone laughed, Mystical Heaven Sect and Demon Scheming Sect alike. The last got it in one try, having Steward Zhua's temper down pat. Zhuofan had to roll his eyes. Am I that fake? Shui Ruohua left with the girls following the rest of their group. Fiend Yang shook his head. They're not half bad, at least they know to say thanks, unlike the old coots. Mystical Heaven Sect is such a phony sect. But the women Kuei Lang sighed. Zhuofan eyed them with a cold gaze. Step lively boys. Full speed ahead for Double Dragon Manor. Once you get there, you can move again. Yes. They all cheered, pushing forward the last trek with small steps. After 3 months of hard work, they finally resembled normal people. Zhuofan was proud of it. Their bodies should be tougher by a whole lot, and once they're cured, their cultivation, ha ha ha. They soon arrived before the courtyard, plain and with just a meter-tall door and no one guarding it. Is this Double Dragon Manor or some nobody's home? Where are the elders, the disciples? Are you sure this is the right place? The venerables laughed at their obvious puzzlement. Don't mind it and step inside to see the real world. They took the lead, with Zhuofan giving them a look. They soon passed the weary door and soon arrived before a hall with one elder on each side sitting cross-legged. The two opened their eyes. Who comes? State your name. One of Tianyu's 3 guardian sects, Demon Scheming Sect, has come to participate in the Dual Dragon Gathering. I ask that the elders let us through. Fiend Yang spoke with respect. The two nodded. Demon Scheming Sect's 2 4th layer ethereal stage cultivators, 1 in the 5th layer, 3 in the 2nd layer radiant stage, 1 in the 3rd layer, 2 in the 5th layer, 2 in the 8th layer, and 2 in the 9th. You may pass. Zhuofan gasped inside. They got our cultivations on the spot just using perception. He even noticed that every disciple went up a layer, even himself. While he and the fiends could pick up on the stiff sealed cultivation, these oldies must have some strong souls to do it with such ease. The two held their palms together and a powerful soul strength was released. Then they pushed behind them at the door, with veins showing on their scrawny arms. The thick spiritual energy from within hit the group hard even from just a crack, leaving all of them stunned. There were lush forests surrounding towering peaks, with birds dancing around lakes. Paradise. This is no hall, but a whole new world. The Double Dragon Manor is behind a barrier. Zhuofan bowed in gratitude at the 2 elders and took his group inside. Fiend Yang bowed as well. Elders, may I ask which ones we are? The last. The two spoke in unison. The other 8 are here, with mystical heaven's sect arriving just moments ago. Them? They're only here with our protection. Fiend Yang scoffed. Then again, how could a pack of stiff zombies ever arrive on time? Fiend Yang was about to go when one of the elders asked, "Did your disciples take the zombie pill?" "How did you know?" Fiend Yang was stunned. The elder's brow shook. Demon scheming sect must have put it all it had in this gathering. Using the zombie pill is wondrous but costly. Not even superior 3 sects would take such a price lightly. Isn't it just a 7th grade pill? Fiend Yang played Zhuofan's bossy and rich stance to a T. The old man chuckled. 7th? Then you're not the one to have used this method on them. If you want to poison someone, using 7th grade pills is more than enough. But to increase the cultivation of disciples, you need the antidote too. That one's 10th grade. Ugh. Fiend Yang was stunned, then mocked. So what, we have a money bag? And he just strutted in, leaving the two dumbfounded. One said in amazement, "Demon scheming sect must have struck gold. To use pills even superior 3 sects would hate to. I wonder who has their back and if they have found another sacred mine." "Ha ha ha. Don't speak nonsense. Why would they be coming here if they did?" The other sneered. The two burst out laughing soon after. They stood up and walked in as well. "The sects are here and we should go in as well." The gate slowly closed behind them. In that moment of neglect, they missed a ragged person slipping right in. Scratching his red nose, the man took a mouthful of his flask. His smile positively evil. "Demon scheming sect, I presume. Please follow me." The gang had yet to really appreciate the wonderful scenery as a polite voice drew their attention. A middle-aged man in gray robes was bowing. They all cried out in unison, returning the bow. "There's no need for that, please." There was no way they could just let an ethereal stage expert bow to nobodies like them. "Ha ha ha, it's fine. I am but a humble usher. You're all honored guests we have to look after. Please, it's this way." The man gave another bow. The group bowed as well and followed tense. It was a novelty for them, seeing an ethereal stage expert bow to radiant stage cultivators. Fiend Yang scolded. "You look like you've never seen beyond the doors of your home. This is Double Dragon Manor and all is done by its rules. Here, ethereal stage experts are the weakest. If not them welcoming us, who then? The two leaders." The rest nodded, more stunned than ever. Double Dragon Manor, the head of the 10 sects, was filled with powerful figures. They even had an ethereal stage expert usher them in. In other words, Double Dragon Manor only sees potential, not the current level of cultivation. Zhuofan muttered. Fiend Yang nodded. "Smart, Zhuofan. Yes, they look at potential, the ones they can raise and how far. These same experts of Double Dragon Gathering, if placed outside, they'd only have reached bone tempering or profound heaven stage. Why else would they hold the Double Dragon Gathering if not for seeking talent? So don't underestimate yourselves. Once you enter this place, this improvement speed shall be yours." Kuei Lang and the others' eyes lit up, their minds wandering to many, many wonderful fantasies. Zhuofan snickered. "Fiend Yang, you think it's nice to poke your host where it hurts in front of them?" Zhuofan chuckled and pointed at their usher. "Ugh." The fiends felt a chill. "Shit, running my mouth in the host's presence. Saying this guy in front is nothing but a resource sponge is like shooting myself in the foot." Sure, the rules made these ethereal stage experts not be rude to the guests, but did that make it all right to insult them? At least their usher turned a deaf ear. Coming upon a courtyard, the usher smiled. "This shall be your accommodations, 15 rooms in total. Please take a rest. Double Dragon Gathering is about to begin. Please be aware that Double Dragon Manor forbids grudge fights. The consequences of such a fight are dire." Seeing calm as ever, they relaxed. "Our idle talk hasn't caused any damage." Zhuofan nodded as well. "I was wondering why the two guards announced our numbers. So it's for our stay here." The guys entered with a smile, with the usher speaking when Fiend Yang was the last. "Sir, I'd have to correct you on one thing. The resources given are fixed, with cultivation reaching a point where no amount of resources can help. I reckon you are venerable in your sect, yes? You must have wasted your fair share of resources too. But coming to Double Dragon Manor isn't always a boon. This is called potential saturation. Having reached your full potential, any more resources will only fatten you up a bit. Fiend Yang's face twitched. He saw the usher's smile, whether from anger or hatred, and his face fell. The others chuckled, going in. He not only heard us but cared a whole deal. It's best to let Fiend Yang take the fall, not like we ran our mouths. The listeners beat it, while the storyteller was left behind with a horrified look. They made me say it, pointing at the treacherous punks inside. Fiend Yang went in as well. Only the usher was left behind, bearing a chilling smile. Zhuofan toured his new home. Quiet enough, a perfect place to advance. So he turned to the stiffies. Take a room, and I'll cure you after, to get ready for the Double Dragon gathering in a couple of days. Oh! They've been stiffs for 6 months now, and it was time to be relieved of such a burden. Some even had tears in their eyes. Who the hell is hollering there? You threw off my master's hiking mood. A buffed man and an old guy made their way inside. Seeing Zhuofan and the rest sizing their home, he mocked. Why your demon scheming sect? Ha ha ha. What of it? Zhuofan raised an eyebrow. Who's the leader? You're looking at it, Zhuofan admitted. Sizing him up, the tough guy cracked up. The leader is a third-layer radiant stage cultivator and the rest are cripples. Is the demon scheming sect so strapped for talents they sent you fools? I knew it. The only ones we need to look after is Mystical Heaven sect. Ha ha ha. The demon scheming sect was looking at him like a moron. Hey, boy. Do you know why your sect leader sent you here? Having achieved his daily dose of laughter, the tough guy patted Zhuofan's chest in mockery. Ain't it obvious? 'Cause I'm strong. Zhuofan kept mum. Having gotten in his head Zhuofan was shaking in his boots. The tough guy slapped his chest, hollering. That's because yours truly wiped the floor with your elites and had no one to send but you. You have me to thank for getting out of the sect to see the world. Me Hui Xiong from the beast-taming sect. Though all you're good for is gawking, then go back home if you want to keep your lives. The old guy nodded now and then at the side, clearly mocking as well. Oh, so you're expecting thanks for kicking our home and punching the daylights out of the elites. That's why we got to go to the Double Dragon gathering, is that it? Zhuofan sneered. The others had contempt in their smiles. Ignoring or oblivious of the other party's condescending, Hui Xiong stuck out his chest further, if possible, nodding with absolute confidence. I don't much care for your thanks. Only urge you to give up when you get on stage. Don't think for a second I'll go easy on some cripples. Your bro here is a man of principle. Flicking his mop of hair, Hui Xiong left having his fill of humiliating his opponents, with his head held high and a spring in his step. Elder Lu went right after, but not before giving the others one last taunting smile. Zhuofan was out of it for a long time. Well, now that the comic relief is gone, let's get back to business. The rest laughed. Who? Just then, Zhuofan's eyes flashed azure and all over his body. Purple lightning flickered as the red glow on his right arm faded. It was only for a split second, yet enough to make the rest jump in fright. What's wrong? Fiend Yin asked. Zhuofan shook his head, perplexed himself. I don't know. I just felt my heart skip a beat. Strange. Just what was it? In a quaint courtyard nearby, a handsome youth in blue robes smiled. Junior brother. This place isn't bad at all. Much better than where we trained. I just feel like sleeping here. A man in his 20s in fine gray clothes replied as he stretched. The first one cursed. Damn brat. All you ever know is to laze off. But this is life. A freak loafer like you gets to replace me as the best talent in Western lands in this competition. I can hardly accept it. Don't worry, senior brother, I won't fight you. The youth in gray began then. He squinted as an inferno exploded from his body and turned all furniture to ash. Even the first one had to cry out, What's wrong? I don't know. The perplexed youth in gray put on a staunch expression. I just had a feeling my old enemy is here. How is it? Are you all right? Fiend Gue was worried for Zhuo Fan, while the others watched nervously. Clutching his chest, Zhuo Fan muttered to himself before easing a breath. It's nothing, just a feeling. Double Dragon Gathering won't go easy on us. Tell me something I don't know. Double Dragon Gathering has the greatest powers in Western lands. It'd be strange if it were easy. No one, not even the superior 3 sects, will boast they'll reach their goal. Fiend Yang chuckled and patted his shoulder. I am most thankful for how much care you have for the sect, but don't beat yourself over it. You said it yourself, to be a superior 3 sect. We didn't even ask you to take us to the top, so why worry? Ha ha ha. You're beating Steward Zhuo over it. The gang twitched, watching Fiend Yang's eyes in silence. Anyone would feel the pressure getting a lower 3 sect to become a superior 3 sect, even Steward Zhuo. Venerables, isn't your aim a bit off from reality? Zhuo Fan's mouth twitched as well, but sighed. Superior 3 sect it is, nothing to it. Blame my loose mouth. Ha ha ha. Don't say that. It's good for young people to have big dreams. Fiend Yang beamed and patted Zhuo Fan harder on the shoulder. While Zhuo Fan's smile was bitter, his eyes were firm. He alone knew what that throb was all about. It came with a warning label, that he was about to meet the biggest threat of his life. Like a clash of titans, coming to a head. The winner rose while the loser was vanquished. It was a battle weaved in the fabric of destiny. Does that mean I'll meet my match? Worry bore down on his furrowing brow. Knock. Everyone turned to the door as a man in gray stood there, an ethereal stage cultivator and just as plain as the usher. The man bowed and smiled. People of the demon scheming sect, I ask that your honored elders and venerables will be coming to Heaven-Reaching Pavilion to discuss the Double Dragon Gathering. We're the ones. Please lead the way, brother. Fiend Yang bowed. He had enough getting on one caddy's bad side. The fiends dumped everything in Zhuo Fan's lap as they followed the man. Zhuo Fan turned to his people. Face hard, voice calm. Right. Let's get this done. Pick a room and eat this. Then meditate. Zhuo Fan threw each of them a vial. Kuei Gang perked up. Heaven-Reaching pill? It can heal meridians and renew life, but it's also zombie pill's antidote. Taking this will transform your bodies. Haven't we taken it already? You said it only works once. Kuei Gang asked. Zhuo Fan nodded. Its effect will only work once, but does not equal removing the poison. Your progress from removing it will have a lesser effect than when you took this pill the first time. Everyone nodded. It didn't change the fact that Taiying and all others that took it once felt they were losing out. It was plain to see the biggest effect came from getting zombie pill to stiffen you up before overcoming it with the heaven-reaching pill. Ah, what a shame. Wasting such a pill just to remove some poison. Ignorant of the fact that by not taking it the first time, they wouldn't be alive to take it the second time. Zhuo Fan shook his head. They withdrew to their chambers and began the process while Zhuo Fan set up a defensive array. Knock. The gentle rapping on the door was just like the first. Zhuo Fan spoke. The venerables have left for Heaven-Reaching Pavilion. What is the dash? That was no man standing at the door. Not with that figure. The two women brought a smile to his lips. Shuang'er, Yongning, what are you doing here? The two shared a long look before squealing at him. Zhuo Fan! Wait! Back up, what's going on here? Stopping the two out of reach, Zhuo Fan asked. Don't tell me you're joining the Double Dragon Gathering too. The two gave a dry laugh. Yongning began. We're not you, some fighting junkie. We only came to watch. Watch! Shuang'er nodded. The Double Dragon Gathering decides the positions of the 9 sects, their resources, and their territory. Each nation sends a delegation to understand these changes that might affect their future. Taking the Demon Scheming sect as an example, if you become a middle 3 sect, you will be offered a much greater territory and resources, even having a whole empire under it. Zhuo Fan's eyes shook. That's why the Demon Scheming sects higher up stress so much about this tournament. They would pay anything if it means getting amazing rewards and more resources. Win now to benefit for centuries. With more land and resources, a sect could grow to unseen heights, and it all rested on Double Dragon Gathering's outcome. Shuafan was pensive. You're telling me a middle 3 sect has an empire all to itself, while a lower 3 sect can only get a third, like Tianyu's 3 guardian sects? Yes and no. What matters here is the resource allocation. Cocking her head, Yongning had a faint smile. Look at Beast Taming Sect, they are a lower 3 sect, but as they are from the Chuanrong Empire, with little resources harvested there, you can say they have a sole empire under them. Tianyu, bordering the Chuanrong Empire, is rich in resources. So much so that it has 2 lower 3 sects and a middle 3 sect sharing its hall. As for the superior 3 sects, they each have a large empire with tens of more resources than us. That's why the late emperor made a deal with Chuanrong in secret. By ceding land, he affected the sect's gains and ultimately their future. Any accord between nations is for them to settle, the sects can't interfere. This is a rule of Double Dragon Manor, all to prevent the western lands from plunging into chaos. Shuanger added. Recalling the old wound, Yongning looked dispirited. Zhuofan was reminded of Xie Wuyue's words and now knew the true leader of western lands. It's all Double Dragon Manor's tactic to keep western lands' strength up. In this grand design, the empires were but ant swarms, each toiling over extracting resources. As long as nothing interfered with them, the income would be constant. While the allocation was all decided in the Double Dragon Gathering, based on their efforts, the sects would stem any budding chaos from growing out of hand while also banned from interfering with an empire's ruling just so the western lands would keep their peace. Each is a cog in western lands' machine to ramp up the power. By controlling the 9 sects, Double Dragon Manor controlled western lands. It's all so simple yet much more far-reaching than it seems, with incredible results. Zhuofan's eyes shone. A snort reached the trio's ears, butting into their friendly talk, just like an animal pen, rearing them for slaughter. Who does Double Dragon Manor think it is? Zhuofan stared to see a very familiar man at the table. An unkempt man with a red nose was gulping down from his flask. The others had one feeling watching him, lonesome. Senior, are you from Double Dragon Manor? Zhuofan probed. The guy was so strong even he didn't notice him coming in, making it that much easier to die if the old man wanted to. The drunkard sneered. Double Dragon Manor. Ha ha ha. That was before. Before? Is he an exiled disciple? But how did he get in? Any sect would have warned itself against its exiles. That goes double for Double Dragon Manor. Zhuofan was filled with questions. The drunkard chuckled. Ha ha ha. They can try all they like to keep me out, but it won't work. There's not a place out there I can't reach. Cocky. Zhuofan jerked and even felt respect, but more than anything, on alert. At best, those words will make him a hero. At worst, a criminal. If he lost it, nothing could stop him from doing whatever the hell he wanted. Back up, why does that sound familiar? It sounds oddly similar to me. Racking his brains, he came to one conclusion. The old man and I are so alike. The drunkard had a thin smile. Lighten up, you've given me wine and I find you to my liking, so I won't be hard on you. Then he turned a ridiculing smile at the girls. They shuddered back, tense. His simple presence sent fear deep into their bones. Ha ha ha. I'm not one to pick on girls. He chuckled. Tianyu's princess, I take it. Ha ha ha. I heard what happened to your empire and what you said. Tell me, do you think your father was right? Yun Shuang paused. He may be my father, but he sold out his nation. He's no different than letting evil in. Ha ha ha. What a just princess. What then if he only ceded the land while no soldiers came in? The drunkard laughed. Yongning hesitated. Isn't that the same? Not even close. The drunkard shook his head. An enemy invasion means pillaging and slaughter, while ceding some land does not include such cruel actions. Nevertheless, the land is the royal family's, and the common man has not one stake in it. Regardless of the master, the common people will still be worked to the bones for their lords, so what's the difference? Win or lose, the populace suffers all the same. That being said, Double Dragon Manor, the sect, and even empires, all they're doing is raising cattle. So they could suck the blood and marrow from their weary bodies. The trio looked at each other with a start and their hearts sank. Zhuo Fan pondered. Double Dragon Manor offers stability to Western lands' powers and guarantees growth. A stroke of genius, one might say. Won't letting Western lands grow weaker draw invaders in? The fate of the people then would be far worse. Bullshit. The drunkard sneered. Nothing but a goddamn excuse. They're only after guarding the sacred mines, a cultivator's interests, and not giving a single lick about some weary nobodies. Let's say the central area invades, you think they'd go after the people, the ant? No, all they care about is taking the resources. They need these ants to mine the stuff just like Double Dragon Manor does. Shuofan chilled and hinted at the girls to not aggravate him further. The drunkard caught him and flicked his hand. Sorry, I forgot myself. Every time I talk about this I get riled up. I used to be just like you, thinking the best of the Western lands with hardly any heavy conflicts, filled with peace and prosperity. It all changed from one meeting. A woman. Yongning's eyes lit up. The drunkard exclaimed, Girl, how did you know? Isn't it obvious? Only a woman can change a man. Yongning stuck out her proud chest. The drunkard had a cheerful smile. You girls sure know a lot. Just how many did you change? You can't slander me. I'm innocent. I didn't change one. And she sneaked a peek at Shuofan. Shuofan said, Senior, just ignore her. She has her head in the clouds from too many perfect matches stories. Perfect match? Ha ha ha. Sometimes, that isn't far from reality either. The drunkard sighed, going down memory lane. I used to be a young man with dignity and elegance traveling the world, but after meeting her one time too many, that foolishly naive princess had trapped me in the secular world. I found her the most pitifully foolish girl, a princess, fond of walking among her people, falling for the most obvious scams yet never regretting it. Shuofan muttered, Senior, such a dopey girl, oblivious to the dangers of human society, will one day die from it. If I were you, I'd cut all ties with her so I'd not fall as well. What's my intention to you, anyway? The drunkard raised an eyebrow. Shuofan shrugged. He fell for it. The drunkard's face took a softer tone. Women are like water. Men sometimes need them by their side to comfort them. Though on many occasions, her naive and foolish attitude drove me up the walls and got me in much trouble. Thinking about it, none of it mattered. It's not my fault I was awesome, wishing to take her burden. On cue, the girls whipped their dewy eyes on Shuofan. The drunkard reminds me of someone, just like Steward Zhua, who likes taking others' burdens. Scratching his chin, Shuofan remained silent, his eyes avoiding their piercing stare, only to later realize, even all my power had reached its limit. I wanted to fight those scheming geezers so much, yet was unable to. The drunkard's eyes flashed with bloodthirst. That year, their neighboring kingdom attacked her homeland. The sect in charge of its well-being saw the lands were safe and ignored them, leaving the people at the border to suffer. She was plagued with worry for them. I even defied Double Dragon Manor's rule in not interfering many times, only to be accused by the enemy and forced back to the sect to receive my punishment. Our separation would be final. Did something happen to her? Yongning was absorbed in the story. Shuofan rolled his eyes. Girl, you really have read too many stories. The drunkard's face was hard and scary. With me gone, the masterminds enacted their real plan. While they harassed the border, a group made contact with the princess. They enticed her into moving the defense 1,000 miles inward, at a mountain range which made it easier to defend. This way both sides' people would be spared. She fell for it completely. By stealing the emperor's seal, she signed a ceding agreement. The enemy used it to force the defending general to draw back and take the rich stretch of land. By the time the emperor found out, it was too late. The sects overlooking the empire were outraged, fanning the population's flames in making the royal family abdicate while condemning the princess to execution for high treason. The news came to me in the last hour, when I could do nothing to help. I reached only to see her corpse and could only hear the mob's accusations and mockeries. They were clearly plotting against the princess. Shuofan noticed the drunkard's hard stare and rectified his speech. Senior, this might not be my place to say this, but if it were me, I'd slaughter a bunch of them to put the fear of me in their hearts and let them know she was under my wing. At worst, I'll just get punished in the sect. But the result would be different. Finding that no rules will hold you back, they'll never make a move against the princess. But by obeying the sect's orders like a good child, they acted regardless of how strong you were. Since the sect's rules bound you, you could do nothing. Even if you did, they'd just rat you out to Double Dragon Manor. All you had to do was go berserk from the start. The drunkard nodded. I regretted it so much not being a demonic cultivator back then. Having your recklessness, she would have still been alive. But I knew it was all but too late, bound by righteous rules while those bastards clapped in joy. With a bone-deep hatred evident in his eyes, the drunkard relived that day before the trio. Senior, calm down. Shuofan intervened, seeing the drunkard's foul mood, wishing he wouldn't go on a drunken craze for now. Yongning, the ever-dreamy lass, was too caught up in the story to care. What then? Shuofan rolled his eyes, feeling like kicking her out. He's bearing his soul's greatest pain here, yet you want to carve him up for the juicy bits? Are you suicidal? The drunkard turned heavy, his jaw tight. Then I rushed to the enemy nation, slaughtering the royal family and killed my way through its guardian sect, throwing their nameplate into a bonfire. Nice one. Shuofan clapped with honest praise, hoping, if anything, it would curb the drunken craze for a while longer. Though all he heard was a sigh, followed by a dark face. Boy, you'd be better off removed from this world. You'll sooner or later plunge it into hell. Ugh! Shuofan jerked, his mouth curled in disdain. He thought himself was the biggest rogue out there, only to find his match in an OL drunkard. You're the one purging clans and stirring sects, so what are you doing making me the menace? I'll have you know I do not purge clans or sects. Well, not in this life. The drunkard smiled, pointing at his chest. Boy, you're tough, shrewd, and brave. The only downside is your heart's unsteady. Then again, which demonic cultivator ever had a firm heart? I've hardly seen any even among righteous cultivators. Not even myself have one. Ha ha ha. With a self-deprecating smile, the drunkard continued. The mess I caused then forced Double Dragon Manor to come after me. But who do they take me for to just fall just like that? While the first time I came to receive the sect's punishment willingly, this time I was in too much pain to care about anything. I saw the whole world as my enemy, and when I returned to the sect, I killed anyone in sight. Whichever of the 10 sects of Western lands I set foot on, all were left in chaos and burning. It was a warning to never try to use rules on me and to leave me the hell alone. But what was the point? Just some tantrum since she didn't come back. The drunkard shouted, his eyes bloodshot, yet shook his head in the end. I was only after one sect at first, but the rage consumed me. I targeted all of them, like a true madman. Zhuofan's heart sank, his eyes looking everywhere. Why does that sound familiar? Where have I heard it before? With a gulp of wine, the drunkard laughed. I was this close to losing my mind in the madness, to let my demon control me. How did you crawl back? Like a good child listening to a bedtime story. Yongning stared with big eyes, eager to hear the end. The drunkard smirked at her interest, finding the audience pleasing. I have to thank her for that. Taken over by madness as I was, I stumbled upon her lady-in-waiting, bringing me her will. She hadn't been fooled and knew it all along. It was all a trap. He sighed. She knew it was the enemy's scheme and that it would ruin her clan, but also knew if the land was turned over to the enemy, they wouldn't suffer. Whether the proposal was right or wrong, it all came down to the ruler's judgment. It brought me back to the time we talked about our dreams, of peace on earth. But how many could achieve it? Righteous cultivators hide behind justice when they take it all. Where in fact all they had were demons, and do I need to say anything about demonic cultivators? You said Double Dragon Manor protects Western lands' peace. while I say it has no moral behind it, making it just another cesspool of greed and power plays. The people are nothing more than dead men walking, destroying themselves, all under a false peace. Lass, tell me, was it wrong of her to cede her land? The drunkard set his eyes on Yongning. Yongning paused. As long as the people had a better life afterward. Aren't empires supposed to protect the people? Ha ha ha. How clever you are. The drunkard laughed. Only caring about the common good, you're just as foolish as her, yet smarter than all the others. The true fool here is none other than me, saying I wanted to build a perfect world. And what did I get? Her death and I running amok across western lands. Such a fool I was. Shuafan sympathized with a pat on his shoulder. Ha ha ha, senior. Men tell nothing but lies in their pursuit of women, spewing great and impressive things. Oh, bite me. I'm not that shameless like you. I was always truthful to her. The drunkard glared. I just knew your heart is skewed. But the more it is, the more you should search for a lass with her heart in the right place, to bring you back on the straight and narrow. Just like her. You said she was foolish, ha ha ha, when she was just so kind. Shuafan jerked and frowned, having felt this before. The drunkard's feelings for the princess were just like his for Ninger. By the looks of it, masterminds of their caliber needed a naive sidekick to keep their minds stable. They were the only people capable of bringing peace of mind in this world of lies and deceit. Dangling the flask over his open mouth, yet not a drop came to soothe his suffering. The drunkard sighed. Out of wine again. I gotta get myself some more. It's a rare sight meeting young folk willing to listen to my ramblings. If luck has it, I'll lend a hand the next time, though it better be a trifle. Something like messing with a sect is more within my skill set, but you'll have to give me something for that. What? Shuafan asked in glee. With this old coot's strength, having him owe me it'll be like having a god on my side. The drunkard pondered. A painting I drew for her, and my greatest work. A shame it got lost with the decline of her clan. I even got the word out that I'd do anything to he who brought it to me. So many years have passed, yet not one word. I may never see it again. The drunkard just turned and was gone. Shuafan started, Senior, what does the painting look like? My painting is quite famous, lads of our nation. The drunkard's voice echoed back. Now the familiarity of it all was nagging his brain to an annoying degree. Then it hit him like a ton of bricks. Lads of our nation? That means he's Western Land's strongest man, Danqing Shun. The girls jerked. We also heard of this legend. He's still alive after 1,000 years. Where's the painting? Doesn't Tianyu have it somewhere? Shuafan turned to Yongning. This was the chance to get a peak expert at his beck and call. Yongning started, then her face fell. When you went to the imperial capital last time, after third brother's coronation, the painting was gone. He wanted to use it as a betrothal gift for Long Kuei, but it hasn't been found anywhere in the treasury. Damn that pile of blubber. He screws up right when it matters. Shuafan sighed. That time the painting was there but not the person. Now that he found the owner, the painting was missing. Though they lost the chance to get Dan Qingshin to owe them, so did Tianyu's imperial family. Knowing Fatty, he'd use it to get the empire back in his hands. The fate of the Luo clan is obvious. Shuafan nodded. That's good, very good. In the heaven-reaching pavilion, two old men sat at the head of the room. One had white hair and sharp eyes, and the other had raven hair, a long beard, and a heavy complexion. Below them sat the ethereal stage experts from every sect. It's settled. Double Dragon Gathering will begin in 3 days. The same rule applies, starting with the lower 3 sections. You may withdraw, the White Elder said. The men bowed and left. Understood. Someone rushed inside. Something is wrong with the barrier. What? The White Elder asked. The man spoke restlessly. The doors have opened 9 times, for every sect, yet there has been a 10th time. You may go, but be on guard. Yes, sir. The man saluted and left. With the silence reinstated, the White Elder began. Only through special gestures and enough strength can one enter the barrier without a sound. Do you suppose he came? He's the only one in Western lands so familiar with Double Dragon manner and so brazen to do it right under our noses. But why would he come now? I hope it's not to cause trouble. The black-haired elder closed his eyes. The white elder nodded and sighed. Our most prized pupil has returned. Why? In 3 days. Zhuofan faced the returned fiends with a hard face. Then eyed every door the disciples were using. That's a little tight. Venerables, couldn't you stall for a bit? We're quite short on time. Fiend Yang bristled. You wanted us, 3 little guys, to change the mind of a room packed with worthies? Sure, you're tight on time now, but what the hell did you do a few days ago? We asked you to cure them, but you just wouldn't have it. It all comes down to luck again. Zhuofan turned a deaf ear to his complaints, deflecting the issue. Fiend Yang was outraged. For crying out loud, Zhuofan, you're the leader of the demon scheming sect, so start acting like one. What luck? Don't tell me you didn't plan for this. And what's the deal with those girls? Why are they still here? Is this how a leader acts? Fiend Yang rambled on, blustering, cursing. Zhuofan's only saving grace was that he wasn't being torn into right now with the 2 extra fiends around. Zhuofan shrugged and whistled a nameless tune, while his innards were cooking some master plan. By his calculations, 3 days ought to get all the boys out, though who could vouch for it? Some might feel like dragging it out for half a month instead. Demon Scheming Sect was the only one having just come to Double Dragon Manor and got into advancing as a last-ditch effort. The other sects would be startled at the news. Dude, are your disciples chilling? Can't they feel the pressure? The fight is just around the corner yet they're in the mood to advance? What friggin' use would it be now? Having poisoned the guys for months into walking like zombies, Zhuofan knew for a fact curing them now got them in the best mood. Here's the plan, you guys stall. But not for long since I'll go in alone. You alone will do shit. Fiend Yang sprayed his discontent. Is this a joke to you, a play? The fighting is set by drawing lots, with a member must be fighting once. Are you going to draw 10 lots by yourself? Fiend Gue shook his head. While you're worth 10 men, the rules forbid you from fighting more than once. It all depends on all your rankings where our sect lies. That's why your strength hardly matters, while effective in group battles. Zhuofan raised an eyebrow. Double Dragon Gathering has so many rules. Won't it be faster if everyone just ganged up? Ha ha ha. It's a thorough test of a sect's potential. Fiend Ian forced a smile. He's sometimes the most cunning mastermind, and other times the simplest dolt. That leaves us with our hands tied. No choice but to leave it to fate. I'll leave you to fate, all right? Just let me. Fiend Yang snapped. A good thing his fellow fiends were there to stop him from flattening Zhuofan. While Zhuofan was taking it way too easy, the venerables were by themselves in worry, praying to the heavens above that their disciples would make it in time. Their pleas went unanswered for 3 days, emphasizing the despair. Well, sure, they could drag them out, but it would have the opposite effect, even lowering their progress. Knock. A most familiar sound came from outside, presenting a man in gray with a bow. Demon Scheming Sect, the Double Dragon Gathering is starting. Yet we do not see you present. The Elder sent me to get you. Fiend Yang's mouth twitched, sighing at Zhuofan. What now? Stall. Zhuofan spoke. Fiend Yang glared one last time. Like it ever helped. Ow, my tummy. You guys didn't wash it and now I have indigestion. We are all cultivators, honored guests. We do not offer breakfast either. With your cultivation, such a case is impossible. Did you take some poisoned pill, perhaps? The man was unimpressed. The portly fiend blushed hard. Ha ha ha. Now that you mention it, I'm cured. Dumbass. Zhuofan and company unanimous reaction. Shall we go then? He led the way while watching them. I've seen my fair share of cowards. But you are a different breed entirely. Getting sick just before getting on stage? What did you come here for anyway? Crazy. Fiend Yang's face sank, glaring at Zhuofan behind him. Punk, today's humiliation is on you. We stalled for you, so you better get back our dignity. Or else is your head. Fiend Yang snorted after the two. What's your dignity got to do with me? I didn't tell you to show off. Shuofan rolled his eyes, even as his brow never relaxed, seeing the doors closed still behind. Just how high are the brats aiming? A powerful vibe came from a room, perking Shuofan up. Chi Chonglong. Followed closely by many more other rooms. Shuofan grinned. They're coming out of their shell at last. Now fly, my pretties. Ha ha ha. The huge stage had seats all around it, all taken by dignitaries for this or that empire, all to bear witness to the sect's power. Yongning and Yunshuang were eagerly awaiting the ever-delayed coming of the demon-scheming sect. Mystical Heaven sect and beast-taming sect were present, waiting on the stage to draw lots. Before them was an elder with white hair, the judge. Exalted Double Dragon had no interest in the lower three sects. Sending an elder was already courtesy enough. It sure put a sad face on all those looking forward to seeing Western land's strongest. Elder. The demon-scheming sect is here. A man in gray bowed before the elder. He left, but not without sending one disdainful look at the trio behind him. The elder frowned. Venerables, why do I see only you three? What of the disciples? Well. The trio looked at each other, lost. Fiend Yang chose to take the brunt of it. Elder, the disciples are delayed and will be here shortly. Ha ha ha. Talk about a disgrace. They're too scared to meet yours truly. A most arrogant and self-important voice declared, Hui Xiong, of course. He strutted in the center, overlooking his audience. Half a year ago, I wiped the floor with demon-scheming sex elites. Now they had no one to send and threw in their worst and weakest. Their leader is even a third-layer radiant stage child. Some damn elders from the secular world would have been way better. In my moment of weakness and generosity, I advised them against this, and I see now they had an epiphany to not come. Ha ha ha. They ran away. The ring was in a clamor. Did the demon-scheming sect get scared? How embarrassing, worse than losing. This never happened ever, not at Double Dragon Gathering. The judge frowned at Fiend Yang. The fiends had no way of explaining, just seething in anger. Hui Xiong, in his infinite arrogance, took it as a sign he hit it right on the money, laughing at Mystical Heaven sect. The leader of the lower three sects will be decided between us now. Mystical Heaven sect's lasses rolled their eyes. They were sensible to not believe an idiot when they saw one, especially after Zhuofan's display of power. Young Master Zhou scared? Who are you kidding? Does this guy think he can fight a superior three-sex disciple as well? Hui Xiong flared his nostrils in anger. Who is that? Heads whipped around only to be stunned. What were they doing here? To the shock of all present, three people, all bearing similar features, strolled in with an evil smile. None other than Demon Soul Sex brothers. Glancing at the two teams on stage, eldest young Master Han frowned. Demon Scheming Sect isn't here yet? It doesn't look like it, brother. Should we wait for them? Third young Master Han spun his eyes around for that familiar and infuriating figure and proposed this once he didn't find him. Eldest young Master gave a curt nod as he walked on stage. I was dying to see this freak that got you both so tense. Ha ha ha, brother. He'll make a great adversary. The other two chipped in. While they were walking to the highest seat like they owned the place, the rest of the crowd was dumbfounded. What is Demon Soul Sect's best seed, Han Yunfeng, doing by coming to a meager scramble between the lower three sects? It can't be that someone caught his attention, right? No way. Demon Soul Sect is a middle three sect as strong as ever, and by no means could someone from the lower three sects contend. I reckon young Master Han alone can take on all of the lower three sections. That makes sense. But how do you explain his presence here? He got bored, so he went out for a stroll. What else is there? Ha ha ha. That simple? The people were bustling with scenarios and thought about the situation, why the trio just waltzed in and their purposes here, yet missed the target by a mile. They weren't the only ones taken aback. Even the judging elder frowned in suspicion. The sects had a clear hierarchy where strength meant everything. The superior three sects disdained the middle three sects, and the latter scorned the lower three sections. It had always been this way for the thousands of years the Double Dragon Gathering had been holding. Yet this time the Demon Soul sect came on its own to watch the lower three sects fight. Why? Is Demon Soul sect's strength on the lower side this time? And do they fear someone from the lower three sects is going to take their place, so they came to scout? The judge's frown deepened, and he eyed the trio's cultivation and shook his head in even more puzzlement. Nah, it can't be. At their level, they have no worry about their place being taken. That only leaves boredom. But are they really bored? All in all, the presence of such a mighty power at this meager stage gave the lower three sects a glorious honor. No matter how bored they get, these are the core of Demon Soul sect's disciples. There's no way they'd lower themselves for others' benefit. The elder's skepticism was in full bloom to understand the crux of it all. Shui Ruohua and the other girls just glared at the trio. They gnashed their teeth, and flames sparked in their eyes at the sight of them. When they fought for a spiritual herb, Shui Ruohua ended up with a heavy wound by that third young master's hand, which turned out to be a pain to heal. She wouldn't soon forget such a grudge, and the mystical heaven sex girls wouldn't either. Third young Master Han picked up on the growing hate. He garnered and snickered at the girls' powerless glares. He rolled his pinky around with a mocking smile. Bunch of broads not even worth hating. Shui Ruohua's face twisted in rage, her fists bunched tight. Elder Yun spoke coldly. Ruohua, calm down. Our goal is the head of the lower three sects, not the middle three sections. Don't make a scene. Are you that confident? With some anger still obvious on the girls' faces, they cooled down somewhat, watching the elders with an odd look. Elder Yun mentioned this 3 months ago. Yet you still have such high expectations? And where are you putting the demon scheming sect then? Recalling Zhua Fan's brutal power, Elder Yun coughed with red cheeks, changing the subject. The second place isn't that bad either. Do your best. That was more like it, and everyone breathed easier. They feared the elder was going to sick them on the demon scheming sect. That would be plain suicide, giving their lives away for nothing. Ha ha ha, good, so you do know your limits. You know the head of the lower three sects can only belong to the beast-taming sect. You are wise to back down and take second place. The incoming mockery caught their attention. They all frowned and saw the infinitely arrogant Hui Xiong. Snickering, they all wrote him off from their memory. Yet Hui Xiong, in his infinite wisdom, saw it as a sign of weakness, balking under his awesome presence. His laughter grew even more outrageous. A wise man knows when to quit. There's no shame in knowing your place beneath me. No need to be so downcast. You still have that demon scheming sect filled with cripples under you. I am someone the Demon Soul sect's 3 young masters had their eye on. You caught their attention? Shui Ruohua eyed Hui Xiong skeptically, like the fool he was. The judge's beard shook, sizing Hui Xiong up and down, then shaking his head. Beast-taming sect's disciples have the right attitude, but perhaps too right. Oblivious to the weird looks he received, Hui Xiong puffed up his chest in pride. After my master and I challenged the demon scheming sect's elites and wiped the floor with them, on our way down, we stumbled upon second young Master Han. After hearing of my glorious feat, they had only respect for me, singing praises of me. My master bore witness as well. You can just ask him. Elder Lu grinned from ear to ear, nodding all the while. Even he believed that the Demon Soul sect's praises at that time were completely and utterly genuine. Second young Master Han stood up, his face twitching and lost for words. Is this pair of master-disciple dumb or dumber? Sure, one didn't always get the thick irony even if it was pointed out to them, but this was absurd. So much time passed, yet you still haven't figured it out? Is it the empty heads or utter ignorance at fault here? Sigh, such are the trappings of greatness. But to think my brilliant aura would be so blinding. For even the young masters of the Demon Soul sect to see me as their match, I am getting nervous. Hui Xiong gave a theatrical sigh, cupping his hands at the said figures in the stands. Young masters, rest easy. I know your thoughts perfectly. As the one you recognize the strongest, I will take the leading position of the lower 3 sects and defer to you, to show my undying respect for the grace you bestowed upon me." A clamor rose among the audience. They were all taken in by Hui Xiong's heroic display and recognition of other heroes as he addressed the high-placed young masters. He's but a peak radiant stage, yet he garnered the attention of the three young masters to the point they came to see him fight. We better keep an eye on this Hui Xiong. He might very well be a dark horse. Star Reader. Yes, his name literally means grizzly bear. The people gesticulated and pointed, with all eyes on this black bear. Han Yunfeng's face twitched, and he eyed second young Master Han. "Brother, where did you meet this moron?" We barely exchanged a couple of words, yet he took them at face value. But what's even more ridiculous is his master believing them too. Humph, like master, like disciple. Getting used by these ignorant and oblivious morons leaves a bad taste in my mouth. Han Yunfeng grumbled. Second young Master Han was getting angry as well. "Should I go down and sort it out?" "Sort what out? The bigger he is, the harder he'll fall. He'll soon get the reward that it's coming to him, don't you worry." Han Yunfeng grinned. His brothers snickered. Whoosh. A flash of red spiked the temperature around the stage. A redhead youth towered before the crowd, just 100 meters from the Han brothers, his cold eyes staring at the stage. "Hasn't that freak arrived yet? Superior 3 sect Hellion Flame's best seed. Yenemo?" Han Yunfeng watched the redhead with a shocked look. He wasn't the only one. Everyone here was stunned as he was such a heavy name and showed his presence here. What was going on here? First is the best seed from the middle 3 sects, and now it's the best disciple from the superior 3 sections. Do the lower 3 sects have some kind of inhumane being? Did the lower 3 sects have someone that could threaten the superior 3 sects disciples? This was too astonishing. Superior 3 sects and lower 3 sects were worlds apart, and the same applied to their disciples. Yet Yen Mo came here. How would they explain that? Was he just as bored as the rest of them? Just how bored can you be, coming to the Double Dragon gathering? "Brother, what's this freak doing here?" Second young Master Han frowned. Han Yunfeng shook his head, just as curious. "How should I know? There's no way he came by chance either. I just hope he didn't come to see the same guy we have our eyes on. That would be the pits." "What?" Third young Master Han gasped. Han Yunfeng squinted. "Can't you tell? For Yen Mo to be so serious in looking after his target, that man must be truly powerful." His brothers shuddered in shock. Yen Mo. Shui Ruohua's eyes were full of hate and rage. The memory was still fresh in her mind of how this demon toyed with her sisters to death. Shui Ruohua's eyes were bloodshot. Her junior sisters picked up on her distress and glared at Yen Mo with the same revulsion and disgust. Not that the redhead cared, having better things to do than mind nobodies, like searching for a certain deadly and familiar someone. "Ruohua, quiet down. This is the Double Dragon Manor." Elder Yun held her shoulder with a warning. "We can't touch Yen Mo even if we want to. Hellion Flame has his back." Shui Ruohua's face sank, and she sighed. All her sisters' suffering and cruel treatment were now for nothing. She couldn't even avenge them. Her nails dug deep in her palms, enough to draw blood. She felt utterly helpless and futile. Even Hui Xiong was taken aback by Yen Mo's coming. Then he said in tears, "Master, do you see? Yen Mo has come to see me. This attention is dangerous, but it proves your strength has reached the ears of Hellion Flame's first seed. I am proud to have you." Elder Lu was touched to the core. The crowd was reeling in unison and looked at the weird pair with scorn. There's got to be a limit to how self-absorbed one can be. How did they just jump to the conclusion Yen Mo came for them as well? Why the hell would a 5th-layer ethereal stage expert care about some nobody still in the radiant stage? Dude, rein in your narcissistic tendencies if you know what's good for you. The judge shook his head. Ignoring how the self-important idiots got their unfounded confidence from, he was more interested to know what got a middle 3 sect and a superior 3 sect to come at a measly lower 3 sects fights. He scanned the 2 sects below, then looked over the roster and the respective levels, and the judge's suspicion grew. Not one among them is worth this much attention. Whatever, It'll all be made clear once it starts. The judge turned to them and shouted, "We've waited long enough. Time to draw lots. Single battles will be fought in the form of tag teams. There are 3 numbers inside. The first and second will fight, while the third will fight the loser of the first fight and then the winner of the first match. These 3 rounds will determine your performance and evaluation." The judge's hands lit up and presented a bamboo tube holding the 3 numbers. Mystical Heaven Sect and Beast Taming Sect's elders stepped forward to draw. The fiends, however, only watched the entrance, catching no shadow of Zhuofan and the rest, and their anxiety mounted. Elder, our people are running late. Could we maybe wait for a while longer?" Rubbing his greasy palms, Fiend Yang fawned. The judge stared back at him like a whitewashed wall, but without all the emotion. "The time is up, and no one will wait for you, so hurry up and draw your lot. If you're lucky to draw third, you will have bought yourself the time." "I understand, I do, but—" Fiend Yang scratched his cheek, looking lost at the elder while pacing around. The elder snapped, "Draw now or forfeit." "I will." "Sheesh, it's just a number." Fiend Yang's mouth sank, and he noticed his 2 pals were just as conflicted, so he moved in closer. "Fiend Yang, make it damn good. You do it then." Fiend Yang barely took a step, and they shouted at him. Enraged, he glared back and gave a reply of his own. Fiendine shrugged, flicking his hand. "Forget I said anything." With gloom seeping out of every pore, Fiend Yang dragged his feet to the judge under the snicker of the opponent's elders. His face sank and roared with all his fury, cursing Zhuofan's entire lineage. In his mind, that is, "Damn that wretched brat. What the hell is taking him so long? Now I'm the patsy." "Venerable Yang, please." Elder Yun snickered as he made an exaggerated flourish for him to go first, with the kindest of intentions, of course. Elder Lu had a taunting look constantly plastered on his face. Fiend Yang's face twitched, and he glared at Elder Yun. "If it weren't for us, this old coot would be dead. Now he's laughing it up at my expense. You haven't heard the last of me." Venting a bit on the inside to cool the towering fury, Fiend Yang set his jaw and stuffed his fat hand inside for the number. But the number was anything but reassuring, going by his tearful and devastated eyes. "What's the number?" Fiend Gue asked. Fiend Yang was greatly ashamed as he gave it to the others. "Sorry, my luck's in the pits today. I picked number 1. Ha ha ha." The other fiends sighed, while the opponent's elders laughed at his misfortune. Their disciples were still dragging their feet. Now that they had to go first, they'd be losing points. Talk about starting off on the wrong foot. Watching the 2 gloat and enjoying others' pain, Fiend Yang could do nothing but bottle it up. The 2 coots were taking their sweet time drawing their own numbers, with as much flair as possible. Beast Taming Sect was number 2, Fighting Demon Scheming Sect, while Mystical Heaven Sect was number 3. Woe is me, here I was going to showcase the full extent of my sect's prowess, but how could I when the Demon Scheming Sect falls short? I urged them not to come, and they actually listened. I'm sorry I'd have to take this easy win from you. I really am. Ha ha ha. Hui Xiong's arrogance knew no bounds, his head swelling with unfounded pride. The fiends were seething, their hearts flaming mad. Not like they could act on it, not here at the Double Dragon gathering. With the Demon Scheming Sect's disciples failing to show on time, why don't you fight us instead? Everyone set their eyes on Shui Ruohua cupping their hands. Then she bowed at the judge. Smiling, Fiend Yang thanked her. You're truly kind, girl. Elder Mystical Heaven Sect is willing to take our place. Let them go first. Nonsense. When did we agree? Elder Yun's outraged shout echoed and bowed to the judge. Elder, my disciple doesn't know what she's saying. Then he glared at Shui Ruohua. What are you standing around for? Get back. Shui Ruohua gave Fiend Yang an apologetic look and sighed, going back to her sisters. She saw this as a good chance to pay back the favor of having the Demon Scheming Sect save them. But she knew the elder's intent even more. Zhuofan was far too strong. Letting them have a round's handicap couldn't be better. But this in turn was immoral and unethical. It was burning bridges once one had got what he wanted. The girls felt for Shui Ruohua, finding Elder Yun's choice highly improper. Chu Qingcheng, the once leader of the Drifting Flowers edifices, had been through many scraps of all kinds. Senior sister, we are adversaries now and there's no need to show mercy. Besides, this little hiccup will hardly stall him. The other started. Isn't Qingcheng on young Master Zhu's side? Why is she not minding this? Did their love turn into hatred? None of them truly knew Zhu Fan, not like Chu Qingcheng. She knew full well what he needed and what he had no desire for. Just like now, he didn't need their help over such a trifle. Chu Qingcheng had a vague smile. Oil Yun, you call yourself a man and a righteous cultivator on top of that? You're worse than a child. Fiend Yang mocked him. Elder Yun deflected. There's nothing between our sections. You explained what happened clearly, that it was just running into each other. What's so wrong with both of us taking the same path? We owe you nothing. Now that we are rivals, it goes double. We don't have to do anything for you. Why you? Fiend Yang started with a red face. He hated mystical heaven sect's cruel heart. He wouldn't have helped if he knew it then. They were better off dead at Yen Mo's hand. The others looked on curiously, unaware of what happened between them. As the mastermind behind the troubles, Yen Mo knew too well, but even he couldn't take the clan's hypocrisy. Righteous sect all right, nothing but fake-ass and ungrateful pricks that even I feel sorry for the demon-scheming sect. They can't fight either because of this. It's truly a shame, especially that guy. Yen Mo rubbed his chin. The Han brothers eyed him, waiting for the guest of honor. Yongning and Shuanger were tense, their hearts in their throats. Are demon-scheming sect's disciples coming or not? If they aren't, this round will be forfeit. The judge declared. The fiends were getting nervous, while beast-taming sect's side was puffing out their chests. Any more and they'd pop. Then came a surreal aura of unimaginable power, making everyone gasp. It was soon followed by a very particular and well-known voice. Ha ha ha, my bad. Demon-scheming sect has arrived. At long last. All people, without fail, turned toward the entrance. The great Han brothers and Yen Mo were no exception. The fiends' eyes sparkled, thanking their ancestors, the gods above and below. They came at long friggin' last. Any later and we'd have been forfeiting. Tap. Casual footsteps grew louder as they approached. Passing through the shadow of the entrance was Zhuo Fan's sinister grin out in all its glory, while Qi Changlong and the rest behind him looked mighty dark, their eyes chilling. They were wild animals on the prowl. The shocker was the energy they were oozing out, one stronger than the next. Yen Mo and the Han brothers widened their eyes. How is this possible? Beside Zhuo Fan in the third-layer radiant stage, the others looked practically remade, their power surging with youth and boldness. Qi Changlong, Wuxia, and Bai Lian, the top elites, were in the ethereal stage at the third layer. Gui Hu was in the second layer, Kuei Lang and Yu Ling in the first layer. Tai Ying, Kuei Gang, and Yuer had taken the heaven-reaching pill before, and their results were subdued this time. That, however, did not stop them from reaching the sixth-layer radiant stage from the second layer. Of demon-scheming sect's 10 disciples, 6 were in the ethereal stage, 3 in the sixth layer of radiant stage, and only 1 in the third layer, Zhuo Fan. He kept his nose down, letting every ethereal stage expert underestimate the freak buried deep within. Such a lineup was hardly present in the middle 3 sects and more seen among the superior 3 sects. Yen Mo eyed the team with a sweaty brow. It's no longer one man that is the problem, but the whole team. Han Yunfeng was still reeling from the shock, glaring at his brothers. What the hell is this? Half of the demon-scheming sect's disciples are in the ethereal stage. What kind of testing did you even do back then? You couldn't even pick up this critical intelligence. I. The two were just as floored, stammering to come up with a proper answer. We don't know. Where the hell did they come from? Second young Master Han then noticed Qi Changlong and the rest they wiped the floor with. Second young Master Han cried like he'd seen a ghost. Brother, just months ago 3 of them were only in the 8th and 9th layer radiant stage. How the hell did they reach the third layer of the ethereal stage then? This is impossible. You're telling me they weren't in the ethereal stage? Han Yunfeng stared at the trio, then at second young Master Han, finding it hard to believe, even for him. No way. Even you, brother, just now entered the ethereal stage with all our sect's resources. How could a low sect get so much on their hands in such a short time? Second young Master Han was mind blown. Brother, how should I know? You can ask third brother, he'll tell you the same thing. It's them all right, but to see them advance so fast gives me the chills. Third young Master Han cried out as well. A black cloud loomed over their faces at the dark times ahead. Han Yunfeng squinted. We can't look down on the demon scheming sect any longer. They aren't just a threat to our position but are fully capable of replacing us. Change of plans. We have to do all we can to not get last place in the middle three sects fights, and we can escape the demon scheming sect's threat. The other two gave a heavy nod. Where's the one you guys mentioned? Is it among the 6 ethereal stage experts? Han Yunfeng asked. The two frowned and shook their heads. Third young Master Han pointed at Zhuo Fan with fear in his eyes. Brother, it's that punk. Don't let his low cultivation fool you. He's a monster. I know. Han Yunfeng sized the team up. The ethereal stage experts are walking behind him, so his strength must be more than it seems. Anyone that takes his cultivation at face value will suffer for it. Han Yunfeng pondered. 6 ethereal stage experts and 1 monster. The demon scheming sect is becoming more and more of a mystery. We have to change our target, that's our best bet. Though I can't help but feel curious. Just what kind of godlike being could raise their cultivation so much and so fast? It's like a miracle. His brothers sighed and nodded. Meanwhile, the fiends saw Zhuo Fan saunter in with a heroic swag in his step. They stood stunned as well, but happier than anything else. Zhuo Fan, took you long enough, brat. You gave me such an astonishing surprise I could kiss you. Ha ha ha. Fiend Yang gesticulated while taking Zhuo Fan into a bear hug. Zhuo Fan flounced around in his grip, wanting nothing to do with this crazy ball of flubber. Glaring at him, Zhuo Fan spat. Shove it. I hate that kind of talk. Neither do I. I just let emotion take me. His glare didn't put Fiend Yang's joy off in the slightest, still grinning like a fool. Then he took in the disciples behind Zhuo Fan. But the more he looked, the giddier he became. He's the friggin' bomb. This kid. In just 6 months, the lowest form of improvement was advancing 4 layers while also getting many of them in the ethereal stage. Zhuo Fan is a damn miracle worker if I ever saw one. Wuxia made the best decision of his life getting him into the sect. The other fiends bobbed their heads with beaming smiles. Happy as their reunion was, there were 2 sects not in the least bit happy, their hearts thumping in fright inside their chests. Elder Yun had seen what a brutal monster Zhuo Fan was and kept his guard up, but back then, he only had one to deal with while now he had a whole team. This freak had turned the other demon scheming sect's disciples into carbon copies of him, in nature at least just as freaky. The girls gasped, lost for words. Weren't they the stiffies trudging along the way here? How are they so strong? Chu Qingcheng smiled. Told you so. Such a trifling matter has no hold on him. We have to see them as adversaries from the start. Qingcheng, how are you so calm? Most are in the ethereal stage expert. Shui Ruohua looked crestfallen, having lost all hope in this tournament. With demon scheming sect's strength, one forfeited round hardly affected them. Then she raised her eyebrows. Wait, did you just say they are all changed because of Sir Zhuo? How did he pull it off? Ha ha ha. I'm no seer. But what I do know is that he is a miracle worker. Chu Qingcheng's gaze on him was filled with tenderness. The girls were even more astonished. Sir Zhuo isn't just strong, but capable of incredible things. The very definition of a monster. All the girls watched Zhuo Fan as a cow looked at a new gate, and Xianxia hated him for it with a burning passion. The judge was shuffling through the roster in anxiety. What's demon scheming sect playing at? They were all in the radiant stage when they came, so how come 6 of them skipped a stage? How the hell is it they got so strong in just 3 days? This increase is suspicious. Did they get outside help? Racking his brains all he could, the judge's withered hands stopped. Then he recalled the elders at the guards saying something. That the demon scheming sect got filthy rich using zombie pills on their disciples. All the pieces fit together, and the judge muttered to himself. There's a real expert here that knows this rare training method to raise the disciples' strength so fast. Even the double dragon manor only heard of it but never put it into practice. Yet for this guy to pull it off like nothing showed how brilliant he was. The judge sighed. The double dragon gathering is going to flip again. Demon scheming sect is going places. Ha ha ha. Demon scheming sect and beast taming sect. Begin the fight. Please present your disciples for this round. The judge's voice boomed. When he looked at Wuxia, he saw the muscle-bound guy shaking from every fiber and whiter than milk, if possible, against 6 mighty figures in the ethereal stage experts, their auras slamming into Wuxia one after the other. All he could do was shake like a leaf, turning a pale and whiny face to his master, squeaking, "Master, they're faking. Just 3 days ago they were cripples and now they're monsters? They have to have pulled something. But what did they do?" Elder Lu was just as stunned, feeling remorse for his imminent fate. What did they eat to get so big? How the hell can one change so much in just 3 days? And so many too. Wuxia hesitated, his eyes darting to and fro. "Master, the first round is lost. Should we just forfeit? We'll just focus on mystical heaven sect. There's just no way we can beat these freaks." "Bullshit." Elder Lu snapped. "Do you have any idea why Double Dragon Gathering uses evaluation as a way to judge our ranks? For this precise situation, when someone uses a dirty trick to play against another sect. The result of every round's evaluation will be added together to determine our final places. By forfeiting a round, we get nothing." Wuxia put on a painful face. "But master, fighting them is the same as getting nothing either way. Just look at them. I'm starting to think Xianxia played us. He gave us his weakest disciples to fight while these are the true elites." Elder Lu's face twitched in anger. It never occurred to him this was possible since Xianxia was Damsek's ruler, yet instead of acting like one, he used petty tricks. Using weaklings instead, won't it make him look like a fool among the other sects? But now, when it mattered the most, he had no time to mind trifles. Turning to Wuxia. "Don't worry too much. The fighting is done by drawing lots. They have 6 in the ethereal stage but for much weaker ones. All we can do now is pray for luck." "Master, that makes quite the sense." Eyeing the 10 people, Wuxia nodded and his gaze landed on Zhuofan. "Master, that kid is only in the 3rd layer. Getting him couldn't be better." Elder Lu sneered at Zhuofan, then knocked his head. "Damn coward. There are 4 in the radiant stage over there and you picked the weakest? Please, you're at peak radiant stage, so act like one. Can't you go for those in the 6th layer and leave the weakling to your juniors? We would at least get the most out of this round. All you ever care about is yourself." "Master, it's all up to luck. I'll fight who happens to be my opponent. Not everything will just go as you wish." Holding his head, Wuxia replied. Elder Lu nodded. "He's right though," then glared again. "I'm angry at you for your cowardly nature, not your wishes. The strong must challenge the strong with a brave heart. That's the only way to become stronger. Picking on the weak all the time is boring, not to mention pointless." Wuxia scratched his head and nodded. "May the team step forth to draw your lots. There are 2 boxes with 10 numbers. Identical numbers on each team will be fighting each other while the order of the fights will be that of the numbers." In 2 short light shows, the judge's hands now held 2 boxes. Zhuofan came first, sticking his hand in like he was picking apples in the market, and gave the number to the judge. The judge nodded. "Demon scheming sect's leader, Zhuofan, has picked 10. Ha ha ha, 10. Wonder who's the poor sap going to fight that freak." Yenmo snickered. Hi, senior brother Yenmo. How is it you never felt like watching your fellow disciples in the elite area fight back at the sect yet? You're now so excited that you came to watch the lower 3 sects rounds? Whoosh. A curvy and enticing woman popped on his side, bearing the most intoxicating smile. "Oh, you may." Glancing sideways, Yenmo sighed. "The lower 3 sects are truly the scrape of the barrel. But I'm not here for them." Yenmo's eyes flashed like a ravenous wolf on a particular man. "There's one person down there worthy to be my adversary." Yume shuddered at Yenmo's savage look. She always knew him as a player, toying around and doing whatever he wanted. If there was one thing he ever cared about in truth, that was the fight with Wu Qingqiu. Yet by the looks of him now, he was putting this man way above even Wu Qingqiu. "There's someone among them that senior brother recognizes?" Her eyes washed over the crowd until she stopped on the bored Zhuofan and cried, "Third layer radiant stage?" "Yes, third layer radiant stage." Yenmo nodded, gnashing his teeth in hatred. "This rotten liar is anything but his cultivation shows. He's more like a wolf in sheep's clothing. Last time he almost—" Yenmo raved, then held his tongue, realizing Yume was there. Yume was damn curious now. "Last time? Nothing. It doesn't concern you." Yenmo flushed in embarrassment, not feeling like sharing his shame. Was he going to shout to the world a third layer radiant stage almost did him in? Hardly. He had a reputation to maintain. Though his tight lip only got Yume more intrigued, her smile creepily lingered on Zhuofan. Who is he to make senior brother so angry? Number 10. On stage, Hui Xiong got his number and shouted in joy. Then he gave Zhuofan a snicker. The judge and everyone else had looks of scorn. Elder Lu blushed. "How the hell did I get such a coward for a disciple? I told you already there's nothing glorious about beating a third layer radiant stage at peak radiant stage." The more excited he got, the more it proved how weak he was and, in equal measure, ruined his master's image. While Zhuofan had a simple and boring reaction to this fool's ignorant mockery. "Dumbass. Sigh, stupidity sure is terminal. What's there to laugh at having such a freak fighting him?" Third young master Han sighed. Han Yunfeng scratched his nose. "This is great. With Hui Xiong, the strongest among the beast-taming sect, we can now catch hints of what this monster's capable of." The two nodded. "I didn't know the lower 3 sects had an underdog. Their team is made to face the superior 3 sections. While a fall of a superior 3 sect is unlikely, we'll at least get to see a middle 3 sect kick down a notch." Yume's honeyed voice floated, watching the demon-scheming sect in admiration. For that muscle guy from beast-taming sect to get the weakest for an adversary is a real stroke of luck. Yenmo's ears twitched, his smile cold. "More like a stroke of rotten luck. He's dead." "Eh?" Yume raised a dainty eyebrow. "There are 6 layers between them, yet the kid can still squeeze a win? More like insta-kill than a squeeze." Yenmo's only reply was a roll of his eyes. But Yume only grew more interested, her dewy eyes never leaving Zhuofan. On demon-scheming sect's stand, Fiend Yang was looking chipper than ever, his face filled with pride, his smile wider than ever. "Brothers and sisters, I am proud to see you bursting with energy, filled with valor and courage. With you here, challenging the middle 3 sects is nothing. Skip it." Zhuofan cut his swag short. Fiend Yang deflated a bit, but shook it off with a wave. "I was going to praise you guys some more, but since Steward Zhuo said no, I will get to the point. I want you all to hold back against the beast-taming sect. Sending them flying is within reason, but don't bruise them." "Why?" Wuxia asked. "Just look at that damn Hui Xiong strutting his hot air around. We're dying to give him his due. Yet now you want us to take it easy." Fiend Yang waved his complaint away, then he turned serious. "That's called tactics. Do you understand? The Double Dragon Gathering is based on evaluations. If we wound them, their next opponent will be the Mystical Heaven sect. It will be the same as helping Mystical Heaven sect. You should feel more disgusted with those so-called hypocritical and ungrateful righteous liars than with some ignorant fools." The kid's eyes lit up, showing a nasty grin. "And you, enough of your fraternizing with, or you'll harm our position. You are up against their strongest, so make damn sure you leave him in one piece. And don't cripple him either. You'll only be helping Mystical Heaven sect." Fiend Yang rested a heavy gaze on Zhuofan. Zhuofan merely shook his hand. Lighten up. I know what I'm doing. Besides, with her strength, even fighting Hui Xiong won't be a problem. With a ripple as the only sign, for walls rose up around the stage, trapping everything within. The barrier is set. Take your places. The judge made a sign, turning from demon scheming sect to beast taming sect to get started. Bearing a cold smile, Qi Chonglong with his highest cultivation strutted in the middle. He unleashed the full power of a third-layer ethereal stage, flexing his majestic strength. Once inside the barrier, his aura got cut off, and the audience could finally breathe again. Though the same could be said about the shock, still reeling from the deadly pressure on their chest. Beast taming sect's side was scared witless, shaking to the core. The one holding the number 1 token in particular. The guy's hands were quaking, and seeing Qi Chonglong's cold sneer on the stage had him close to tears. While not weak by any means by being in the 7th layer radiant stage, one couldn't say the same for his luck or lack thereof. Faced with insurmountable adversity, he felt like a lamb to the slaughter. I'm going to get myself killed. He whipped his panicked and wheedling face to Elder Lu. Elder, my loss is certain. Can I just forfeit? Do you have any clue what Double Dragon Gathering's rules are? Elder Lu snorted. A win is counted as 2 points, a draw is 1, and a loss as 0, while forfeiting -2. You not getting up there is ruining us. The guy's face sank. Double Dragon Gathering won't even let us forfeit? They just want us all to die. How the hell would you know what's on their mind? Elder Lu sneered. Even knowing the risks, you still have to take them. The Double Dragon Gathering set up this system to see how dedicated the disciples are to their sects if they are willing to give their lives for it. If a sect ends up with a negative score, it doesn't necessarily show its strength, but it shows its cohesion, destined to be the runt of the lower 3 sections. So for the sake of the sect, you will get up there even if you were facing a peak elder stage. That's easy for you to say. You're not the one going. All that complaining didn't help him at all, forcing him to drag his feet up there. Not going would end up with a fate worse than death, while at least he'd get a quick death up there in the ring. Hui Xiong had a mocking smile like always, just loving it when others were in pain. Didn't you always try to take my place as the best in our sect? This is your chance to earn a name. Unlike my battle with that weak guy. Not getting any honor. Ha ha ha. His teammate glared back in hatred. This bastard would mock and kick anyone. Then he turned to Zhuofan on the enemy's side in envy. Just a 3rd-layer radiant stage. Practically an easy wing for most of the guys in Double Dragon Gathering. Such damn luck he had. Did Hui Xiong save the world in his past life or something? Filled with bitter jealousy, the guy walked into the ring. Faced with Qi Chonglong's cold smile, reality came crashing down on him. There goes my poor little life. Standing there all shivering, Qi Chonglong only had a sneer on his face. Begin. The judge gave the go-ahead. The guy lowered his head and held his hand in prayer. His forehead touched the ground again and again, in the hope to gain some pity. Qi Chonglong cracked up. The entire demon scheming sect's team did so in fact. No matter how weak you are, you don't even have the guts to face your enemy. Elder Lu's face twitched, while the beast taming sect's team was ashamed. Senior brother, you're making us look like worms. Can't you die with dignity? Qi Chonglong grinned wider, mocking. You have good eyes to recognize greatness. In light of your exceptional decision, I shall let you go. Now scram. Whoosh. A flick of his wrist sent a gale so strong the guy was sent crashing out of the ring. It took a good minute to calm down and touch himself all over for wounds, only to find nothing hurting. He was alive and well. First fight goes to the demon scheming sect. The judge declared, feeling bored of the huge gap between the sections. This had never happened in the history of Double Dragon Gathering. They were both sects in the same grade yet worlds apart. The demon scheming sect was a freak. The guy looked up at Qi Chonglong on stage and broke out in an unbridled smile, thanking and bowing over and over. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It was without a doubt a most demeaning and vile sight. He earned the disgust of everyone with his servile attitude, and Elder Lu practically burned from rage. He got to get out alive, but without any shred of decency either. Funny enough, the disciples of the beast-taming sect were bright-eyed. So that's how I keep my life. It's worth a shot. Since we can't win anyway, we might as well come out alive. Ignoring the ingratiating disciple, Qi Chonglong returned to his team with a wide smile. It was all part of their master plan to keep them nice and healthy. All that pleading and wheedling had no effect whatsoever. But this example gave the wrong impression to the rest that their very lives hung on how much of a Toadai they were. Thus, second fight, fighters on stage. The judge announced. Yu Ling stood up and walked up the stage. Beast-taming sect's second adversary was shaking all over while taking slow and painful steps forward. Raise your head and don't you goddamn dare to do the same thing the other did. Be a man and die with dignity. Hui Xiong waved his fists and roared with might at his fellow disciple, only to give the first one a look of scorn. And you are a failure. A disappointment. You just ruined the name of our sect. Yet you have the nerve to come back. The rest gave Hui Xiong a glare of anger. Big talk for someone who is fighting a damn weakling. You have no damn thing to worry about, while we have to face the strongest they have. If you're that brave, why don't you take them on for size? We'll see who's begging, ignoring them, or maybe downright oblivious to the stares of hatred. Hui Xiong's twisted smile never faltered and his self-righteous air never slacked. He was the picture of superiority standing on his skewed moral high ground. He was the bastion of beast-taming sect's dignity, bearing its flag with honor and heroism as the dogs surrounding him did all they could to cut him down. His fellow disciples feared his strength and couldn't do anything but seethe in anger. Meanwhile, beast-taming sect's second participant, in the sixth layer radiant stage, walked on stage. Facing Yu Ling, who was in the ethereal stage, he broke out in a sweat. Without so much as a sign or hint, the guy fell to his knees before her, showering her in pleadings, even worse than the other guy. Laughter had broken out the minute he was on his knees, laughing so hard in tears of joy. This is no competition, but beast-taming sect proclaiming its veneration for demon-scheming sect. The sect had lost all its dignity. Elder Lu was boiling mad. It wasn't just shaming the sect this time, but its legacy and all the respected leaders it had. We're all from the lower three sects, but you dare renounce your sect's name without remorse. You're not worthy to be a disciple of beast-taming sect no more. Who the hell cared? Certainly not them, not when their lives were on the line. All beast-taming sect's disciples watched the worship being played out on stage with total focus and apprehension. Their dear senior brother was coming back home, alive. This time, the disciples' begging was a notch above. If that worked, then demon-scheming sect was going to let them all go by doing the same. The most aware of their surroundings was none other than these disciples. They had to know how to beg when their lives were at stake. Squinting, Yu Ling sneered, "Good, very good. I just love to see a man knowing his place. Now beat it." In the same way, Yu Ling sent the guy flying with a swish and flick. Not too hard though, needing a softer touch to leave him unharmed. The guy got back to his feet from the ground outside the stage and burst into joy, feeling like he had just escaped the jaws of death. Beast-taming sect's disciples lit up, just as excited, laughing with him. If one didn't know better, they'd think they just won. The scene was too damn bizarre for the audience to take in, though only for a moment, as they got to laughing soon after. Beast-taming sect's aim is so low this time. Coming out alive is already a victory. Elder Lu's eyes rolled back in his head from anger. Not just Hui Xiong. Every damn disciple is worthless. In this manner, demon-scheming sect and beast-taming sect fought glorious battles. Beast-taming sect's disciples slammed their heads on the floor without any exception, all wishing nothing more than to come out alive. Demon-scheming sect's side was really enjoying being in the center of it, holding their heads high like good Samaritans giving alms to the needy, or a flick to be more precise. One that promised a long-lasting life, followed soon after by endless thanks from the saved. The constant disgraceful behavior his dear disciples had taken to with such fervor fueled Elder Lu's anger with more and more rage, evident by his bloodshot eyes. He wasn't far from popping a vein or two, while Elder Yun was beginning to see signs of something amiss. Sure, he mocked them just like the next guy, but as he watched the demon scheming sect closer, he exclaimed, "This is demon scheming sect's plan." "What's wrong, Elder?" Shui Ruohua asked. Elder Yun's brow was locked in a tight frown, glaring at the demon scheming sect. "Good for you, Fiend Yang. You had me fooled. It only worked to get the others more confused. Don't tell me you don't see it. Demon scheming sect and beast taming sect's fights ended with no wounded." Elder Yun sighed. Shui Ruohua looked at the rest and laughed. "At their disparity, it's only natural. Yes, the gap is abyssal, leading the round with ease. Such a case hasn't ever happened in Double Dragon Gathering, since everyone would fight to their dying breath, all to make their sect proud and earn more resources. Not one sect could ultimately control the situation because of this." Elder Yun squinted. "It was this that blinded me to demon scheming sect's scheme," Shui Ruohua asked, puzzled. "Elder, what do you mean by their scheme? You really can't see it? Demon scheming sect has rigged the fights." Elder Yun spat. "They let every beast taming sect's disciple leave unharmed to keep their strength, to face us at full power." "What?" Shui Ruohua looked over the ring closer. "But beast taming sect's disciples are all begging for their lives, and that is why they come unharmed. There's no reason to shed blood for nothing. Ruohua, that's one of our rules. Demonic cultivators don't have it. Those crazy bastards are both degenerates and twisted. One of them feeling pity I can understand. But all of them? They planned this from the start, and all for us." Elder Yun huffed. "Damn those rotten demonic cultivators. They want us to end up last in the rankings." The girls' faces turned heavy. Xianxia dressed his voice to get attention, cursing, "No demonic cultivators are ever trustworthy. Filled with schemes and debased." "Senior brother, you're wrong. They're just using the rules to control the situation. How are they degenerates? And don't we owe them? We just kicked them when they were down, so now they want revenge. It has nothing to do with the path we each take." The sudden voice had everyone start and turn to Chu Qingqing. They have brought this on themselves, so of course the demon scheming sect would get back at them. If it were them instead, they'd do it all the same. With anger laced heavier on Xianxia's face, he said, "Junior sister, why do you always have to take those demonic cultivators' side? Is it because of him? That's only half." Chu Qingqing smiled. "He is an old friend, and no matter when or where I'd stand by his side every time. Leaving that aside, the situation calls for using every trick in the book so long as we are playing by the rules. We are after all adversaries here. Trying to look superior by accusing the other's morality when you have fallen into a disadvantage is the weak's way out. And I, for one, despise such people." Their blood ran cold, and everyone considered Chu Qingqing's words to find them true. Xianxia was outraged. "Junior sister, then does that mean you'll stop thinking about him if he stoops so low?" "He will never do such a thing." Chu Qingqing smiled, her gaze firm, sinking into her memories. "None of you know him. In a pill competition, he had the speed to finish much sooner. Yet despite the superior advantage, he resorted to petty tricks to keep his adversary back. He forced his opponent to use blood essence just to qualify. And right then, someone spoke up that he was 1 second faster in finishing, yet had a much poorer quality, so he should have the spot instead. Tell me, which do you think it's right?" The girls were deep in thought. Then Danner voiced, "Though he had a better pill, even if they were at a draw, he'd still come last." "Ha ha ha. Everyone thought so as well. Only he stood up for his adversary. Speed was of the essence in a competition, but here quality took precedence. Is he a fool? Didn't you just say he wanted to get the other to lose? Why would he use this chance and help him instead?" Danner blinked her purty eyes in doubt. Chu Qingqing explained with a smile, "That's just how he is, admitting his defeats and being generous with his wins. He is evil but with style. I also thought of it as a good chance wasted, but thinking back, he did the right thing. He would do anything to reach his goal, but within principle. I knew then and there it didn't matter if he was good or bad, because he was a true man. The hearts of the girls quivered, watching Zhuo Fan with a dreamy look. Young Master Zhuo looks so sloppy but has such a great character. Xianxia was close to blowing a gasket. Chu Qingcheng was humiliating him. Zhuo Fan is a real man, so that means I'm not. Being told by the woman he loved he wasn't a man was the heaviest blow one could take. Sister Qingcheng, did he win? Danner blinked her doe eyes, eager to know the end of the tale, like the rest of the girls. Chu Qingcheng smiled. Of course. What of the adversary? Did he die? Ha ha ha, you might not believe it even if I tell you. I thought he did kill him as well, only to later find out when I came to the sect that his adversary was on his side now, both of them in cahoots. For real. The girls were stunned. Weren't they enemies? Chu Qingcheng said. Righteous cultivators say that heroes know other heroes. So why can't two devious demonic cultivators gang up? Besides, they're both top alchemists. Qingcheng, righteous and demonic are clearly defined. You'd best remember that. Elder Yun had enough of this and interfered, afraid she would steer the girls along the wrong path. Chu Qingcheng shrugged while the girls sighed annoyed. But now they saw Zhuo Fan with different and much deeper eyes. Just out of earshot, where the boring round was ongoing between the two sects, all fights, if one could call them that, ended the same way. Demon scheming sect's side stood on stage with pride and dignity, while beast taming sect's disciples pleaded every time, in hope of receiving the same saving flick their brothers got. What started off as mockery, the crowd grew bored as well, taking to yawning as a much better alternative than wasting their contempt on something worthless. The insurmountable distance between the sects had turned the competition into a ceremony of respect to their Lord Savior. Only Kuei Gang and Yuer, still in the Radiant stage, had to work a bit to get their win, though just a couple of moves. The extra wide meridians did wonders to bridge cultivation gaps. Until it came to a head, the fight between Zhuo Fan and Hui Xiong. Bunch of good-for-nothing cowards. Let me show you how it's done. How you fight for the beast-taming sect. Hui Xiong roared, mocking his fellow disciples as he went on stage. Like a mighty and unbeatable general, he walked on with his head held higher than ever thought possible. Elder Lu was already numb from the humiliation each round inflicted, but now seeing Hui Xiong on stage, his hope rekindled. The name of beast-taming sect rests solely on your shoulders. Make sure to make him suffer. Ha ha ha, of course, master. Leave it to me. I'm not like those sniveling fools. I will bring back all the glory. Ha ha ha, roared with laughter. The other disciples' faces fell, giving him despising grins. What does winning against such a weak opponent give you? Pride? Any one of us would have been just as bold in your stead. Zhuo Fan got up and walked on stage, with the same calm expression as always. Fiend Yang shouted in worry. Zhuo Fan, hold back. You hear? Don't hurt him. Yeah, I know. What's the fuss about rigging a match? Zhuo Fan mocked and waved him off. Fiend Yang felt not in the least reassured. In fact, his worries mounted. Gui Hu advised, Venerable Steward Zhuo has the sharpest mind among us. If I could learn to hold back, he is sure to be a master at it. What do you know? Your cases are different. Fiend Yang sighed. Showing off your ethereal stage expert vibes got your opponent running scared and begging for mercy. Of course you went easy. But look at Hui Xiong and that grin he has like he wants to play. So you tell me, can you hold it in? Thinking about it, no, he probably couldn't. Hui Xiong was begging to be trashed, plastered, and broken into tiny little pieces, and the on and off taunts weren't helping his case. He was looking at Zhuo Fan like he was the king of the world. Who wouldn't be pissed off at that? No way. Everyone shook their heads. Gui Hu gnashed his teeth. This guy just doesn't know when to quit his bragging. If it were me up there, I wouldn't kill him. I'd cripple every bone in his body. That's what I've been saying. I can only hope Zhuo Fan's patience runs deeper than the earth. If the guy dies, our plan's effect is cut in half. Fiend Yang was praying now, hoping for a miracle, the miracle of patience, on stage at last. Zhuofan's appearance earned some sharp glares. Not just Yan Mo and the Han brothers were watching his every move, but there was another one in the shadows right by the entrance watching with a most intense gaze. Yongning and Shuanger were giddy that the star of the show, by their account, was here. They both had nothing but tender looks for him. Ha ha ha, punk! Your sect has humiliated us so far and now, yours truly will take it all out on you. It's all your rotten luck to blame for getting the same number. Hui Xiong was getting more annoying and brash by the second in his taunts. Yan Mo's side was right to mock him. Dumbass! Fiend Yang's side remained silent, all chanting a silent prayer that Zhuofan would turn the other cheek. Luck had it. Zhuofan's mind and heart had shown tremendous growth since he came to the sect. No matter how much Hui Xiong blustered or taunted, nothing could break Zhuofan's tranquility. Fiend Yang eased a breath. Then his heart thumped back into overdrive. Zhuofan frowned, sensing something was calling to him. He turned his head to the entrance, peering at the shadows, and his eyes shook. Hui Xiong paused, taken aback that his time to show off and insult his opponent was taken for clowning around with how his opponent never looked at him, and he grew more furious. Fine, you ignorant simp. A puny third-layer radiant stage dares to ignore me? You're asking for it. Hui Xiong roared. Punk! I'll give you 10 moves. Free to do anything to me while I won't move a muscle. Hui Xiong's roaring entered the audience's ears only to earn their rolled eyes. A peak radiant stage showing off before one in the third layer? Why don't you pick an ethereal stage expert if you got the guts? Nothing more than a coward picking on the weak. Yan Mo's side sneered. What a moron. The instant that guy moved, you're done for. Yet nothing happened on stage. Zhuofan looked frozen, his eyes widening, staring with intent at the entrance's shadows. As for Hui Xiong's gutsy declaration, he heard nothing of it, still standing there as his mind went out of commission. Everyone was taken aback, even his sex side. Fiend Yang thinking, what's wrong with him? I did tell him to go easy on the guy, but not so much as to let him do what he wanted. Why isn't he moving? Hui Xiong had a grand epiphany, a miracle thinking of his thick skull housing that little brain of his. Ha ha ha! Ignorant fool! Did I scare you? But don't think for a second this will change things. I will not go easy on you since I'm a man of principle. Hui Xiong shone in a gray hue and a huge bear image formed behind him. Its power ran rampant, its aura bearing down on the barrier so much that it turned gray as well. Everyone cried in shock, having come to a newfound realization of this narrow-minded thug. Gue, who was also amazed. Hui Xiong knew only to bluster all day, every day. Yet at the end of it all, he wasn't beast-taming sect's top disciple for nothing. I was no less than Qi Changlong's previous level. Not like it would make a damn difference with Zhuofan around. If he had any other opponent in the Radiant stage, he would have some pretty good odds of winning. As for this case, not a snowball's chance in hell. Gue Hu and the disciples watched the one-man show with pity, knowing Zhuofan's true power. What a waste of good strength, thrown in the jaws of the beast. Whoosh! The gray bear behind Hui Xiong came at Zhuofan, enraged that even this wasn't enough to get him out of his stupor, and unleashed a mighty paw attack. Punk, you asked for it. Mid-profound ranked martial art, descending bear paw. As the paw came crashing down, the tile under Zhuofan shattered, flinging rocks everywhere. The immense power sent howling winds within the barrier. Any average guy would turn into a meat patty under such a paw. Not Zhuofan though, he merely raised an eyebrow, his fixed stare still on the entrance to unravel just what was giving him the strange feeling. He had no time nor care to mind what happened around him. The crowd gasped, worried for Zhuofan. Is he scared to death? Frozen in place. Even the girls in the stands were worried. Fiend Yang's side was perplexed as to what brought this on. While some of the people around felt fear, others felt worried. What was universal, though, was doubt. Only Zhuofan stood stock still, his piercing gaze never budging. Who? Two flickers of light shone in the shadows, and Zhuofan felt a danger like never before taking over his mind. Purple lightning exploded out of him. His red Qilin arm shone bright red in its glorious and awe-inspiring power, and his eyes flickered with azure flames. Zhuofan's 3 trump cards were out of his control, coming out like he was facing mortal danger. It was at this time the bear paw came crashing down. Zhuofan reacted purely on instinct, raising his fist and attacking. Boom! Scarlet flashed, purple lightning crackled, and the 2 powers combined into a devastating force coming right at Huixiong. Whoosh! In that instant, before Huixiong could even register what happened, he was gone, consumed by the billowing power of the Qilin arm and the savage purple lightning. There had not been time to even let out a cry. One might argue that he was so taken by the suddenness of it all he didn't know how he even died, and so passed Huixiong from this world, from oblivious to oblivion. The almighty power was far from finished, slamming into the barrier. It shook like a leaf under the purple lightning eating at it. The judge furrowed his brow and cried out, but even he did not have the time to reinforce it as it caved and shattered. As for the power of the punch, it exploded with lighting ever forward and right into beast-taming sect's disciples. Boom! The jarring thunderous sound came as the mighty aura went through them, through the walls, and lost in the horizon. The only sign of what had happened was the crackling of purple on the debris. Dust and thick smoke rose, and once it passed, beast-taming sect's team was erased from this world. Only a faint blue mote shook now and then, wailing in pain. What the hell is going on here? The Elder Lu? The judge shouted, looking at the smoldering ruins with shock. Beast-taming sect's disciples are annihilated. Not even the elder's body survived. Only his soul. Success. The judge's gasp echoed with utmost clarity in the arena, making everyone stare lost. Then they came to as they blinked at the center of the stage. The dust was fading now and revealed first the sharp eyes and a solemn face. His red arm pulsed, sending frightening power every time. The people watched him in a daze, sweat trickling down their foreheads, their hearts screaming in unison. Monster! Even Yen-Mo shook at the display. He knew now that this punk had not gone all out at all back in that cave. Just a casual punch today was so powerful it not only pulverized Huixiong from existence but took all the disciples and the elder of the beast-taming sect with him. It all happened so fast and so strong that even the judge was late to react. He had no idea Zhuofan was capable of unleashing such raw power, nor that it only came out because Zhuofan lost control. And the reason for it was the entrance's shadows. Zhuofan squinted at the 2 flickers in the shadows going away, and the rush of power calmed down. Yet his heart felt heavier. His fated enemy was here. This was the only explanation for his mightiest power to be unleashed without his control. But who was he? Zhuofan's frown deepened. A deafening silence took over. Be it the crowd of royal dignitaries or the other teams, all watched the center figure with slack jaws and dumb looks. He appeared to them more and more like a demon from hell. Elder Yun and his 2 other elders from mystical heaven sect gulped, sweat pouring out of them like rain. Where the hell did the demon-scheming sect find this monster? Fighting that thing is plain suicide. Their eyes went to the floating soul of Elder Lu, having lost it in his ravings as he searched and searched. Yet not a piece of his body was left, and they shivered. Shui Ruohua was startled, to say the least. How is that a disciple's power? If I pick him up for an opponent, I'll rather forfeit than mess with that freak. I don't care what anyone says. One mystical heaven sect disciple was shaking like a leaf. The others were not far behind in agreeing. That thing out there was an abomination. But the worst of it all was his savage temper. When disciples met on the stage, they fought as adversaries, not enemies. But this freak actually went as far as wiping his opponent and the enemy sect, elder and all. They looked at Zhuofan like a behemoth opening its rotting maw at them. Senior brother Yen-Mo. Who the hell is he? Yu Mei gulped. Yen-Mo spoke in a heavy tone. You don't need to know, just remember not to test him. You think I can't tell what you're cooking in that head of yours? Give it a rest. Yu Mei shuddered. She noticed Yen-Mo's intense gaze on Zhuofan and wanted to get some info out of him about this freak. But that hardly seemed likely. She understood then and there the reason for Yen Mo's interest. This person could challenge the superior three sections. Yu Mei was now looking at Zhuo Fan on stage with a serious gaze. We must get one of the top two positions in the superior three sect stage, or the demon scheming sect will kick us into the middle three sections. We'll never live down the shame if it happens. This guy had the power to put any genius to shame. No wonder Yen Mo was feeling trepidations. Looking back at her senior brother, Yen Mo noticed his hard expression yet tense fists. She had never seen him so scared in her life. Senior brother, how do you think he'll fare against Wu Qingqiu? Unknown. Yen Mo shook his head. One is a demonic cultivator, the other righteous. One comes from hell, the other from a land of bliss. One is brutal, the other is just. There is no comparison between people walking different paths. Though in terms of strength, I do believe Wu Qingqiu would feel the brunt of this guy's punch. Yu Mei's heart sank. Yen Mo did not like to belittle himself to his opponents, but this was only more proof that said this guy could fight them, the top talents of the superior three sects. Wu Qingqiu might even be weaker. Yu Mei sighed. The double dragon gathering this time is bound to make waves. As for the three Hans, they were shaken to the core, resigned to let out a saddened sigh. That settles it. We need to come out first or second in our fights if we do not want to suffer at the guy's punches. Han Yunfeng warned his brothers. The two lowered their heads. The might of that punch had them running scared. They wanted nothing to do with Zhuo Fan. When we fought him, he never even saw us as target practice. Just a little bit serious, and this was the result, scattered in the wind. The two were lamenting their shabby fate. Woe is me for bumping into this maniac. They found it a miracle to have come back alive from the jaws of death. That was way too close for comfort. The judge was still having a hard time processing Zhuo Fan's inhuman feat. He worked his mouth, yet words failed him. Though it couldn't go on forever, shouting. Given the abnormal direction the lower three sect stage had taken, it is hereby suspended. I shall report it to the two exalted for how to proceed. All imperial delegations are to withdraw. Elder, you can't just let it end with that. Elder Lu's blue mote hovered over, complaining all the while. All my disciples are dead. He killed them in one strike, and you're going to gloss over it? The judge's beard shook, but Fiend Yang got ahead of him, his voice booming as he stomped onto the stage. Death can creep at any moment while up on stage. What's all the fuss about losing a couple disciples? From what you're saying, we should just stop double dragon gathering here and now. Wanting a life for a life? Who the hell would go all out if that rule came into effect? How then will the sect's disciples be judged? Bullshit. How were my disciples on stage? They were killed outside of it. You're the shit here. Zhuo Fan's fist had been unleashed on stage, killing the disciple on stage. It's just that he got a bit too into it and broke the barrier and took the rest of your team as collateral damage. You should be blaming the frail barrier here for cracking under pressure. Take it up with the Double Dragon Manor if you're so indignant. Fiend Yang dumped all the blame on Double Dragon Manor, knowing no one in their right mind would complain to them. The effect was immediate. Elder Lu was choking on his words, not knowing how to retort. The judge's cheek twitched as well and he hemed for good measure. Who else but he put up the barrier, ergo Fiend Yang was saying Elder Lu should go complain to him. Though why the hell would the lower three sect stage require a stronger barrier than even the superior three sections? It was all that freak's fault for showing up. And why did he just have to blow out like that against some nobodies? Ugh! How annoying. The judge gave the main culprit a glare then sighed. Please withdraw and wait for my visit after I receive an answer from the exalted. You will both be satisfied with the resolution. Or do you not believe in Double Dragon Manor's name? The two's hearts sank, and they knew when to give up. Since he name-dropped Double Dragon Manor, they had no choice but to leave it to them. And so, Elder Lu left in anger, but not before he gave Zhuo Fan one last glare. Fiend Yang merely waved it off, not minding the floating, bodiless guy at all as he took the disciples back. Though moments later he was lamenting and sighing. Brother, you were the picture of tranquility in the sect. Even when going after those elders, you made sure to plan every little detail. How come you blew up the minute you got on stage? Did those lame words strike a nerve? You reacted so strongly that you scared even me. Were you that furious? Did he taunt me that much? I didn't notice. Shuafan raised an eyebrow. The others were taken aback. Since he wasn't the issue, why explode, even taking all his sect down with him? Did you forget the plan? Not at all. Shuafan sighed, recalling having seen the shadow at the entrance. Moreover, that punch wasn't for that blowhard. He wasn't worth it. What does he mean? Back at the stage, the bustling crowd was leaving, and a youth in gray robes followed along with a bright smile. Whoosh! A person in blue robes came by, bearing a handsome face. Junior brother, I haven't seen you all day. I thought you ran off somewhere, but you were instead watching the lower three sects fights. Ha ha ha. Did someone from the lower three sects actually catch your interest when you didn't feel like answering the challenges of all the experts back at the sect? Ha ha ha, that's not it, senior brother. I didn't come to see the fights, but to look for someone. The youth in gray smiled. Suddenly, do you remember the feeling I had a few days ago? I felt my destined rival had appeared, and indeed he has. The second youth was puzzled. In the lower three sects? Yep, I found him right here. The first youth's eyes flickered with fire and excitement. He's just like I imagined, just like me. Half man and half beast, yet the body of an emperor. The power within us draws each other close, like an unending spiral we cannot escape. The youth in blue robes eyed him. Junior brother, this is the first time I see you so excited. Who wouldn't be when meeting a worthy rival? Taking a deep breath, the youth in gray watched the endless sky. Just like how a day can only be one, so too there can only be one of us. Same types of beasts are bound to clash and come to a resolution on who is better. This is karma. Sorry, senior brother, it seems I'll be taking the best talent in the Western Lands title from you. Scratch that, it'll be the winner between the two of us beasts. The second youth frowned and nodded solemnly. Congratulations!